Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fabian Ramos. I am a junior in FIU's undergraduate International Relations degree program, an intelligence fellow in the Jack D. Gordon Institute Intelligence Center for Academic Excellence, and also a student for Diplomacy Lab under the Honors College. My research throughout the semester was focused on the institutional rebuilding of Venezuela based on past cases of democratic transitions, which concluded in a series of recommendations for the economic and security sector of the nation. This morning, I have the privilege of introducing the first panel, which will feature the Minister of National Security of Argentina, Ms. Alejandra Susana Monteoliva. This panel is especially important as it will offer a first-hand perspective from one of the most important partners and countries in the region. The fireside chat will be moderated by Dr. Gabriela Hoberman, who is a political scientist, researcher, and the Director of Academic Programs at the Kimberly Green Latin American and Caribbean Center at FIU. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming our speakers with a round of applause.
Good morning. It's an absolute pleasure for me to introduce today to the Minister of National Security of the Argentine Republic, Alejandra Monteoliva. Now I'm going to switch to Spanish. Voy a pasar al español. Buenos días a todos. Es un verdadero honor y un privilegio recibir a la Ministra de Seguridad Nacional de la República Argentina, Alejandra Monteoliva, a FIU, a Florida International University. La ministra Alejandra Monteoliva se desempeña como Ministra de Seguridad Nacional de la República Argentina, cargo desde el cual lidera la estrategia de seguridad pública del país y supervisa las fuerzas federales de seguridad, incluyendo las acciones para combatir el crimen organizado, el narcotráfico y las amenazas transnacionales. Con una amplia trayectoria en seguridad pública, la ministra Monteoliva ha ocupado altos cargos de liderazgo centrados en la prevención del delito, la reforma institucional y la coordinación interinstitucional. Ministra, hoy nos encontramos en un punto de inflexión, una reconfiguración geopolítica realmente marcada por la incertidumbre, donde no podemos entender a la seguridad de forma aislada. En el plano global, por un lado, Argentina está tratando de convertirse en un socio estratégico global confiable en un contexto de múltiples amenazas como el terrorismo internacional, como el ataque a infraestructuras críticas. En el contexto regional también sabemos que el bienestar de la Argentina no se puede disociar del bienestar de la región, ¿verdad? Y hay que destacar que la región es una zona de paz. Sin embargo, hemos visto cómo, y lo hemos visto ayer en el primer día de la Conferencia Hemisférica, cómo han crecido el crimen organizado transnacional y el narcotráfico. Va a ser muy interesante comprender más de cómo es la situación en Argentina, qué se está haciendo en materia de seguridad, de transparencia, de equipamiento de las fuerzas y también entender cómo es la situación a nivel regional. Para comenzar con la primera pregunta, quiero consultarle cómo ve usted la seguridad hoy en día, cómo ve que afecta a la Argentina y a la región en general.
Muchísimas gracias, muy buenos días a todos, muchísimas gracias por esa presentación tan generosa. Es un gusto para nosotros participar en este evento, agradecer, por supuesto, a la Universidad por estos espacios de discusión y es un gusto estar acá con ustedes. Frente a su pregunta sobre la situación actual y las amenazas para Argentina, que en definitiva son las amenazas para la región, porque si de algo estamos hoy seguros y convencidos es que todo lo que sucede tiene un efecto y una expansión transnacional. Es imposible pensar que los avances en un país o la situación en un país específico no repercute en la región. Y usted lo decía muy bien recién, nuestra región libre de conflictos, pero sin embargo sigue siendo la región más violenta del mundo en términos de homicidios, por ejemplo. Y acá quisiera empezar por ese lado, contando que luego de 2 años y 4 o 5 meses que lleva la actual gestión del presidente Javier Milei, y en este caso puntualmente la gestión de la seguridad nacional por parte del Ministerio, en su momento con la doctora Patricia Bullrich, que actualmente se desempeña como senadora de la República, y en mi caso primero como secretaria de Seguridad y ahora como ministra de Seguridad Nacional. Los resultados que tenemos hoy son el efecto de 2 años de esfuerzos frente al crimen organizado, al narcotráfico, al terrorismo. Y un resultado que es clave, la tasa de homicidios. Argentina hoy tiene la tasa de homicidio más baja de la región y más baja de nuestra historia, por lo menos desde que medimos los homicidios. Entonces, hoy Argentina tiene una tasa de homicidios de 3.7 homicidios cada 100.000 habitantes. Y quiero marcar esto porque el 19% de esos homicidios se vinculan al crimen organizado. A la hora de pensar en estrategias para reducir la acción del crimen organizado, deberíamos o nos estamos enfocando inicialmente en ese porcentaje de homicidios. Y la pregunta, bueno, ¿eso es mucho o es poco? Comparemos con América Latina. En América Latina, el 50% de los homicidios que ocurren están vinculados al crimen organizado. Es decir, como país estamos muy por debajo de ese porcentaje, y creo que ese es un dato importante. ¿Cómo son y cómo funcionan o qué tipo de organizaciones criminales tenemos en Argentina? Bueno, las organizaciones criminales tienen una actividad puntual, limitada a determinadas zonas territoriales, altamente focalizadas, y por supuesto actúan en muchos casos como intermediarios, tercerizan actividad criminal, incluso de organizaciones criminales cuyo origen está en los países, en los vecinos inmediatos, en el vecindario inmediato, como puede ser el Comando Bermelo o el PCC o organizaciones criminales entre Paraguay y Bolivia, o incluso Tren de Aragua, que tiene presencia fuerte en Chile, como intermediarios de estas organizaciones criminales, y se presentan básicamente hoy como multipropósitos o multifuncionales. Es decir, la organización criminal son clanes familiares inicialmente que se dedican al mismo tiempo, de acuerdo a las condiciones y coyunturas que se dan, narcotráfico o contrabando o trata de personas en las zonas fronterizas, es decir, diferentes modalidades. Es decir, en cualquiera de estos casos, la actividad criminal que se desarrolla, salvo determinadas excepciones, y quiero mencionar la ciudad de Rosario, que enseguida voy a detallar un poco más las características, con limitados niveles de violencia si comparamos con el resto de la región. Entonces, eso es un punto que me parece importante resaltar. Por supuesto, en este contexto, donde para nosotros llevamos 2 años consecutivos con cifras récords de incautaciones de cocaína y de marihuana, año 2024, año 2025, la semana pasada presentamos precisamente estos datos, no podemos descuidar o desentendernos que hoy la región y Sudamérica específicamente se presenta como el epicentro de la cocaína mundial. Colombia ha quintuplicado su producción, Perú ha incrementado su producción, Bolivia ha incrementado su producción, por lo tanto, se relativizan esos valores de incautaciones en la medida que la dinámica comercial y el tráfico de estupefacientes se ha afectado en términos de volúmenes, en términos de procesos, en términos de flujos y de redes en la región. El 2020, año de pandemia, fue un punto de inflexión para las organizaciones criminales. Siempre decimos, reiteramos esta idea, y es que si hubo un gran ganador de ese 2020 tan tremendo globalmente, para toda la ciudadanía, si hubo un gran ganador de esa pandemia, fueron las organizaciones criminales. Se modificaron las rutas, se modificaron las modalidades delictivas y eso generó también una configuración diferente del delito. Ahora bien, para sintetizar el conjunto de amenazas, que era puntualmente la pregunta, las amenazas hoy son globales. Sí, las amenazas tienen que ver con ese conjunto de consideraciones que hoy inciden en los procesos de seguridad nacional interno en los países. Amenazas en todos los niveles. Nosotros, lamentablemente, los argentinos tenemos un antecedente muy triste del año 92-94 del terrorismo internacional. Y hoy para nosotros eso es un factor fundamental de atención, de cuidado, de inteligencia frente a las dinámicas globales, a un conflicto específicamente y, por supuesto, a nuestra cercanía, nuestra alianza con Estados Unidos en la lucha contra el terrorismo mundial. Entonces, ahí se concentra una amenaza específica. Por supuesto, estos fenómenos criminales que decimos son transnacionales impactan también en otro tipo de consideraciones como la guerra en Europa o en Medio Oriente, tensiones por esa hegemonía global. Y cierro con una última consideración también muy importante, y es que Argentina en estos últimos 2 años, y acá quiero resaltar el trabajo que desde las distintas carteras se vienen realizando, en Argentina se está produciendo un gran cambio, se está constituyendo, conformando, más allá de nuestra tradicional exportación de alimentos o de granos y carnes, hoy Argentina se está constituyendo como un hub energético y minero. Y eso también nos vuelve atractivos en términos de amenazas, no solo en términos de inversiones, sino también en términos de amenazas. A partir de allí, esto nos impone cada vez más mayor atención, mayor esfuerzo en la inteligencia criminal y, por supuesto, es un valor fundamental en esa lectura nuestra relación con los Estados Unidos, con el trabajo que venimos haciendo y que hemos fortalecido en estos 2 años de gestión.
No, excelente, muy interesante y realmente me interesa mucho escuchar de cómo usted ha hablado de cómo ha cambiado nuestras estrategias del crimen organizado transnacional a partir de la pandemia, ¿verdad? Para profundizar un poco en ese tema, ¿cuáles considera usted que son las regiones que son más importantes en el cual se ha incrementado estas redes? Si hablamos de Argentina, o sea, ¿cuáles son las zonas más preocupantes que usted ve?
A ver, cuando nosotros arrancamos esta gestión, diciembre de 2023, el foco de violencia concentrado en nuestra ciudad de Rosario, para quienes no tienen quizás tan claro el mapa, que es una ciudad de 1,5 millones de habitantes en la costa del río Paraná, a 300 kilómetros de la ciudad de Buenos Aires, y menciono la importancia del puerto de la ciudad de Buenos Aires, porque hace parte de la ribera del Paraná, de nuestra hidrovía. ¿Y por qué menciono esto? Porque por la hidrovía transitan el 80% de nuestras exportaciones. La hidrovía es nuestra autopista interna de mayor comercio hacia el mundo. Y la ciudad de Rosario concentraba en ese momento la tasa de homicidio más alta. Quintuplicaba la tasa de homicidio a nivel nacional. Las bandas criminales se habían concentrado en la ciudad de Rosario, produciendo caos, desorden, temor ciudadano y, por supuesto, con una serie de atentados que afectaban la seguridad ciudadana y la seguridad nacional. Entonces, la ciudad de Rosario era el foco de esa situación de violencia extrema. Allí empezamos, en ese momento, insisto, con la doctora Patricia Bullrich, en la implementación de lo que se denominó el Plan Bandera. Sí, para nosotros es particular, la bandera
Tiene un significado particular.
en la ciudad de Rosario, porque es ahí donde nace nuestra bandera. El Plan Bandera es el resultado de 3 cosas. De la articulación y la coordinación en los distintos niveles jurisdiccionales, y eso tiene que ver con la gobernanza política del plan, la articulación entre nación, entre la provincia y entre el nivel local. Es decir, 3 niveles de articulación, 3 niveles jurisdiccionales. Entonces eso es muy importante tenerlo presente, independientemente de los colores políticos. Creo que ese es el punto que hay que resaltar y eso es clave para avanzar. Otro gran componente, la readecuación del sistema de justicia. Esto no se puede hacer, estos logros no hubieran sido posibles sin la puesta en marcha de un sistema acusatorio y una actualización de los procesos de justicia que aceleraran las respuestas. Tercer elemento a tener en cuenta, la implementación de un sistema de alto riesgo dentro del servicio penitenciario federal. El sistema de alto riesgo, muy ligado o muy similar al esquema de alto riesgo italiano, nos ha permitido que el servicio penitenciario, la inteligencia que se genera en el servicio penitenciario federal sea un insumo fundamental para el desbaratamiento de las organizaciones criminales. Es decir, un gran logro, Plan Bandera en la ciudad de Rosario. Segundo gran logro que quisiera mencionar o resultado, la recuperación del control del espacio público, ¿sí? El control del orden público. Y acá hay un elemento clave. En las últimas décadas, las organizaciones sociales, la población más vulnerable o en mayores condiciones de vulnerabilidad, estaba presa, secuestrada, vamos a decir de alguna manera, de los administradores de la pobreza, ¿sí? De personajes entre la política y la conducción que manipulaban a las organizaciones sociales y esto generaba un caos permanente a nivel urbano, principalmente en la ciudad de Buenos Aires y en algunas grandes ciudades del interior. El trabajo que se hizo desde el Ministerio de Capital Humano desbaratando esa mafia entre organizaciones sociales y en algunos casos líderes de políticas locales que manipulaban, ayudó a acelerar y a generar transparencia realmente en estas organizaciones y que no sean forzadas a participar en el espacio público. Y esto se complementó con otro tipo de medida, con un protocolo que le hemos llamado antipiquete, pero el protocolo antipiquete en síntesis es una medida de sentido común para organizar el recurso, garantizar la circulación de todos, ordenar el trabajo de las fuerzas federales y, por supuesto, garantizar la libre circulación, no solo en la ciudad, también en bloqueos que teníamos en rutas, en ingreso a puertos, en entradas a las empresas o a industrias o a parques industriales. Es decir, el garantizar que no solo el derecho al trabajo, el derecho a la circulación y, por supuesto, bajo la lógica de no puede haber crecimiento económico si no hay seguridad.
Correcto.
¿Sí? Entonces, ese vínculo era muy importante y por eso la seguridad productiva ha sido y sigue siendo uno de los ejes bandera del presidente Milei. Y quisiera cerrar con un último elemento dentro de esta caracterización que estamos haciendo y que tienen que ver con los procesos de control fronterizo. Ahí radica otro de los grandes temas, incluso que venimos trabajando en asocio con el gobierno de los Estados Unidos, en reforzar nuestros controles fronterizos. La Dirección Nacional de Migraciones, que hacía parte de otra cartera del Ministerio del Interior, hoy hace parte del Ministerio de Seguridad Nacional. No solo por una decisión administrativa o política, es porque hoy los procesos fronterizos y los procesos migratorios tienen que ver con la seguridad nacional. No estamos pensando en la migración como delito, no, para nada. Somos un país de migrantes.
Absolutamente.
Para nosotros la migración es uno de los fenómenos que nos identifica y que realmente es una prioridad. Pero sí estamos convencidos que el desorden migratorio genera severas consecuencias para la seguridad nacional. Entonces, los procesos migratorios controlados y más sólidos en la frontera norte, con Bolivia, con Paraguay, en el oeste con Chile y, por supuesto, con Brasil, son fundamentales para garantizar mejores condiciones de seguridad. Y finalmente, reformas organizativas u organizacionales al interior de las fuerzas. A veces, cuando uno habla de reformas al interior de las fuerzas de seguridad o en la estructura misma del ministerio, es poco tangible para el ciudadano, pero son son esas reformas, son esos cambios los que nos permite trabajar distinto. Entendemos que al ciudadano a veces esas transformaciones les cuesta más internalizarlas o vivenciarlas porque no se vuelven un tangible de manera inmediata, pero es lo que nos permite tener más institucionalidad, más control, menos corrupción y, por supuesto, cumplir con esos objetivos que tiene nuestra política de seguridad, que le apuntan a la defensa de la vida, garantizar la libertad y, por supuesto, cuidar la propiedad. Esos son los objetivos y los fines de nuestra política.
Excelente, nos ha dado un marco integral y realmente muy completo de cómo se ve la situación de seguridad en Argentina, cómo impactan estos flagelos. Hemos hablado un poco de qué se ha hecho, de los modelos, cuáles se han llevado a cabo, habló del modelo antipiquetes, habló del plan bandera, de todo el tema de control fronterizo. Le quiero preguntar, considerando lo que se ha hecho hasta acá, a este tiempo, y lo que queda por hacer en el próximo periodo de la administración Milei, ¿qué es lo que ve? ¿Cuáles son los desafíos? ¿Qué queda pendiente?
Bueno, yo creo que uno de los desafíos que para nosotros está claro y que siempre es un común denominador en los países de la región es que nuestras decisiones de política de seguridad sean cada vez más a largo plazo. Lamentablemente en nuestra región nos hemos visto siempre en los vaivenes de los cambios de gobierno y los cambios en las fluctuaciones de la política. Entonces, cada vez estamos más cerca de pensar en definiciones a mediano y largo plazo. En esta gestión nos quedan 2 años y medio por delante prácticamente ya, pero a lo que aspiramos en primer lugar es consolidar estos procesos a mediano y largo plazo. Eso es un gran desafío porque implica también una transformación y una priorización diferente de lo estratégico de lo eminentemente operativo. Y en la gestión de seguridad, todos quienes estamos acá, eso lo padecemos a diario. Muchas veces la urgencia le quita relevancia a lo estratégico, a lo de largo plazo, y un gran desafío es poder no descuidar en ningún momento los elementos estratégicos. Ahí entra un elemento clave que para nosotros es un eje y un desafío que tenemos que consolidar aún más, y es la cooperación internacional. Nosotros venimos trabajando en diferentes instancias de cooperación internacional y cuando uno mira para atrás, en los últimos 10 años, los avances han sido significativos, no solo porque estamos a una comunicación de teléfono con cualquier ministro de Seguridad de la región o cualquier jefe de policía, porque en el día a día nos pasa así. Yo puedo llamar a cualquiera de los ministros o a cualquier jefe de policía y nuestra comunicación es diaria. Pero debemos consolidar esa institucionalidad en Mercosur a nivel mucho más amplio, así como lo hemos venido trabajando en reiteradas oportunidades con instancias transnacionales, como lo es, por ejemplo, el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo, en alianzas que tienen que ver con fortalecer procesos de capacitación, de formación, de asistencia técnica y de entender que esta lógica colaborativa nos debe llevar a mejores decisiones en los elementos o en los frentes en los que estaba mencionando. Un tercer gran desafío que tenemos es adecuar esta lógica de la seguridad nacional a una Argentina diferente, porque estamos construyendo y aportando a una Argentina diferente. El gobierno del presidente Milei está haciendo cambios de fondo, no estamos poniendo curitas en los problemas o medidas, o parches en los problemas. Realmente estamos solucionando problemas de fondo, que esto tiene un traumatismo específico y a veces hasta doloroso, pero son cambios de fondo. Entonces, hoy Argentina se está consolidando, vuelvo con esta idea, como un centro dedicado a la producción minera, a la producción del gas, a la producción del petróleo, a mayor y mejor explotación de los recursos pesqueros en el Atlántico Sur, y eso impone también una condición de seguridad distinta. Y ni que hablar de los procesos migratorios. La evidencia muestra que en los últimos años los procesos migratorios ya no se están consolidando o ya no son los países altamente desarrollados el foco de destino, el mayor destino de los procesos migratorios, sino los países de ingresos medios. Y ahí empieza un gran desafío para un grupo de países de la región que debemos afrontar frente al control, a garantizar condiciones para que esto impacte también de manera positiva en las economías regionales y no desentender las economías regionales de la lógica de estos procesos migratorios. Pongo el ejemplo de nuestra frontera norte, donde llevamos implementado un plan de control fronterizo con Bolivia, o en la frontera del este, en la provincia de Misiones, frente a Brasil, o planes en la misma hidrovía, en el control de nuestra hidrovía. Entonces, esos desafíos también tienen que ver con esos controles. Y quisiera resaltar dos elementos más que para nosotros ya hoy están marcando una dinámica transnacional, como es la próxima implementación del corredor bioceánico. Es como nuestro canal de Panamá del Cono Sur, y ese corredor bioceánico va a tener consecuencias no solo logísticas o de transporte, también va a tener unas consecuencias en la conformación y dinámica del crimen organizado, de las organizaciones criminales. Nosotros estamos avanzando en un acuerdo con Chile y con Bolivia. Me estoy adelantando
primicia
a esta medida, que lo estamos planteando a nivel de presidentes, de que nuestros 3 presidentes puedan firmar un nuevo comando tripartito. Nosotros tenemos un comando tripartito desde hace 25 años en la triple frontera de Argentina, Brasil y Paraguay, en la ciudad de Puerto Iguazú, de nuestro lado. Ese comando tripartito, estamos replicando esa metodología en Argentina, Chile y Bolivia. Hoy tenemos una interlocución distinta con Chile y con Bolivia, los cambios de gobierno nos favorecen y creo que tenemos una ventaja, en este caso los argentinos, que llevamos 2 años ya de un gobierno que permite estos cambios, que permite mirar y entender la seguridad nacional no ideologizada, la seguridad nacional distanciándonos de posiciones que tanto daño nos han hecho a todos los latinoamericanos y a los argentinos en particular, precisamente con esa mirada fragmentada frente al delito, frente a las víctimas y frente a las fuerzas de seguridad, que es finalmente el desafío que debemos sostener y consolidar a futuro.
Excelente, ¿no? Muy interesante y muy grato saber que se está trabajando con la región, con los países vecinos para realmente abordar las amenazas que nos ocupan en estos tiempos. Mi última pregunta sería respecto a, usted ha hablado un poco del tema del trabajo basado en evidencia,
sí.
¿no? Y es muy importante cómo se ha venido transformando la Argentina en este tiempo, en un país donde las estadísticas a veces no fueron muy certeras y donde se ha abandonado un poco ese proceso a nivel de sostenibilidad, a nivel de visión estratégica, a nivel de no ideologizar lo que es el conocimiento basado en evidencia. ¿Qué nos puede decir de los cambios que se han hecho en el tema de este aspecto?
Bueno, Esos cambios no iniciaron ahora el trabajo sobre evidencia, por lo menos en seguridad. Nosotros desde el año 2015-2016, en nuestra anterior gestión, en ese momento también el mismo equipo que está hoy en seguridad es el equipo que estuvo durante el 2015-2019, prácticamente el mismo equipo, y nosotros ahí hicimos un gran paso en la historia de las estadísticas en Argentina, fue la recuperación de las estadísticas. La recuperación de las estadísticas que en otros gobiernos prácticamente no era una prioridad ni generarlas, ni mucho menos utilizarlas. Hoy las estadísticas son nuestra hoja de ruta, es nuestra hoja de ruta para la toma de decisiones. El gran desafío que tenemos precisamente los tomadores de decisión es la incorporación de ese conocimiento que generan las estadísticas, de esa información y de ese conocimiento a los procesos de toma de decisiones, que las decisiones sean coherentes a eso. A nosotros, yo cuento, hay un dato muy significativo, vuelvo al tema de los homicidios. Nosotros tenemos un plan en implementación que es el plan 90-10, le llamamos. ¿Y por qué 90-10? Porque las estadísticas precisamente mostraban que el 90% de los homicidios ocurren en el 10% del territorio. Entonces, ¿qué hicimos? Pues concentrarnos en ese 10% del territorio. Eso implica focalización de los recursos, que siempre son pocos, mejor toma de decisiones, patrullaje más inteligente, inteligencia criminal focalizada. Y esa producción de la estadística, pongo el caso de los homicidios porque es el más tangible para todos, pero así lo hacemos en todos los frentes. Sin las estadísticas o sin ese componente de gestión de información es imposible. Y a tal punto que la implementación de este plan 90-10 nos permitió bajar los homicidios en 15 jurisdicciones. ¿Cuáles jurisdicciones? Argentina somos 24 jurisdicciones, 23 provincias más la ciudad de Buenos Aires. En el año 2025 los homicidios no solo bajaron en Rosario, en la ciudad de Rosario específicamente, pero en 15 provincias más. Es decir, poner el foco efectivamente en aquellos territorios más violentos, más vulnerables, más complejos, con base en conocimiento en esa construcción de la evidencia, es lo que nos ha permitido tener este tipo de resultados. O sea, hoy es innegociable el no tener en cuenta las estadísticas para la toma de decisiones. Eso es un elemento para nosotros vital.
Muchas gracias, ministra. Queremos agradecerle su disponibilidad para participar de esta conferencia de seguridad hemisférica por este tan interesante charla ejecutiva y la despedimos con un gran aplauso.
Muchísimas gracias. Muchísimas gracias.
What an amazing panel. Let's have another round of applause while they walk off the stage. So hello, my name is Martin Brown. I am a researcher at the Jack Gordon Institute and also a master's student part of the Global Affairs program at FIU. Today I'll be briefing on our new China Influence Dashboard, looking at the last 26 years of China's influence through Latin America. As you can see above me, starting in the 2000 period, we really want to understand at Jack D. Gordon how China has invested themselves, embedded themselves with influence into the region of Latin America. We want to look at the four instruments of national power: diplomacy, information, military, and economics, to understand the full weight of China's influence and embedment into the region. Looking at their four core objectives as our keystones in this research being isolating the US, isolating Taiwan, access to trade, and access to markets. And as you can see now in 2026, they are embedded into the region, and we have seen with their 2025 white paper that they are here to stay, and they're going to try to grow that economic entanglement. And I'm going to show you the patterns today of how they came to where they are today. So if we go back to 2000 and look really only at the economic and Taiwanese diplomatic allies, you can see that Taiwan had a strong footholding, especially in the Central American region. And there were a few legacy projects that China owned in the region, whether there was ports in Peru or the Cristobal and Balboa port in Panama. If you then fast forward 10 years from now, you can see that, again, China is growing slowly throughout the region in mineral investments, keeping those footholds in the ports of the Panama Canal, and at the same time, those Taiwanese diplomatics are strong, with slight increases in trade partners throughout the region in Brazil, Chile, and Uruguay. But there's still nothing definitive. Yet this year is a fundamental change in understanding how China wants to go into Latin America and the region as a whole. As around that time period, China's first white paper came out on China and Latin America, going into their 4 core objectives, which I mentioned earlier: isolating Taiwan, isolating the US, access to markets, and access to trade. Fast forward 7 years now, and this is a fundamental year again because of one reason, and it is up here in the little Panama country itself. When you look at Panama, it is the first country in Latin America to become a BRI, Belt and Road Initiative member in Latin America. That is a fundamental change, and I'll tell you why in a second. But the first thing to note, in that 17-year period from 2000 to 2017, total FDI was $162 billion, going into mineral projects in Peru, in Chile, not in Argentina yet, but you'll see a few in a second. When you fast forward to 2021, you can see that China just blows up the region when it comes to investments in trade and military. You see the rapid growth of Confucius Institutes, of safe city projects, space infrastructure. And these Confucius Institutes are used not only to embed ideology and political alignment in the youth population, but also within the police, national militaries, border security, especially at the University of Panama in Panama City. Their Confucius Institute, when it was inaugurated, came out to say, we are here for the Border Patrol to understand Chinese curriculum and doctrine on top of the younger audiences. You can also see a massive uptick in military activity, from law enforcement presence to military engagements, arms sales. And of course, as I was mentioning earlier, when it comes to trade and the access to markets, in 2021, that 4-year period, BRI expanded not just from Panama, but into Bolivia, into Chile, into Peru. And that grew their total FDI to $150 billion in a 4-year period. So almost doubling what took them to do in 17 years, they did in 4. Because the BRI was a fundamental change in how they were investing into the region. It allowed them to bring their infrastructure in, be able to embed their influences through the ownership and the majority control of these projects. You have projects such as in Ecuador. If you could just zoom into the map, you could see in Ecuador a Safe City project, which is an infrastructure development project, but also a surveillance initiative, EQ 911. In EQ 911, it allows for criminal prevention and disaster risk monitoring, but it does it through a facial recognition feature that was inaugurated by Xi Jinping that tracks and understands all forms of transit hubs throughout Ecuador, being in places like the Quito and Guayaquil airports, and in the Machala province, and the Machala province being known as one of the largest exporters of bananas, which China heavily relies on in Brazil as an import. And also you see that this project is overseen and run fully by Huawei with their 3,000 employees on 24/7 shifts, allowing Huawei to automatically comb data throughout all of Ecuador to understand how the transit hubs and economic hubs work, being a dual-use system, not only to, yes, provide security for Ecuador, but at the same time, understand how they can economically integrate themselves by automatically integrating and combing the data that they receive from these facial monitoring devices all throughout Ecuador. We also can see that when it comes to how the BRI influences how a country shifts, we see that in places like Argentina down south, that there are massive mineral investments that happen in that 3 or 4 year period. And on top of that, there were safe city projects put exactly where those mines were so they can protect their economic investments while also monitoring for further investments in the region itself, on top of the Confucius Institutes in the area of Argentina. And then when you fast forward to 2026, you can see that is exactly where we are today when it comes with China and Latin America. They have the BRI, which they use as an infrastructure development program to put dual-use infrastructure on top of economic development that, of course, isolates Taiwan from the region because, as you can see, with the rapid growth of economic development comes the rapid growth of political alignment with China. So countries in Central America like Nicaragua, who flipped, I'm pretty sure in 2021, from the BRI to the BRI and pushed away from being a Taiwanese diplomatic ally, had a massive number of investments in a 3 or 4 year period. As you can see, from 2020 to 2026, they are massively growing themselves to be a politically aligned economic power with China in the region because of the BRI, because of initiatives such as that. And so that is where we are today, especially with the third white paper that just came out, listing, as I said earlier, that they are here to entrench their assets in the region and continue growing. And now I would like to introduce to the stage the next panel, which will go into the external powers and how they are investing themselves in Latin America, and how those external powers, being China, Iran, Russia, are all in their own unique way finding how to come into the Western Hemisphere, how to invest, how to grow their own assets, and achieve those 4 objectives: access to markets, access to trade, isolating the US from their own hemisphere, and of course, isolating other allies such as Taiwan, which is China specific. And being the moderator for this upcoming panel is Vera Berger-Gruen, apologies, who is currently a national security correspondent with the Wall Street Journal. She served as a senior correspondent with the Times Magazine, and in 2017, she was a part of a Pulitzer Prize winning team on a Panama investigation. So please, a round of applause for the next panel. Thank you.
Good morning. You can hear me. Thanks so much. So this is obviously a great topic, basically most of the topic of this conference. We're meeting in this moment where the United States is no longer treating the Western Hemisphere as a secondary theater, as we've been hearing for this whole time. And as someone who covers Latin America a lot in a national security context, for the last 12 years, it's been a very rare chance in Washington to really be able to cover that in a national security context, which has never been the case usually for Latin America. It's always a forgotten arena when it comes to being a priority for pretty much any US administration. Obviously, the Trump administration in the second term has really changed that. So, we speak a lot about the Monroe Doctrine, what that means. In Latin America, this tends to, press a lot of historic sensitivities, as we all know. It tends to kind of be seen as, invasion, as interference from the United States. When you speak to US officials in Washington, they're really kind of bringing it back to protecting the US influence sphere in their own hemisphere, looking back into its backyard, really making sure that it serves the United States and regional interests, and also keeping other external powers out, which was partly the original intent of the Monroe Doctrine. So, when you speak to Trump officials in Washington, those who've been around this for a long time, who are experts in this, definitely understand that they're often pressing a lot of those historic sensitivities with the president's rhetoric and actions when it comes to Panama, Cuba, Venezuela, and how that may be pushing some of these countries sometimes back into the arms of other external actors. So we've got a great panel here today. We've got Rafael Marrero, the founder of the Miami Strategic Intelligence Institute, Renee Novikov, a senior fellow at FIU's Jack Gordon Institute for Public Policy, Vladimir Rubinsky. He's the director of the Laboratory of Politics and International Relations at ICESI University, and Martin Vladimirov, the director of the Energy and Climate Program at the Center for the Study of Democracy. So to start and kind of set us off and set, I think, the stage, I would like to ask each of you what you think of when you think of how external powers are reshaping security in the Americas. Because I think many of us think of it in the old, outdated Cold War frame. That's what most of us grew up with. It obviously looks very different now. It's not just about bases or about even economic power. It's about so much more. So maybe starting with you, Rafael, when you look at it, what is the biggest concern? What is the biggest thing you're looking at when it comes to external powers?
Well, one of our main theses, good morning, and thank you for having us, by the way, and I'm honored to be here, so thank you to the Jack Gordon Institute, and thank you for having me on this panel. The first thing that comes to mind is that as we clearly state in our recent book, Chinese Social Imperialism, which is focused on the growing presence of China in LATAM, and Latin America and the Caribbean, is that China no longer needs armies just to have domination over a section and over a territory. And that's become a problem because we look at things conventionally just from a standpoint of troops, boots on the ground, armor, and when you really look at it, China has wisely and intelligently exploited the loopholes that we ourselves created by abandoning this theater of operations. We've created a vacuum, and they've been ably leveraging it against our very own interest. And as they have pointed out to me directly during my trips to China, well, if you let yourself be fooled, then shame on you. It's one of their very, very practical ways of looking at things. So part of the situation we find ourselves in today is the direct result of failed analyses, national intelligence estimates that were way off in their calculations. We can see that with the resurgence of Team B almost 50 years ago, right, in the competitive intelligence exercises there. China has positioned itself within everything. So 500 years after the initial conquest of the Americas, here we have a new form of imperialism, one that embeds itself in code, in debt trap, in organizational agreements and memorandums of understanding that seem to be harmless, that seem to be good-willed, and that are not forceful upon the nations that sign them, only to then find out that the people that really own and operate those ports are Chinese nationals, not locals, that you have no control over what happens in your own jurisdiction, such as in the case of Chiang Kai, such as what is happening right now in Southam. The bottom line is the PRC and the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, wants to rule the area. They've manifested their intentions very, very clearly. They want to dominate critical minerals, and we need to not react to things or think of LATAM as an afterthought, which I think has been part of the problem. Partly our arrogance, in part as a nation, and part of that whole reactive mode and the change in administrations. We need a consistent, coherent foreign policy, and we need to think about the interest of the entire region because we don't exist in a vacuum. And that's one of my biggest concerns with how we've been handling this.
Yeah, we'll go back to that for sure. Renee?
Thank you. And thank you to FIU. So I want to peel this apart a little bit because there are three players in the region that are challenging U.S. influence there. There's China, which we've talked a lot about. There's Russia, and there's still Iran. So I'm going to start with just a big picture, and that is this has been going on forever. That's why there's a Monroe Doctrine. During the Soviet era, we had all kinds of tit for tat between the US and the Soviet Union in Latin America. With the breakup of the Soviet Union, the US felt like, okay, we're safe now. And that's when we looked away. And when we looked away, that's when China said, aha, it's our moment. And it was also the moment when China was becoming more powerful. And China had a longer term plan. I remember being an analyst. I've been following this for over 25 years. Being an analyst and saying, wait a minute, just as you saw with our FIU students up here, showing what China was doing economically, we were doing that by hand. We didn't have the dashboard. We were doing that by hand and showing the encroachment that was going on with China in the region. And we'd bring that to Washington. I was down here at Southcom working it. We'd bring it to Washington, and we'd get, that's just regular trade. It's regular economics. Nothing to worry about. And we kept saying, but wait. They're going into all those areas that are important, where the key infrastructure is. And people weren't listening. Then we saw Russia come in. It was about the time of Putin, once Putin consolidated power. Russia had gone through their breakup, and Russia came in. Russia had a different approach. They didn't have the money that China had. China was already in the area. Russian did the same tactics that they had done back during the Soviet era. And that was more the irregular warfare type of tactics. Their focus was disinformation, using media and social media in the region to get a narrative that was an anti-US narrative. They built more RT stations throughout the region. Even today, they offer money to journalists to go to put in articles into local papers. They offer free workshops. So there's a key disinformation part, which is that gray zone area. And then the Russians are a lot more in your face with the US. They upped the ante when it came to military ties, especially among the three major countries that they have key ties with, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba. You saw them sign mill-to-mill agreements and place their folks, whether proxies or increase military folks in all those countries. And then finally, when it comes to Iran, Iran's long used the region as an area where they can make money and move money. And that's what the region is largely what the region is for. Jury's out on what's going to happen with what else is going on in Iran right now. So the future with Iran being an influence in the region, I think is up in the air. But that's the big picture.
Right.
Yeah, thank you. Vladimir?
Yes, thank you again for FIU to having us here, but I also would like to thank the organizers for thinking well about the agenda. I think what we are talking now is a good complement to what been discussed before us. So I will not repeat all those ideas, of course, but I would like to emphasize some of the differences that I believe sometimes are missed. First of all, yes, I do agree with you that the external powers here, it's not something new. We've been here before. The Soviet experience, of course, is very much relevant. At least 2 or 3 times I've heard yesterday mentioning of the Cuban Missile Crisis, 1962, which Moscow loved to go back and back and back. But I think Russia-China strategies are very much different from what the Soviet Union was doing here. And this is important always to take into consideration. And they're different because, and that's something also I would like to thank the organizer, this networking breakfast sometimes are so useful, because I've been talking to one of the participants, why were we actually discussing the presence of the external powers in the Western Hemisphere? And I think that the questions we have to answer as well. Why China, Russia, Iran, and some other external power are interested in the Western Hemisphere? And the answer is very clear, because we are living in the age of the global rivalry, geopolitics are back, and they, of course, are well aware that that's the same neighborhood we share with the United States and with Latin American countries. So this is the first point I would like to mention. The second, yes, you're right saying that the 1990s, we in Latin America felt that we are sort of abandoned. But it's not only China and Russia that rushed into the space. There was also Latin Americans looking for new possibilities. And I think that dimension of the process is also important to take into consideration. Because what those external powers understand very quickly, that they can exploit those vulnerabilities that exist in Latin America. And this is a big difference, I think, what we found with Martin and some of the reports I've been working with. Yes, China also interested in money. Money making is there. But as you mentioned, we have to look where the investments go, what kind of dependency they create. So this is sort of like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, gaining money, getting money for the Chinese industry, replacing the traditional economic relationships that existed with the United States and other Western powers, but at the same time having this sort of control over the very sensitive security process that are taking place. And I would also suggest that we have to move this timeline a little bit back in the 1990s. And it's particularly important for Russia. Russia obviously is not China. It doesn't have the same economic might, but for those, I would say, 20, 25 years after the collapse of the Soviet Union, they have developed a very particular modus operandi. They realize very quickly they can't compete with China. They can't compete with many other actors. So what they do, they create dependency with very, very sensitive areas. So they use those dependencies shamelessly, right, in order to gain the political, the actives, the things they want politically from those countries. And all of this camouflage within these narratives of multipolar world, of Russia being supporter of the global South. And I think the last but not least, we have to work even more in order to raise awareness of the real intentions of China and Russia and Iran and some other countries. So we have to actually fight those narratives that promoted by those countries and unfortunately supported by some of people, even experts in Latin America, that saying, well, it's actually a very legal process. You know, we have to compete. We have to open the space for those actors. If we understand what they're looking for, I think this will provide us with the opportunity to just explain the decision makers what is behind of all this. Thank you.
Martin, sorry to leave you for last, but yeah.
Last but not least, well, I would like to also thank the FIU for cooperating with us. We just signed an MOU between CSD and FIU 2 days ago, and I'm especially grateful to the leadership of Brian Fonseca. This is the kind of evidence-based research that was shown before that CSD is also aiming at and has been trying to do in different regions of the world, and this is what we have missed for the last 20 years. This acute understanding of what has been happening in terms of geoeconomic realignment. So today is actually a strange day. Today is the day when Vladimir Putin came to power. He was sworn in as president 26 years ago. A year later, China joined the WTO. This is not a coincidence that in the past 25 years, we have moved from the US being the main trading partner to most countries in Latin America to China being the biggest partner, with the exception of Mexico and a few others. And this has happened without us knowing about it, almost. I think 10 years ago, no one was discussing these problems. They became much more, I would say, prevalent only after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And this coincided not only with an attempt to counter Russian presence and Russian footprint in different parts of the world, but also with an increasing understanding that we need to follow a similar path of de-risking and even decoupling from China in different areas. But we have been very slow to actually act. And since 2022, especially in the case of Russia, Russia has tried to find new ways to reinvent its business partnerships, its political commitments outside of Europe, because Europe has gradually decoupled its dependence on Russia. So these capitals, which are in the hundreds of billions of dollars of foreign direct investment, have to be moved somewhere else. And so Russia has tried to aggressively penetrate Africa, Latin America, even places in East Asia. Brazil now is the biggest importer of Russian fertilizers in the world. Russian petroleum products make up most of the supply in places like Brazil, even Bolivia, Argentina. Brazil is the 5th largest contributor to the Kremlin's war effort, according to our assessment. So yes, Russia is a minor economic player compared to China, but it's not entirely out of the game because, as you mentioned, they lock in countries in these long-term asymmetric supply arrangements, which are then exploited to achieve an outsized political influence. China does this on a much grander scale, and China, I think, is fighting for dominance in the critical sector, the emerging sectors that would kind of dominate the economic development pathways of the region for the foreseeable future. This is critical raw materials, nuclear energy, space technologies, cyber technologies. This is where China might have the upper hand still. If we look at nuclear energy projects in Argentina, who is in pole position? And at least until Milei was obviously China. Brazil is cooperating with both Russia and China on nuclear. I can go on and go on. I mean, Venezuela is indebted to I think, to $100 billion to China. How is Venezuela going to pay this money? So there's still many instruments for China and Russia to continue projecting power. And this is only the economy. We're not even mentioning the sharp power instruments that you already talked about, media disinformation, but also, co-opting of elites, political, cultural elites, and changing the public debate on critical strategic issues.
Yeah.
And then finally, in what we published just 2 days ago here with the colleagues, Vladimir is also part of this great assessment of illicit activities and how Russia and China and Iran are using illicit actors to undermine political stability, coherence of democratic institutions. And so the US, yes, has reasserted its dominance in the region. Obviously, the national strategy of the US shows that clearly, the actions in Venezuela, but only coercion would not be enough. There needs to be a kind of a constructive strategy to offer incentives, to offer alternatives to all these governments, to also try to decouple or de-risk their relationships with these authoritarian states.
Thank you so much, yeah. So I'm going to have some questions more pointed at each of you, but feel free to jump in, obviously. One of the things that I think, at least from my perspective as a reporter, has been the most interesting is, again, there's been this intense focus on the hemisphere now. Obviously, generally, people think that's a good thing, that it's been neglected for too long. But it's also being used, a lot of the rhetoric around it is also often used for political ends, and it's also kind of imprecise. So sometimes, whether it's oil, economics, whatever often this administration is speaking about, sometimes it's unclear if it's an operational threat or if they're using the threat of China, the threat of Russia, Iran as a, kind of a boogeyman sometimes to justify other kinds of actions. And I'm curious for you, Rafael, I mean, the issue of Cuba is so interesting because the president signed an order in January saying that Cuba presents an extraordinary national security threat to the United States. A lot of people say that is really overstated in terms of the actual threat that Cuba itself could pose. I know you have written about this in terms of, obviously, Cuba itself as a base or an ally for some of these external actors. I'd be curious what you think about the rhetoric, the operational threat.
The question of Cuba is anything but rhetorical. It's a clear and present danger to the interests of the United States and to our national security. Much to our detriment, we've actually undermined and played down the strategic importance of Cuba and its geoeconomic, geopolitical, and military importance in the Caribbean. And because of its position, it has an advantage over many other countries, and it serves as a proxy to many of our foreign adversaries and our adversarial threats. The question is, we keep saying Cuba is not a threat, but then we have cases like Ana Belén Montes, right? And we have ambassadors that have been basically approached by foreign actors and recruited into their intelligence services. The fact of the matter is, Cuba is the head of the snake. And for far too long, we've allowed this whimsical, laissez-faire attitude and taken sort of a back seat to the whole question of Cuba. Cuba must be free. We cannot have a socialist, communist regime, a totalitarian regime 90 miles south of us. And this is above and beyond partisan politics. We need to look at this as Americans and look at our interests across the board, right? Fidel Castro in the past placed his country under a nuclear threat. He literally wanted to have the Russians, or the USSR at the time, attack the United States and use those missiles and had them pointed toward us. Right now, they are in a position to conduct electromagnetic pulse attacks, denial of service hacks through the PLA units that are in Cuba right now. And this is a reality. This is not myth. It's a fact. They have the ability to literally take down our banking system. They have the ability to take down our ports because they know the code that's there, that's embedded in the critical machines that move. They can close down the port of New Orleans. What happens to our oil reserves then? We need to think about this as long-term strategy not just immediate gain. And we really, really need to get into the business of developing partnerships with the private sector, real partnerships, because deindustrialization has a cost. We see it today. We see it in the Iron Belt states where fentanyl has become a problem in the very deindustrialized zones across America. We need to start developing a coherent strategy of decoupling with China and bringing those industries to the Americas. When I say the Americas, I mean the hemisphere, to create opportunities across all of LATAM and the Caribbean. The Caribbean basin can boom economically with some of the changes that we need to make in our relationship with China. We need to lessen the dependency on the big Asian power right now, relocate some of those industries, mission-critical industries and production, including to the territory of Puerto Rico, which is a US territory. I don't know why, just for the sake of balancing the budget, one president just eliminated Section 936 of the IRS tax code and thereby it deindustrialized all of the pharmaceuticals that were located in Puerto Rico. They left. These are political stunts that are costing our nation. So people say that elections have consequences. My friends, deindustrialization and lack of coherence in economics and geoeconomics have further implications. We're looking at it today. Cuba still has a socialist, a revolutionary government in place that has been part of the problem across the Americas. They've created the Movimiento 19, M19. They've been a host to the FARC. They've had the Basque Etarras living there in clandestinity. They've had all forms of revolutionary movements housed there right under our noses, 90 miles south of us. This is anything but rhetorical. It's a real clear and present danger. We have to face it. We have to shut it down once and for all and turn that country into what it once began to be, which is the Monaco of the Caribbean.
If I can add to that on Cuba as a threat, I 100% agree. It is not rhetorical, and you touched on this. Housed on Cuba is listening posts for both Russia and China. They have the ability to focus in on all of the important southern military commands that we have here, bases, et cetera. So not only can they shut things down, they're also listening to what's going on in all these important intelligence areas for the United States. And that also needs to be shut down.
That's right.
I think,
Sorry, just one more point, something that I was already telling here. Cuba managed, unfortunately, to gain a kind of high level of solidarity among Latin Americans, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
They, unfortunately, and I would say it again, but they're doing a very good job in order to position themselves in the way which completely wrong about what Cuba is and what Cuba is doing. But they're very good in that. One of the reasons of the disaster of the economic situation, of the catastrophe Cuban people have, is precisely of the dependence that the Soviet Union created back in the times of the Cold War. So we have to make efforts to explain also this. We have to also work with Latin America because otherwise it would be very difficult to do whatever might happen to Cuba, right? We need to get this support from Latin America.
To me, one of the most tangible things that I reported on, which I think sometimes people just kind of, even though it's real, it does feel like words unless you have a story that illustrates it, was the hundreds of Cuban mercenaries who basically were sent to fight in Ukraine on behalf of Russia. And I thought that was, reporting on those.
It's at least the latest figures I saw were in the thousands.
It's in the thousands.
In the thousands, yeah. So, kind of reporting on things like that where people understand that, I think sometimes is a more tangible way to get at it. Renee, I wanted to kind of follow up on that. I mean, we're discussing this just through the context of Cuba, for example, but when we're looking at all of these external powers, sometimes we see them all as separate threats and separate lanes, right? We think China is economical, they have all this economic tentacles, they're sinking into the region. Russia is usually more seen as disinformation these days, as creating a different kind of chaos. Iran sometimes as terrorism, cartels as crime. But ultimately, I mean, aren't they all increasingly overlapping? Aren't they all kind of feeding off each other in the vacuum?
They are. I don't think you could say that they're working together per se.
Right.
But the overlapping is a really good way of describing it.
Yep.
And there are parts I sometimes wonder, do they also sort of trip over each other as they're doing this? Because you see, one of the ways of influence in gaining power is, for example, doing military training for the countries in Latin America. And you see Russia, China, and to some extent Iran, used to be, bringing folks in from Latin America to do training in their places. You know, how much is there overlap there? Are they sort of falling over each other? But they send those folks, then those folks go back and they become more senior military officers, and they've got that training from these other countries, which is fascinating. You don't see, I don't know that you'd see the overlap so much on the social media side, maybe a little bit with Iran and Russia. I don't see as much with China, and I think it's largely a language issue there. But you also can see it with, again, on the diplomacy side, and I think you talked a little bit about that. So the idea in the non-aligned movement is not a big deal anymore. It used to be a big deal, but there are other ways that both Russia and China are bringing together those folks that aren't happy with the United States, that are trying to do their own thing and not be under the U.S. Power to say. So you see them, that's where they do work together, and that's an area where the United States could work a little harder on and be a good partner and not an overwhelming partner. And that is something that Russia and China do a good job at least on the outside, being more of a good partner while they sort of infiltrate. And then the last thing I want to talk about is a little bit about the infrastructure. So you've had, for years, in Cuba still, and in Venezuela, both Russian and Chinese engineers putting together the infrastructure throughout the region. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. Cheaper, easier to get the contracts, et cetera. Well, with that infrastructure, being a good intel person, I would say there's stuff in that infrastructure. Stuff that can be shut off easily or used to listen, sensors, et cetera. How much that overlaps with each other would be fascinating to know. Are they working together on that? Or do they trip over each other in that area? So.
Yeah, and, sorry.
If I may, just to add to what Renee was just saying right now, which is spot on. In the case of Cuba, for example, just as an example, the reconstruction of Cuba from an infrastructure standpoint will require, and estimates range from $70 to $100 billion initially, as far as mission critical infrastructure. We're looking at the roads, we're looking at electric power, we're looking at telecoms, and everything that you need really to set up shop to then go in there and usher in a democratic civil society, right? Operating under a free Cuba, of course. I'm not saying go in there now with the regime in place. There can be no business with assassins and murderers that are in place right now. They must be outed, they must be ousted, and then we need to establish free and fair elections once the people are ready to do that. But there has to be some sort of transition, and the United States has to play a role, because if we do not, then we're opening the way, we're basically paving the way for other actors to come in and leverage that telecom infrastructure that they have to steal our IP. And then that goes back to how we've been losing our advantage, our strategic competitive advantage as a nation, because our taxpayer-funded research and development initiatives that take decades for the fifth generation fighter jets, for example. Look at how the Chinese have literally copied what we've developed and cost us years to develop, and all of the different components. I mean, this has to stop. We need to protect our intellectual property, because it is the backbone of our national industrial program. Without it, we're losing this whole battle, this whole war.
Yeah.
Just to add to this, perhaps some kind of a different dimension to this. I think there is no, at least I don't have any evidence that I can present here that there has been some kind of coordination of the policies that are conducted by China, by Russia, some others. They certainly do not contradict each other, but they also have something in common, and I think this is important to take into consideration. They are very knowledgeable about what is happening in the region. You can see Chinese going and to negotiate on the regional level, for example, in Colombia. I observe it all the time. They know all the names of the regional government. They know people who are in charge of what. They go directly, they talk to those people. So this is a sort of penetration we see, right? And the other thing, I think the deputy director mentioned something very important also today in the morning before us. She was telling about the speed, right? And I think when we look at Nicaragua, when we look at some other places where Russian are present and Chinese are present, and we don't see for now some kind of alert that would trigger some kind of immediate response, we should be also aware that they know perfectly when to strike, and they look for the opportunities, and they position through the networks to do this perfectly.
Yeah.
So I think this is a real
I'll go back to that because that's really interesting. But Martin, sorry, on that front, I think one of the most interesting things is that, you know, we're talking a lot about Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua. I think all of those have obvious incentives to be allowing a lot of this. But even when you look at some of the most conservative or even the most aligned with, like openly aligned with the Trump administration countries, you've got Nayib Bukele in El Salvador, you've got Javier Milei in Argentina. You know, you go to the capital of El Salvador and they have this massive Chinese-built library. They have the Chinese flag flying. You go to Argentina, and even though Milei campaigned on aligning with the United States, like ultimately this penetration, this economic infrastructure we've talked about that they developed for decades is not going to be torn out from one day to the next. How, you know, I'd be curious for your thoughts on how the US can offer real credible alternatives for financing, for everything else. It's obviously maybe a generational project. It's not something you can do, you know, from one year to the other, but I'm curious about that.
Well, I think the first step is dismantling the state capture networks within these countries that are enabling, you know, corrosive capital coming from China or from Russia to take advantage of these deficits and lock countries into these long-term agreements, in these long-term projects. Usually the US companies or the EU companies, I'm saying usually because everyone takes advantage of state capture, but they tend not to be so aggressive in doing that. So you saw how in Bolivia, Western companies were basically sidelined during the Mas rule for the development of the lithium resources. And I think to the point that you guys have raised on cooperation, China and Russia are very well cooperating in Bolivia on lithium. They were able to, and I think you have done great reporting on that. They have basically been able to dominate the public procurement contracts around lithium exploration. Similarly, PDVSA's relationship in Venezuela with both China and Russia point to infiltration from the inside. So you have the executives of these state-owned companies, not only in Venezuela, but all across the region, they have an incentive to actually partner with a powerful country or state-owned company from China or Russia, because this gives them leeway for you know, kind of deliver very quickly on a major project and benefit themselves. And these networks, because they are very much linked to government circles, to the central government, this creates a spillover effect. It's not a surprise that a state-owned energy company official signs a contract with Rosneft. These people are then going to deliver funds to networks that are part of the ruling elite. And of course, the ruling elite will then have to abide by these agreements, have to look the other way if China or Russia are doing some sketchy things in the illicit space. So the first step is dismantling state capture networks, improving governance systems, democratic institutions. So that's so important now to see a transition period in Venezuela, because otherwise the current state capture networks are very much alive and well. The second element, I think, is that in order to fight a footprint, you need to fight with footprint. There needs to be also some kind of a US centrally state-coordinated foreign investment action, similar to the one that China and Russia exercising. I think we see that in Venezuela, this kind of concentrated push for US companies to gain traction in the country. Because this is the name of the game in the current multipolar world where you don't have the domination of international kind of economic institutions like the World Trade Organization, IMF. You get into this more transactional approach. And I think this is fine. If the US and the EU don't adopt some of this transactional approach, they're going to lose out to China and Russia. Right. This means that sometimes you need to look the other way in order to gain control of a strategic resource or strategic sector, but then use this new capital, this constructive capital, say, to change the market environment. Because these players, they bring with themselves not only investment, not only capital, they bring knowledge, they bring different rules to the game. And we have seen that in Costa Rica. I was in Costa Rica last year for a conference. Yes. Why is Costa Rica so different? In my opinion, it's because you have a giant Intel manufacturing plant in the middle of San Jose. Would you have this alignment with the US in Costa Rica if you didn't have that strategic investment? So you need to fight footprint with footprint.
Just to add a few things to what Martin was saying, I think this is also crucial, where we look for this malign influence of those actors. Because we look at the big numbers, we look about the trade, we look about infrastructure. This is all things we have to do, and we see a very beautiful work actually done by a student here at FIU with this database. But to find actually what is the most dangerous, we have to look in those areas of vulnerability in Latin American countries, right? Because that's what they are after. And they look to actually to exploit those vulnerability. And what we did with Martin, with his team, we started looking those gray area, those shadow networks, and immediately we find those footprints. I think it's also very important that we look at this. And last but not least, you mentioned Bolivia, and I think it's very interesting because we've been discussing also yesterday with you, with some other people here, how can we, what kind of instruments we can have, how we can react to this, right? And for example, in the case of Bolivia, Russia is very sensitive to eventually, if there will be loss of those presence in Bolivia, because they do not have, or very few possibilities to get lithium otherwise. So we can actually to do something on the global stage and do something that would actually be very, very sensible for Russia. Because for now, they feel very, very much protected in doing things they do, using those narratives and doing things they've been doing for the last years. Yeah.
Rafael, I have just to kind of go on to that. I mean, one of the approaches we've seen a lot with this current administration and this new focus has been also quite coercive. It's been, on the one hand, it's tariffs, punishments, like threats when it comes to trying to push them away from China, from some of these things. I'm curious whether you think, what the balance is there between blocking Chinese projects or punishing countries or trying to basically use these more coercive tools versus making US or allied alternatives more competitive?
I think it has to be a combination of the two. But we have to start looking at deterrence more so from an economic perspective. And that's some of the things that Commander Gutierrez and I have focused on at the Miami Strategic Intelligence Institute. We've looked at deterrence, the deterrence economics as a new realm. Not just the military portion of it, right? And also, when you look at deterrence from an economic perspective, you look at the need that we have to develop a critical mineral standard, and how the critical mineral standard, above all in the lithium triangle, for example, in South America, could play a major role in the redevelopment of nations such as Bolivia, which was headed into a catastrophe under the Movimiento al Socialismo and under Evo Morales, and thank God we have a new president in Bolivia now that actually has common sense. And we have to look at what the trade-offs are going to be if they go these different routes. So we need to create a situation for our partner nations where we're actually helping them instead of just rhetorically addressing the issue. So I agree with you on that one. But we have to create alternatives. We have to create alternatives that are feasible and a long-term strategy. Guatemala needs our support. I heard their Minister of Defense speak very eloquently about the assistance that the United States government has provided on the counter-narcotics and intelligence sharing and equipment. Well, above and beyond that, we also need to provide technological assistance Costa Rica opened the way for privatization in 2008 of the telecoms law when President Arias signed it into law. But what happened was, and I was there monitoring this on the ground because I've been heavily involved in mission critical infrastructure for years. I've been involved in the construction of it. And from that perspective, I'm not just speaking academically, I've actually built out infrastructure. I've been projects director as an economist. And I saw how the Chinese came in and basically bribed their way into the country, and they outbid Nextel and other firms that we should have been supporting. Now, kudos to Ambassador Bernie Navarro, now who recently helped close a deal promoting fighter jets for the United States. Our ambassadors need to be in the business of helping commercial ties become strengthened, okay? And we're also going to be needing something that I call cyber attachés at the local U.S. embassies to look out for cybersecurity and really escalate cybersecurity to that level. We have a cybercom. Why don't we have cyber attachés at every single U.S. embassy is beyond me at this point. That is a big, big pressing need. Cybersecurity is a big area, and it's one of our biggest vulnerabilities right now with respect to foreign actors in the region. But yes, I think that's the way to do it. We need to look at deterrence from an economic standpoint. We need to look at scenarios that are not just immediate and reactive by nature, right? Knee-jerk reacting is not going to get us where we need to go. We need a coherent and intelligent strategy that we can play out over time, and we have to learn how to play we have to learn how to play Go, not checkers, as Admiral Studman wisely pointed out in his essay that he wrote for our magazine. We need to learn how to play the long game, something that China does well.
Right, and kind of, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I do think we still need that coercive language. And I agree that we need both. But the coercive language, I view the audience is not being Latin American governments. It's Russia and China.
Right.
And you do see, I'm not privy to any of the stuff going on anymore behind the scenes, but you do see hints that there are talks going on behind the scenes, so that hopefully the governments understand that coercive language, yeah, we're putting you on notice, but we're really putting Russia and China on notice. And we're willing to work with you.
Right.
That's right.
So
Well,
I think we have to understand it's a little more nuanced.
Yes.
If I can jump in, another element which we need to focus on is countering illicit financial flows within the region, because they are the enabling kind of tools for making sure that this footprint becomes operational and these agreements and these projects happen. And on the one side, you have transnational organized crime networks, of course, and their money laundering operations that use Chinese payment systems, that use also crypto and new payment structures that are emerging as we speak. Some of them operate by Russia. But we're talking also about more general kind of offshore-based financing in the region, which is still huge. We talk about the Western Hemisphere as if the Caribbean is not there, but the Caribbean is a major part of this area, and it is still very much a hub for illicit financial flows. And the major users of that are actually China and Russia and Iran. Mm-hmm. And so there needs to be a more proactive kind of work on the part of the US government, also European government, because a lot of the money then flow to Europe as well, to kind of counter these practices by improving ultimate beneficial ownership registries, providing more transparency, exposing some of these ties. You know, when the Panama Papers came out in 2016, 2 years later, 90% of the Russian businesses that were moving money to Panama disappeared. Yep. They moved next door to the BVI. But I mean, and the BVI is ruled by kind of a narco, dictator. And no one has done anything about it. Actually, since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we've seen a 10% increase in offshore funds, Russian offshore funds moving to the BVI to $70 billion, even though most of the companies there are under sanctions. So, I mean, there seems to be lack of coherence a little bit in following up with some of these sanctions measures. Yeah, and just one last point. I think what is happening right now in terms of the new corollary to the Monroe Doctrine is that it's already a global thing. It's not only about the Western Hemisphere. If you follow kind of the actions of the Trump administration in Venezuela, it's not only about Venezuela, it's about oil supplies to China. It's about Iranian-Venezuelan cooperation on oil, on drones, on Hezbollah. So it's a wider game. Cuba is the same thing. And the key element here is, again, illicit financial flows that are based on oil trading via shadow fleets, via intermediaries that try to evade sanctions. So this global network of sanctions need to be strengthened, and local governments can help that. You know, and this kind of cooperation, as you mentioned, could be a way forward in this direction.
Just two quick thoughts about global dimension. We know that, of course, Russia, China, Iran, and some other external powers are looking to expand their presence in one way or another in the Western Hemisphere. But I also see the evidences that those countries are using the Western Hemisphere, Latin America, and the Caribbean, in that sense, as a kind of a testing ground, because they think it's much more easier for them to test some of the tools, the use of some of the tools in some other countries. One of the reasons I already mentioned, because of less awareness among Latin American policymakers about the danger that represent those. The other point is about people, about migration. I think we will have another panel in the afternoon dedicated to migration here. But Latin America and the Caribbean, it's not the case of China, as far as I know, and I have to check the recent agreements that they have with the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. But Russians national can move freely everywhere in Latin America. So you can find those people moving from one country to another, making it actually global connections and moving with the knowledge they have both in Europe, both in the United States and also in Latin America. We see a tremendous increase of Russian nationals being present actually in Latin America. So I think something must be done at least in that sense, because of course Russians celebrate this saying, look, Latin America is so friendly to us, we don't need any visa, we can just jump into plane. When they can, of course, because it's difficult.
And there is a correlation between the migration flows from Russia and the rise in Russian spies. The number of Russian spies in Mexico. Mexico has become the biggest hub for Russian spies. Who would think? I mean, the Soviet time there was tradition, but nowadays the numbers are staggering.
And also transnational networks. I mean, illegal crime groups and those organized groups, they take a full advantage of the freedom they have in the region.
So this is where I can jump in on the money side.
Okay.
Having worked this issue for the US government for many years, we were always the ones that got the least amount of money, and we're always begging. So the fact that you don't have US government paying as much attention to the sanctions issues, for example, there's just not the money there. And even though there's been a change in the national security strategy and defense strategy, and there is some more money going towards that, it's nowhere near what it needs to be. And that's for government officials to be able to work these issues, as well as funds to help the region.
Absolutely.
So it's not all money also going to the region. There also needs to be more money going towards hiring the right people to do the work,
human capital,
and to be able to focus on the region.
I mean, I'll start with you with this question, but feel free to jump in. We're talking about this because of the issue, the subject matter, like it's like Latin America is kind of a blank slate and all these great powers are kind of playing around, but there's still pretty powerful other groups there, right? We've got transnational groups, as you said, we've got criminal groups, cartels, and they get a say to an extent in a lot of what happens there. I'd be curious when we are talking about these external powers, whether some of them are actively using criminal networks in the Americas or often just kind of exploiting the instability that they create for their goals. I'm sure it's both, but I'd be curious for your thoughts.
Yeah, I was going to say absolutely both. Yeah. I mean, you see that with Iran, and you've seen from terrorist activities that's taken place in the region, as well as arrests of folks laundering money that are tied to the different terrorist groups, Islamic terrorist groups. Russia, absolutely. I mean, Russian organized crime is so involved with transnational organized crime. And then China, and where's the fentanyl precursors coming from? So absolutely, there's a connection there.
The financial component to that, just with the cartels, for example, right? Who launders the money for the cartels in Mexico and other places? Who launders the money? It's the Chinese banks. And so there is absolutely a synergistic relationship between these proxies and these transnational criminal organizations that operate with impunity within certain territories, right? With the approval, if you will, for a small fee, of course, for a small management fee from the local regimes. And that needs to end. So yes, there are times when we need to punch people in the nose and get things done from a kinetic standpoint, but there's also a lot of consequential things that we need to put into place, as we've been discussing here, to make it a long-term play.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the PR, because I just wanted to mention that we just published 2 days ago a special assessment of the link between foreign authoritarian states and transnational organized crime networks in the region. And I want to give just 2 examples, both from Mexico. One is that we investigated an arms transfer network linked to Victor Bout, you know, the famous Russian criminal that was extradited back to Russia in a exchange facilitated by the Wall Street Journal, I remember, I think, last year. Well, his network was caught delivering tens of millions of dollars worth of firearms to the Jalisco cartel. And this has been happening probably on a regular basis. So, since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there has been a huge amount of weapons flowing around. And some of these cartels are also going to Ukraine to learn some of the new military tactics. In Colombia, we see that very often. Drones are being introduced by both guerrilla groups and by drug cartels. And armies in Latin America are not prepared for this new type of warfare. And on the shadow fleets, also, drug cartels are using the playbook of the Russians on how to hide ships and move, for example, illegal petroleum products around from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. And some of the intermediaries are the same ones that have been moving Venezuelan oil before. So there's very good integration right now, and it's still a largely unstudied topic because there is very little evidence on the ground, so we need to rely mainly on court documents and media publications. So there needs to be more kind of data-driven, systematic overview of all these trends.
Just a few more thoughts on that. I think one of the very sensitive areas for any country in the Western Hemisphere is called drug trafficking, right? And Russians were there at least since the second part of the 1990s, when they signed an agreement, an alternative agreement to the agreement that Colombia used to have with the United States to fight illegal drug traffickers, Russians, right? And then, of course, have all these networks in Nicaragua, and they know perfectly what is happening in the field. Colombia still, it does not make headlines, but Colombia does extradite people to Russia. So what happened to those? I mean, we know how the law authorities work in Russia. It's a joke, right, in this certain sense. In the last but not least, at least in the case of Russia, and I think to a certain extent also China and some other, those governments do not hesitate to work with legal crime. It's just perfectly normal for them.
As we're wrapping up, No. So one of the last things we've spoken a lot about narratives about pro-America, anti-America, all of that. We talked about it at the beginning, but I'm very curious, again, a lot of the actions that this administration has taken in terms of resources, in terms of very transactional foreign policy and prioritizing that over democracy, things like that. How much this is helping external powers, China, Russia, kind of really disseminate those narratives and really kind of, again, press all of those old, decades-old sensitivities, especially, I mean, maybe about Vladimir, you're well positioned. What do you think the impact of that has been? Because it's been a gift to an extent.
Well, I think we are facing a crucial moment at this point. That's why we're talking about shifting the security landscape. And again, the speed of those processes is really going very, very fast. It's a different story that it was in the 1990s. We're in 2026. All those powers are very well positioned in the area. So what I think we have to do actually, in the first place, to do the investigative work. I mean, you journalists are very, very helpful in this because you're doing great job. Sometimes you publish things that governments, for whatever reason, hesitate to actually make public. So we know that this work is very important. Also think tanks, also university. I'm based at the university. So I think those are very important and very, very important once again. I think we should look for the way to make alliances with Latin American partners, between Latin America and the United States. I think this is the key. And then it's actually helps to fight those narratives that come in from Russia, that come in from China about new multiple world order, and that those countries are free to decide. They're free to decide, but they're also free to decide which interests they have. And I think the answer is very clear.
30 seconds.
I think that there are three areas that we need to focus on to ensure continuity of leadership in the area of responsibility. We need to get back into the business of shipbuilding and maintain naval superiority. That's very, very important to our strategic interest. Number two, we need to be in the business of allocating the necessary resources to uphold the technology that will substantiate leadership in artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence doesn't just happen in a vacuum. There's infrastructure tied to that. So we need to develop partnerships with the private sector and provide incentive for them to set up shop here in America and in the Western Hemisphere to maintain that leadership. And then, of course, artificial intelligence, naval superiority. If you don't control the oceans, if you don't control the seas, you can't be the leading power in the world. That's very important.
Thank you again. This is a great event. It's been interesting to see so many of these events take place in Miami. I feel like we're going to see a lot more of it. So always feel free to reach out to me. My colleagues and I are covering this overlap of Latin America and national security incredibly closely for a long time now. So thank you again. Thank you for all the panelists.
Yeah.
So as the panelists take a nice picture here, one more round of applause for a great discussion. All right, we are going to go on a very brief coffee break. As mentioned earlier, we do have the networking room right next door. We're going to kick back here at 11:30. 11:30, be back here in this room for the next session. Thank you.
so far away from home, but me and all my crew keep rolling till the daylight's gone, till the daylight's gone. Swore I'd hold on to this feeling, let the past fade into black. I just wanna live in the moment till the daylight's gone, till the daylight's gone. Till the daylight's gone. Till the daylight's gone. We keep moving on till the daylight's gone. We keep moving on till the daylight's gone. It's a long, long road we roam. Still the finish feels unknown. But me and all my crew keep rolling till the daylight's gone, till the daylight's gone. Swore I'd hold on to this feeling, let the wind lead where we're at. I just wanna run through the moment till the daylight's gone, till the daylight's gone. Till the daylight's gone. Till the daylight's gone. We keep moving on till the daylight's gone. We keep moving on till the daylight's gone. Endless views where the sky meets land. All these moments held in my hand, fading like a memory. You've always felt like home to me. Endless views where the sky meets land. All these moments held in my hands. Feels so right, like a reverie. You've always felt like home to me. Feels like a dream. So much you feel in the sky and sand. Feels like a dream. So much, so much. Home to golden skies, waves are whispering. Still I'm lost in the sound you bring. You and me on a distant shore. Always felt like we've been here before. Oceans land still, I'm holding your gentle hand. Feels like a dream. It's a symphony. You've always been home to me. Feels like a dream. So much to feel in the sky and sand. Feels like a dream. So much, home to me. Out the night, lost the fight. Tried to rise, but held too tight. There's no space left to let it breathe. If I beg you to hold on, need you to hold on. If I'm breaking in my soul, would you still hold on? I need you to hold on. 'Cause I keep crying out loud, but you can't hear just the crowd. But you can't hear just the crowd. Walk away, trace my pace, fall again, same old place. If I fall again, will you stay? I can't bear this much longer. I can't change who I am. When the silence feels stronger, it gets harder to stand. If I beg you to hold on, need you to hold on. If I'm lost inside my mind, would you still hold on? I need you to hold on. 'Cause I keep crying out loud, but you can't hear just the crowd. But you can't hear just the crowd. Hey little dreamer, let's slip away from all the noise here. I wanna feel the night with your light, yeah. Don't let go tonight. Hey little secret, just run away, run through the haze, run, chasing fate. We just run, 'cause we break every chain they try to make. Hearts in a silent rage, babe. Oh, you and I like ghosts. How I long to hold you close. But we're just run away, run. Don't look back, nowhere feels like hey, little darling, this crowd don't see us, just keeps talking. We're shadows moving in a world so quiet, but your eyes still shine. We just run away, run through the haze, run, chasing fate. We just run, 'cause we break every chain they try to make. In a silent rage, oh, you and I like ghosts. How I long to hold you close. But we just run away, run. Don't look back, feels like wanna take a walk tonight, back to the shore where we said goodbye. Share a bottle, sang out loud, watch the stars, no time allowed. Morning came and we had to part. I took the sky, you stayed with the dark. Pretty baby, if time could rewind, I'd be wherever you are, right by your side. Sometimes your name just haunts my sleep. I wonder where you are, who you keep. Fate is kind and finds a way. We won't have to just replay yesterday. Oh, the night still plays so slow. You caught the train, I had to go. Pretty baby, if time could rewind, I'd be wherever you are, right by your side. Go where you go, through every song, follow your shadow all night long. Pretty baby, if we could try again. Go and go. Where you go, I follow again. that fair. Loving you feels like breeze on summer waves. Whisper to me where I can find your gaze. 'Cause your rhythm moves in tender ways. Will you be near when twilight falls? Will you be here when the night bird calls? Say you'll be close when the stars come out. 'Cause without you, it's too much doubt. Say you'll remain as the colors change. Loving you is like soft rain on window pane. Tell me your way in the quiet sound. 'Cause your heartbeat keeps my world around. Will you be near when twilight falls? Will you be here when the night bird calls? Say you'll be close when the stars come out.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started in about 5 minutes, so if you could begin taking your seats. Thank you.
Tell me you'll be here when twilight falls. Tell me you'll be there through it all. Beneath the waves, I see that ocean view. Above the clouds, a lonely star that shines for you. It takes me back
Everyone, please begin to take your seats. We are going to begin in 1 minute. 1 minute. Please begin to take your seats. Thank you.
Watch you through the evening sun. Colors fade, but you're the one. Can't explain, but I know it's right. Like stars that shine before the night. You say my name like poetry, and the silence sets us free. We never have to speak too loud, with love so soft and loud. We're falling like light, slow and clear. Nothing else matters. Every glow, a silent sign that you're forever mine. Even shadows feel bright.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Well, thank you so much for being here today. My name is Miguel Escoto. I'm a recent graduate here at FIU, where I majored in international relations and political science. I'm also a former intelligence analyst fellow at the Jack D. Gordon Institute for Public Policy, where I researched the expansion of Chinese mining investments in Nicaragua and its impact on the Ortega Murillo regime's authoritarian resilience, as well as U.S. policy in the region. Today's fireside chat will examine leadership during times of uncertainty. This subject is especially important as Latin America navigates social, political, and economic challenges. This discussion will be moderated by Brian Winter, Editor-in-Chief at the Americas Quarterly and Vice President of Policy at Americas Society and Council of the Americas. Please join me with a warm round of applause to welcome our panelists today.
Thank you.
Buenos dias, good morning. Thank you all for being here. Congratulations to FIU for putting once again a great conference. You know, inevitably a security-focused conference like this one focuses a lot on topics like military cooperation, external threats, like the panel that we just saw, which was great. But it's also important to take a moment and not forget about good old-fashioned civilian leadership. Because after all, it's the civilian politicians who in most cases are not only going to be implementing security policy, but are the ones who need to get elected and who need to stay in office, who need to convince civilian populations in their countries of the need for a tough line against security and to believe in the possibility that progress is possible. So I was glad that FIU organized this panel and with an exceptional two speakers, with President Chinchilla and with Jose. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you for having us. Yeah.
So my first question for both of you, I mean, look, in virtually every country in Latin America right now, crime shows up as the #1 issue for voters. Mexico, Colombia, Brazil, Chile. All of these are countries where organized crime has played an important role in recent elections. But progress has been elusive, even in countries where presidents have been elected with a mandate to combat organized crime. So my first question for you, and President Chinchilla, to start with you, what is the single most important thing that civilian leadership must do today in order to effectively battle organized crime?
Well, thank you very much, Brian. It is a pleasure also to be in this panel with Jose. And thank you, FIU, for inviting us. to have this very relevant conversation. According to my view and my different studies on the issue, I have dedicated most of my professional career not only to politics, but also to analyze the security and criminality issue in Latin America especially. And for sure, I mean, this is nowadays, probably is the most important challenge that we have in terms of our institutional stability, the one related to organized crime especially. But before answering your question, which is a very specific question, just let me make two important comments, just to situate in a better way the issue of violence, security, and criminality. Number one, this is nothing new for Latin America. Right. For many years, Latin America has been heading the indicators of the most violent region in the world in terms of the homicide rates per 100,000 inhabitants. So number one, again, this is not a new problem for Latin America. The thing is that the situation has changed dramatically, not because we still have the most dangerous countries in the world, not necessarily now in Central America, but in the Caribbean, but because the nature of the problem became even more complex. Right. Because today, what is defining the new security scenarios are very closely linked to the phenomenon of organized crime. And the second comment I want to make is that when we talk about security, criminality, violence, those are multifaceted kind of problems. So we cannot pretend to resolve or to tackle those problems with a single policy. So usually what I recommend, and that was my experience as a decision maker when I was president of Costa Rica, that what you need to design is an integral approach to tackle the problem, where prevention is going to be important, at the same time that you will need more effective control mechanisms through law enforcement agencies, and also trying to respond to the very huge problem we have in our countries, which has to do with impunity. So that means trying to punish those responsible for the crime. So having said this, if I will need to choose something that should become a priority for most of the Latin American countries, right now it will have to do with designing a more effective system in which we can get the best possible information, along with the best possible intelligence and analysis of that information, including financial information, and that information being or becoming the main input of very professional, independent, and transparent law enforcement and judicial institutions. So for me, creating this, this ecosystem, this system of institutions working together is very important. We need to recognize that one of the weakest links of our democracies is the rule of law. Right. So investing in a professional, independent, and well-equipped, and also better prepared to face that information, judicial institutions and law enforcement agency is becoming, probably according to my view, the most important challenge that we have today.
It's interesting you mentioned information sharing. I travel the region a lot, yes, and I meet with leaders on left, center, and right, and they all say the same thing. They say our governments are not talking to each other. We're dealing in many cases with the same organized crime groups, but there is a shocking lack of mechanisms and also informal channels among governments in order to communicate, in order to just share basic, not only financial information, but best practices when it comes to battling some of these groups. And I would note that it's made worse by the polarization that characterizes all of our countries right now. At a time when you have, presidents who not only don't speak to each other, but who are throwing darts at each other on social media, calling each other murderer and communist and everything like that, that does, in practice, I'm told, have a chilling effect on things like diplomacy and the sharing of information. So, maybe we're seeing some progress on that now through initiatives like Shield of the Americas. There was some discussion of this yesterday.
We cannot face a kind of transnational problem without the right actions at the transnational also level. So international cooperation, as you mentioned, is key.
So Jose, I want to come to you. You know the region really well. I want to ask you the same question that I asked the president, which is, as you know, in your interactions with leaders over the last couple of years from Latin America, what's your impression of the most important step that governments need to take on this topic?
Yeah, and I think, first of all, thank you to FIU for this opportunity. I'm a proud graduate, proud Panther, and it's amazing to be here. But I think the way you answered the question just now is phenomenal because it is a multifaceted challenge. I've worked in the political world for a long time, and we do a lot of polling, and sometimes when you ask those questions and people say crime, it's far more complicated than just one aspect of crime. Crime means that you can't go to work every day, or you can't have safety in the workplace, safety at home, your children are at risk. It affects every aspect of society, and to your point, the rule of law, making sure that the judicial system's working properly, that people are properly trained. And just to add to that, you mentioned just now institutions, and I'd be remiss not to recognize our ambassador to the Organization of American States, Ambassador Rizzuto, who's here with us, and I'm honored that you're here to listen to us, but I think it demonstrates the ambassador's commitment, President Trump's commitment, and this administration's commitment to the region and to this issue. I've been fortunate enough to work at the White House, at the State Department, and understand the policymaking apparatus and how some of those things work, but it is action that matters. And I think you just mentioned the Shield of the Americas conference. Those were really solid conversations that were being had, and I was lucky to play a small role on the logistics side of that. And the amount of bilateral meetings that took place that were not part of the actual forum or the discussion that was made public, there were some private ones, but that's where a lot of business was transacted. And there were, if I say 100, that might be too small, between heads of states, senior level officials of the US government, and sometimes heads of states with each other, and coordinating and talking about how we can address these challenges with security, especially as it comes to these narco-terrorist organizations being at the heart of that.
Another thing that I think about is communication, is the need that politicians have to show their people that progress is possible. One of the things that I've done in my career is every so often I help people write books. And I helped President Uribe of Colombia write his memoirs when he left the presidency in 2010. One thing that really struck me about his experience was how he believed in the notion, the importance of early victories. And this was 20 years ago, and to your point, organized crime is not a new issue, but it has evolved in new ways, and maybe it's worth reaching back to remember some of these tactics. Two things that Uribe did. One was on the first day of his government, the first thing they did was they went wheels up in the presidential plane, and they went to Valledupar, which at the time was arguably the most violent part of Colombia. And they did that to prove not only to the citizens of Valledupar, but to Colombia at large, that they were going to face this problem head on, that they were not going to hide from the armed groups. And then the second thing they did, or not sequentially, I mean, it wasn't the first day, but they made it a priority early in Uribe's government to open up the highways between important cities, which in those years, in the 90s and the early 2000s, were controlled by some of these armed groups. Most civilians avoided them for fear of kidnapping, and they organized caravans Before they really established, command and control of those areas, what they did was they had the military go, and they would go between, let's say, Cali and, I don't know, Medellin, and they'd go in caravans that included military vehicles. People would fly flags, Colombian flags, outside their cars because they were so proud to be making that trip. They were so proud that those highways were at least temporarily opened back up again. And these were symbolic moments, communications, feats of communication that showed people early on that some progress was possible. And I wonder if those are things that today's governments can and should take lessons from as well.
Of course, I think those kind of early victories give you the necessary space to continue implementing additional policies. And I think that was key to the success that President Uribe achieved, not only during the period he was president, but also it was a kind of lasting effects that he got for Colombia. Yeah. And that is important to say because in certain way, part of the trap that we find in our countries is the short-termism, defining the decisions of the politicians. So sometimes they are only concerned about those very early victories, but nothing to guarantee that the results will be sustained for the years to come. We need to understand in a certain way that the short and long term starts at the same time. Because the decisions you are taking today, it doesn't matter if the results are going to be in the short time, but they will define also the long term. Yeah. So in that sense, that is why it is very important to continue calling the attention of investing in the rule of law, on investing on independent judiciaries, professional justices, well-informed and prepared prosecutors, and try to get politics out of the judicial branch. On the contrary, what you are seeing today, and I understand this about early victories, what you are seeing is the priority giving to those kind of operations that brings the army to the streets. It's good because it creates this feeling of security among the population, but in the long term, it is almost impossible to sustain a successful policy just doing what some governments are doing today. So that is one of the main concerns that we have in Latin America, because we have seen this in other occasions, but the problem is how to sustain the long-term kind of results that we need.
That's right.
In the region.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and yeah, that's very thoughtful answer about how the challenges, and you have lived experience in that space. So I know you're speaking from the heart because you've addressed these challenges head on. And whenever I'm giving advice to either folks that I've worked for or that we're consulting for through the firm, heads of states, other leaders, from mayors all the way to senators, et cetera, one of the most important things you need to do, and I think that goes to your point of President Uribe, is engage, be present, and demonstrate to people that you truly understand and you truly care about them. You've got to show them that you care about their issues, their suffering, their pain points. But the second part to that is that you got to lead with ideas, right? You got to demonstrate that your ideas are better, and you got to make that connection to the policy. Yes. I think we've seen a lot of, and I'm sure you can also have witnessed some of this, leaders or governments that maybe do that first part extremely well, and they drive that narrative very well, but they never deliver on that second part. And so eventually, either it leads the country into a worse situation because they've been, fallen into this false sense of security. Terrible things continue to happen, but yet somehow they believe in these folks and they're highly disappointed, leading to some inflection point in the national politic. Or they do the second part really well, which is amazing. They're technically very capable, but they never tell the story. Right. So others are defining the story for them and presenting a different case. So I think when you have that ability to do both of those things, that's why in the world we're in today, that communication and strategic piece, And that's a lot of what we do as a firm. We give that kind of advice or do that type of analysis, whether it's through our risk and investigations practice, our strategic comms, or advocacy strategies. But we see this every day more and more being vital. It's no longer just a good recommendation as it was, say, 15, 20 years ago. It has to be part of the way that you operate. You can't just be focused on the technical and do a great job. You have to tell the story, you have to shape a narrative, and you got to be out there communicating constantly.
Well, Jose, that leads me to my next question, which I want to direct toward you, which is, it's well known at this point that Latin America seems to be shifting to the right. We've seen that in recent elections in Bolivia and Chile. We'll see if it continues in upcoming elections in 2026 in Peru, Colombia, and Brazil. But it's interesting, this generation that's come in seems more willing to talk about security than the previous ones were. And I think specific examples. I think President Cast in Chile has made it, one of his main banderas to a greater extent, perhaps, than President Piñera did. I think you could say the same thing about President Milei, perhaps compared to President Macri, again, the sort of predecessor on the right. These are figures who are understanding the current moment, who are putting security at the forefront of their public messaging. You've worked with some of these new leaders. You've seen them at conferences. What ties them together, and what do you think the biggest challenge facing this generation of leaders on the new right in the region is when it comes to security?
That's an excellent question. I think one of the things that has led to this moment, kind of a little bit of what I was just talking about, sort of the populist style of some of these governments that they've come in to replace without delivering results, empty promises that were never fulfilled, and eventually that led to this inflection point, right? That led to a new individual or a rise of a movement or whatever. I think politically they actually are very distinct. President Milei is very much a libertarian, and his point of view is very, very much comes from that world, and he's an economist, and he's full-throated about it, and he does a great job of explaining these very complicated, high-level principles. Whereas others might be more, center-right, but maybe have a connection when it comes to the security issue with some of the more conservative policies. But I think what makes them capable of doing that job is the fact that they're strong communicators. Mm-hmm. And the way that politics and just the world has evolved so much when it comes to digital media, social media. President Milei's movement, and I see one of the top reporters that covers that here from Informate. I just saw him walk in. He's sitting over there, and him and I have spent a lot of time talking about this, was driven by a grassroots social media campaign that caught fire. And it was the young people of Argentina that came, and there were a lot of grievances, a lot of pain points, and that still exist today. But now what we've seen is that if he had delivered that victory without actual action, I don't think he would be able to sustain, stay in power too long, because expectations were very high. And he's been able to do that. Some of that also, and we have to give credit where credit is due, I would say, is the leadership of President Trump. Because he understands that better than anyone, frankly. He's probably the greatest communicator when it comes to understanding the moment, the timing of messaging, and he understood the timing of when he needed to get involved, for example. And his involvement, I think, has allowed some of these individuals to have even a greater voice and a bigger platform. And it's not necessarily, people are always sensitive about, is the U.S. meddling in elections? And so not necessarily. He's just using his platform to share his point of view, tell folks who he supports, and give them oxygen. And that oxygen in Latin America is super, super helpful and leads to, the movement. Now, what connects them together, I think that's where we have to have a leadership role here in the U.S. and provide thought leadership, guidance, and to your point, support. Because some of these things that you're talking about, reforming the rule of law, providing training. I know the team, there's been folks here from Southcom and so on who are doing an incredible job. They've been holding a number of conferences themselves to provide technical assistance. The State Department does this really well through INL, International Narcotics and Law Enforcement. But there is so much that we need to do in the hemisphere, but we need to have that nexus. And I think the U.S. is starting to play that role more and more, at least in this administration.
Thanks, Jose. I want to talk more about the importance of the United States on this issue, but before we do, I want to ask a specific question about Costa Rica. Mm-hmm. During your presidency, President Chinchilla, Costa Rica was still something of, in relative terms, an oasis. when it came to security issues. That's no longer the case today. It's a country that now has a homicide rate that has almost doubled, stands at about 16 per 100,000. That's even higher, according to some studies, than Guatemala's now. What are the lessons of the Costa Rican experience over the last decade for the rest of Latin America?
The first lesson, I will say, is that we demonstrated that it is possible to tackle violence and crime without sacrificing the rule of law. Because we were very successful. We were able to decrease the homicide rates by about 30% in 4 years. Also the femicides and many other kind of petty crimes. But also something very important, the perception of insecurity among the people also decreased. And that is, in political terms, is very important in terms of communication, because we cannot ignore that part. I mean, the subjective component of any security policy. You need to keep that in mind. Sometimes, and that is the case of Chile, in Chile, they still have very low homicide rates, but they have one of the highest perceptions of insecurity among the population. And so, the first lesson is that one, because now it seems that there is this idea that the only way to tackle the problem of crime and security is by sacrificing the rule of law. Of course, we need to understand that impunity, again, is a big issue, and that we need to do something with justices, with the prosecutors. They need to understand that they have to adopt many different reforms in order to be more effective in punishing crime. But it doesn't mean that we need to, for example, fire all the justices just because they are 50 years old or more, for example. Or because I just want to change the way we elect the justices. And so we are going to fire all those that were elected before, with career, with experience, etc. So this is the number one lesson. The second lesson is that in order to keep the early kind of victories, you need to avoid the short-termism. In our case, we introduced the reforms, the legal reforms, the institutional reforms. We invested in training our people. We tried to neutralize the risk factors at the community levels. Let me give you an example. We in Latin America and the Caribbean have about 20 million young people who neither work nor study. So that means that they are becoming, those who will move to the organized crime, to the gangs, to continue feeding the problem of crime. So all of those policies were in place. But since the coming governments felt that it was not longer a priority in terms of citizens' perception, they let their guard down. And you can never do that. Tackling or combating crime is something governments must do every day, every hour. It's a kind of job that never stops.
We're in an era now where, actually, there's one comment I want to make, which is, you mentioned Chile. And the perceptions of crime being so high. And I was just there last month, and it was interesting because you hear this, even Chilean politicians will say, I don't understand why people are so focused on this, because in relative terms, we're so far from being Colombia or from being Mexico. But the truth is, that's not how Chileans think, right? They're not comparing their country compared to Colombia or Mexico. They're comparing it to Chile. And they sense that organized crime is making inroads, and they want to avoid that scenario. This switching gears a bit, this is without a doubt the White House that is most focused on Latin America of any in at least 40 years. And we've invented this phrase, the Don Rowe Doctrine. I think the New York Post came up with it first. We wanted to use it in America's Quarterly, and we were like, I don't know, maybe the president might not like it. And then, of course, he used it, I think, at the press conference on the morning of January 3rd after the capture of Nicolas Maduro. Jose, starting with you, I mean, why do you think the hemisphere has become so much more a priority for this administration, even compared to President Trump's first administration? And where do you think the opportunities are for Latin American governments on security because of this peak of interest?
Absolutely. And, you know, I think back to 2001. I got to serve in the Bush administration, was at the White House in the Chief of Staff's office. And back then, in those first 9 months of 2001, you had the Partnership for Prosperity with Mexico. President Bush had a big emphasis on Latin America, being a Texas governor. You had the Free Trade Area of the Americas that FIU even was involved with, and big conferences were happening. And all of a sudden, you had 9/11. And I remember Vicente Fox had been to the White House September 3rd or 4th, a week before. Everything changed. And at that point, so I think as a government, there was a need to do something about Latin America and get connected and build these tentacles and this connective tissue. But everything changed, and the priorities of the United States shifted, understandably so, to the war on terror. We had that for the better part of 20 years. And I think President Trump was sort of at the tail end of that moment and understood very well what still needed to happen. I think that 16 to 20 period for him, even though he did accomplish some of those international objectives that he pursued as it related to China, something he had been talking about since the 80s, but I feel like almost it was this window where he got to see and get an assessment of what had happened. And it's very unique that a president leaves office, has 4 years outside of government, and then comes back. And in those 4 years, that's a time of reflection. A lot of presidents, after they leave office, they can look back and say, I wish I could have done this, I wish I could have done that. In President Trump's case, he actually got to come back now and do it. Right. And which is why they have been so prepared and so well aligned to so many policy issues. People ask me all the time, isn't it too much that they're doing? Well, if you're prepared and you have the right team and you have the talent and the willpower, you can accomplish all these things. So I think the focus on Latin America comes from that time period and the realization that we had neglected our backyard for too long, that we had not been connected to countries that we should have been connected to, and we allowed, not that it's exclusively our responsibility, because like the president mentioned, impunity is a major problem, and you're absolutely right, that needs to be addressed, and other international organizations have been talking about these things, but he's a leader that likes to act, and so he decided, hey, this is going to be at the core of a national security strategy. I was having a conversation yesterday with the National Security Western Hemisphere Director, Michael Jensen, who was on the stage and had a great session. But he talked about that, how that came together, and how it was the president who said, we need to do this, and then of course Secretary Rubio, who probably understands the region and the hemisphere better than anyone, who led with his team in creating this document. When that document came out, a lot of folks looked at it and almost maybe, I don't know if they giggled. I would talk to people, they're like, that can't be real. It's a little bit sensational. It's real. Take him at his word. That is exactly what they're doing. Everything in that document, everything that was described when it came to building the financial relationships, providing the necessary support, training, security, fighting narco-terrorism, ridding the world of these authoritarian dictatorships, energy independence, minerals, all those things that are in there are part of the plan and they're coming to fruition. So I think we're going to see a moment now for the next several years that I think is going to transform the region, but honestly, it's going to transform the relationship and the leadership of the United States and the connection that is long overdue in the region.
President Chinchilla, I mean, how do you interpret the interest of this White House in Latin America? How does it compare to the interactions that you had with Washington when you were president? And what do you see as both the opportunities and the potential risks from this level of engagement?
I have had many different experiences with Washington because the first time that I had the opportunity to engage in a very serious conversation, a strategic conversation about the future of the region, especially on security, was when I was Minister of Security at that time. That was between 1994, 1994, 1995.
Wasn't that long ago.
Yes. And so I remember that at that time, there was a very important interest and significant interest in Latin America in terms of putting, many efforts, an integral vision, a strategic vision about what was coming with the organized crimes. So I will say that almost every significant action related to the last security strategy started at that time. The problem was that the strategy was not reviewed on a regular basis. It was not adjusted. And so the results, in certain way, also were not the ones we were expecting to have. Now we have this attention that President Trump is putting on our region, and I think that for sure, Jose already said, that gave us a huge opportunity because in certain way, Latin America is back to the international agenda.
Yeah.
Okay, we have become again a very visible region. We had almost vanished from the international arena. I participate in many forums, for example, in Europe, and it's very hard to find something about Latin America in European forums. Now, Latin America is back there. So I think that if our governments use this opportunity to really do three things that are, for me, are important. Number one is try to come together again inside Latin America to restore that internal dialogue and political cooperation that was lost before. I think that will be very good because now we also have this political opportunity with many right-leaning governments governing the region at the same time. So if they create this dynamic of political cooperation among them, I think they can use those possibilities that President Trump are offering to Latin America in a more intelligent way. And secondly, I will say that also they will need to try to influence with their voice in Washington. So we can do not only see the kind of unilateral military actions to respond to those security challenges, but to convince Washington about the need to continue strengthening the diplomatic means and also the cooperation with the law enforcement agencies. I will say that it is up to the governments in Latin America to try to balance in a more intelligent way the strategy that Washington is now trying for our countries.
Let me ask a related question that's a little bit delicate. I spent some time over the Christmas holiday reading or rereading books about the history of ties between the United States and Latin America, because I'm kind of a weird guy and that's what I like to do in my spare time. And one of the things you see is that these periods of very intense US activity in Latin America, like we saw 100 years ago, corollaries and doctrines that are now being sort of openly invoked in the current context, often produced some short-term successes, but a backlash against the United States over the medium and long term. And look, you can draw a direct line between Teddy Roosevelt and his big stick and the Roosevelt corollary of the 1900s to the rise of nationalist sentiment in Cuba to all the way through to Peronism, the Cuban Revolution, and even Hugo Chavez and el socialismo del siglo XXI. All of these movements had a strong anti-imperialist, anti-US sentiment at their core, drawing from that history. So my question to both of you is, do you have any thoughts on how both the US government and governments in the region can help try to avoid a similar backlash in years to come, given that we're seeing such an active Latin America policy from this White House?
Yes, well, again, when you go back to probably the most successful years of cooperation between Washington and Latin America, that happened during the 90s. In the 90s, we were able to get consensus around the importance of development cooperation in certain areas, very well focused. I understand that in many countries in Latin America, probably you don't need any more of that kind of cooperation, but there are still some countries that truly need it. If we would need, again, for example, to tackle in a sustained way the risk factors that explains migration, okay? Because sooner or later, probably that will go back. So that would be back. The second component that was very successful was trade. My country is probably one of the best examples. Mm-hmm. We were able to grow and create a very dynamic economy thanks to the trade opportunities that the United States created around the Americas. So I think that in that sense, and that's my very sincere opinion, weaponizing tariffs as an instrument for punishing governments, I think it is a very bad idea, okay? And finally, diplomacy. Diplomacy as a complement of the use of military force, because I understand that given the current circumstances of the huge menace that organized crime represents for the hemisphere, it is important to scale up the operations with the participation of the military. But at the same time, we cannot forget about the important role of soft power, because concerning the soft power, United States is probably the country who really knows how to use it as compared with, for example, China or Russia in our region.
It's interesting to hear you. What I'm hearing from you is it can't be just security by itself. It has to go hand in hand with diplomacy, with commercial ties, with soft power. And it's interesting, we heard a similar message from Mike Jensen, who you mentioned, the National Security Advisor, yesterday, talking about how they are essentially standing by now with a flood of resources for economic investment and looking for projects. Absolutely. Jose, I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that's exactly right, and what the president describes is spot on. Like those are foundational things that you have to have, and at the end of the day, you have to deliver the results. And the way to do that, once you've invested the time, the hard work that goes into doing that, and building those relationships and so on, is unleash the power of the free market, unleash the free enterprise system, allow for people's lives to get better. To your point, what Michael Jensen was mentioning yesterday. And those principles, I think on their own, people's lives will flourish, their quality of living will improve, and there is an opportunity with the economic, the right economic incentives and alignment of policy and trade policy. I know right now USMCA is a big issue, for example, between the US, Mexico, and Canada. That negotiation is taking place, but it's not taking place in a vacuum. There are security concerns and other things that are happening around that. So those are things that I think need to be done the right way, in the responsible way. And once we get through these potential, maybe even a painful period at times, like that negotiation, for example, we can unleash some of this economic resurgence. The region has incredible talent, the people. In most of the countries that we travel to, that I've traveled to, you find just amazing talent, a lot of capability, a lot of folks who've even left their countries that would be willing to go back if the right opportunities were there for them. So I think that is also addresses maybe some of the migration matters as well. If opportunities are in someone's country, why would they want to leave if they can provide for their families and be close to their homeland and the rest of their loved ones, right? Nobody wants to leave that behind, but sometimes they don't necessarily have a choice, either because of security, lack of opportunity. So I think if we can get this right, to answer your question, we won't see that whiplash response. Now, politics and sentiment is not a straight line. It goes up and down for all sorts of reasons. Sometimes world events or things that you can't control. So you could see some of that happen. It happens here domestically. We have these 2-year cycles, 4-year cycles, and there's always this, up and down. But I think for the region, as long as we're in that up and down, we're progressing in the right way, and incomes are going up, and quality of life is going up, and sentiment about things like security are improving. I think we're going to be in good shape.
President Chinchilla, we have about a minute left. I want to give the final question to you. You mentioned that this organized crime issue, it's not a new issue. Here we are, still talking about it again, and it has gotten worse. It's a threat that has evolved because of the diversification of these organized crime groups. As you think about what would be necessary for real progress, taking advantage of this political cycle that we're in right now, what's the thing that you think would actually make a difference?
The difference, again, I will put all the emphasis that I could on strengthening, again, the rule of law. I think that is the weakest component of our democracies, and I think that the only way we can really sustain good results in the long term is investing on robust institutions of the rule of law.
I want to thank you both for a conversation that has been nuanced and dynamic and surprising in many ways. That's for our panel.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lauren Ray. I'm a junior here at FIU in the International Relations degree program. I am also an intelligence fellow under the Jack D. Gordon Institute's Intelligence Center for Academic Excellence. My research hones in on how the North Korea-Russia military alliance intensifies regional instability and advances the DPRK's nuclear proliferation. Without further ado, it is my great honor to introduce the moderator of this panel, Dr. Mark Rosenberg. Dr. Rosenberg is Florida International University's 5th president, having served from 2009 to 2022. He now holds the position as a professor here at the university, and he is renowned for his comprehensive academic background in political science. In addition to this, he is also a senior fellow at the Jack D. Gordon Institute, leading initiatives in cybersecurity policy, national security, as well as Latin America affairs. Today, he is joined by our very own MC, Mr. Randy Pastana, as well as the Grenadian ambassador to the United States, His Excellence, Tarly Francis. Thank you very much. Join me in welcoming these prestigious speakers.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here on the heels of that excellent discussion. We're going to now, if you will, focus on the Caribbean and on security issues there. And we have two individuals who have spent their professional careers thinking about these issues. First is our ambassador, Tarly Francis, who's Grenada's ambassador to the United States. Welcome, Ambassador. Thank you. And the second is Randy Pastana, who just completed 18 months in the Office of the Secretary of War, Secretary of Defense / War now, 18 months there as an advisor, and is now returning to FIU to the Jack Gordon Institute as Director for National Security and Policy-related issues. So let's get right to it. So, Randy, I'm really curious about the recent national security strategy and its implications for the Caribbean.
Well, thank you. Appreciate to be on this panel, especially with the ambassador and you, President Rosenberg. I think we've heard throughout the conference the redirection of the Western Hemisphere as the priority region, right? And this is something for those who've studied the region for our whole entire careers. We've been waiting for this. And frankly, the region, especially the Caribbean, has been saying, hey, this is the priority region for us, our shared security. So I think the national security strategy touches on a few things in relation to the Caribbean, some direct and some less direct. The first is obviously the prioritization of homeland defense, but looking at the Western Hemisphere and relationships across not just Latin America and the Caribbean, but even up to Canada and Greenland in terms of this shared continental defense and this shared security mission. I think the second piece of it is this emphasis on burden sharing, right? Whereby the United States is saying partners need to step up. They need to do more for our security. They need to do more for their respective security. And as you saw NSC Senior Director Michael Jensen say yesterday, really prioritize their own respective sovereignties and borders. And then the third one, I think people kind of overlooked, which was this idea of the protection and defense of the Gulf of America, right? And I think that's really overlooked, but what that tells you, for the first time that I can recall in memory, a U.S. national security strategy saying this waterway, these waterways directly into the economic lifeblood of the United States, the security lifeblood of the United States, is now a priority, which now brings in countries like Bahamas, Jamaica, and the Dominican Republic, at least in the immediate periphery, as part of the homeland defense mission for the United States, and therefore putting burden and putting resources towards Caribbean neighbors to be able to support U.S. national security objectives.
So we all know that for years there's been a lamentation that the United States isn't giving enough attention to the hemisphere. Mr. Ambassador, what about it? Is the national security strategy a welcome departure? Is it a continuity? How do you see it in Grenada, and as well, what is the broader environment in the Caribbean for this new approach?
Thank you very much again to FIU and Randy for having us. Thank you, Dr. Rosenberg.
Thank you.
Now, I think what we experiencing now in the Caribbean is generally and almost always described as instability, geopolitical and global instability. But from the perspective of a Caribbean person, what we are experiencing really is a strategic transition, a period of strategic transition. How that happens is extremely important, and the goal and the objective that are pursued as that happens is also important. We do not see the new or renewed focus on the Caribbean as a problem. It really isn't a problem. In fact, it is adding a competitor, which is a natural partner to the Caribbean, back into the fold of the competitive geopolitical environment in the region. And for that reason, I would say it is not on the negative side, but on the positive side.
Okay. And how do you view this issue of burden sharing? What's your instinct on that? What does that look like? What are the pros and the cons of that?
Okay. If we think about the Caribbean as a whole, so you speak in the Anglophone, the Francophone, you also have the Antillians, Dutch Antillians, etc. Generally speaking and overall, the biggest value we look for, even in the new focus of the United States as a geopolitical player, is stable democracies. And by and large, most of the Caribbean archipelago is governed by stable democratic processes. There are a few exceptions. 1, 2, 3, you count down the line, and you could include in that Haiti, that has its specific problem, historical problem, which the United States is back in attending to as well. And the protection of that environment, that social, economic, political environment for governance of our peoples is what we call the defense. In that regard, therefore, the defense of the region is not really the big change. It is the security element. And because security is multidimensional, we now have to focus on how that is done for burden sharing. Now, it is often said that the other partners, the adversaries to the United States are in there, they are building this, they are building that, but what is it? It's infrastructure, it's port, it's those information technology, the cyberspace technology that have crept in there over time. How do you address that as security issue? You have to tie it back to the reasons why all these things crept in. And they crept in mainly because the support for economic development, for social wages, for health expenditure was found somewhere else, not from US companies, not from entities from here. Addressing that, therefore, would help to stabilize the security situation. And I think that is what the more like-minded Caribbean leaders are expecting and are dialoguing about.
So Randy, what's your instinct? Is that going to work in this administration, or is that an approach that may be doomed to difficulty?
Oh, it's certainly doomed to difficulty, but I think that doesn't mean difficult things cannot be done. I think in looking at the Caribbean, one of the things that strikes me, and this is not just my time at the Pentagon, but time before that, is you have a series of different leaders, and I'll kind of tier it, not without saying any names, of course, but you have a series of leaders that want to look like leaders. You have a series of leaders that are making steps and making investments towards becoming security leaders within the region. And then you have those that want to have the willingness but are purely lacking the capabilities or the political infrastructure due to partisan fighting and other competing priorities. So I would say you can do it, but where the U.S. can support is, where are those willing partners? How do we support them in providing them the capabilities and the resources that would incentivize foreign direct investment to come into the countries that would ultimately serve as a force multiplier? But for those leaders that want to just look like leaders, how do we then message to them to say, hey, you can't just go out in the CARICOM forums or the United Nations forums or at the OAS and pretend and praise faux outrage at certain conditions, yet you're not doing the investments or the things you need to do to secure your own respective borders and your own respective security. Those are the ones that I think are the most difficult, because a lot of these leaders are extremely popular in their respective countries. So if you can get away from those leaders that just want to look like leaders and actually invest in those countries that show the willingness and the ability to invest in themselves, then I think you have an opportunity for the Caribbean at large to really prosper, and you'll get the U.S., regardless of administration, you'll get the U.S. support in those environments.
But is that assessment in the U.S. coming from the White House? Is it coming from the Pentagon? Where is it coming from? How does it get done?
No, I think from this administration, I think the burden sharing piece of countries that are politically aligned, right? You saw that with the America's Counter Cartel Conference in the Shield, right? You had Guyana, Trinidad, Jamaica, the countries that have been very forward pressing about being a priority partner for the United States. So for this administration, being able to go publicly is very good for this administration. But regardless of this administration versus the Biden administration or any administration, what you want to see, and the frustration is always, how do you partner with the region, and how do they invest in themselves to be able to combat the security threats that they're facing? And what you always ran into, and I'm not going to speak for the ambassador, is you have a series of countries who claim to be regional leaders in the Caribbean that are not doing their part. They will speak, they'll do the press, but then when it comes to actioning
when it comes to investing, they're not doing that, which is sad because you have a number of countries that are willing to do that. They just don't have the capabilities yet. And I think both administrations, the Trump administration, the Biden administration, administrations prior to that, want to invest in those countries that are both willing and are developing the capabilities to sustain the security fight in the region.
Got it. Mr. Ambassador?
Yeah, I would think that leads us to the question or the point of institutional trust.
Yeah.
There really must be some level of institutional trust in the longevity of relations that are established, such that it doesn't matter who in the Caribbean is actually leading their countries in those plausible democracies, because they get elected. They have popular support. But how do we ensure that the institutional support, that is the institutional partnership, is one that can outlive individuals and personalities? I would say on both sides. If we do not have, or if we have great difficulty in sustaining the level of maintenance of, for example, an institution like jointly run like a port, and that it remains integrated into the inter-American port system, no matter which government is in power or which hurricane has passed, then what we would have is a flip from one moment to the other as to how reliable the relation is. So I think institutional trust is an extremely important thing, and the way in which we have the partnership must also be sustainable, as I say, over time and personalities, but it must be sustainable because of what it is addressing. And if the partnership is actually addressing, it really doesn't take much for some US companies to invest in across 3 or 4 different Caribbean countries in one single industry. If it is marine, for example, marine monitoring, or the marine sector development through the capacity building. This really doesn't have to do with actually who is in office. It actually has to do with the program that is institutionally established as a relationship program that concretely serves the partnership between one institution and the other. At the risk of being challenged, I would say that probably other geopolitical entities have actually done so, and hence the reason why it's so complicated to now decouple. Now that the United States attention is refocused, it is difficult to decouple because over time they have institutionalized the relationship and they have allowed the infrastructure that was partnered to construct and so on to be intrinsic on both sides. So I would say, yeah, let's take that risk outside and simply just say now that I think there is fertile ground in virtually all of the Caribbean for a collaboration that strengthens the hemispheric security that is targeted from here. But the way in which it is done is what is meeting some of the reaction and the grandstanding that you are referring to by some of those who are no more spoken.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to challenge you. I'll actually concur with you because I think we've argued for many years the U.S. needs to compete, right? And you know, we're not going to be so subtle about saying we're talking about China here, right? China has been playing in our shared neighborhood, and because of that, we need to be able to compete. We need to show that we're interested in the region. We're willing to create and work with our partners to create the conditions that allows for foreign direct investment and that allows for digitalization efforts that are ultimately going to spur economic growth, which is going to create a more secure environment for the Caribbean. We need to compete as the United States, and I think it's not a lack of will, it's about the means by which you are competing, right? I think one point that you raised that is really important is regarding trust. And this is something that I think, as a region, looking at both CARICOM, looking at RSS, figuring out how to work across historical rivalries, work across larger Caribbean nations versus smaller Caribbean nations, and figuring out a way and a model to be able to figure out how to grow economically as a region. Because as a business person, I would say, where do I want to invest? In a small country of X population, or do I want to invest in a region that's growing and is going to be the innovative hub for whether it's nearshoring, whether it's digitalization efforts, whether it's renewable energies, right? I want to invest regionally, but this is where I think CARICOM and the larger multilateral environment like the Organization of American States can play key roles in their ability to bring the region together and bring the sub-region of the Caribbean together to incentivize that foreign direct investment. And if what I believe is right, that the U.S. investment in U.S. support and U.S. partnership is greater, you're not going to have to compete with the Chinese because they're not going to be able to compete.
Okay, so let's look at some of the issues of security. And a recurring theme throughout this gathering has been the impact of transnational organized crime, particularly here in this hemisphere. What about for the Caribbean? What about does that rise to a level, say, top 3 of issues that you might have in your security agenda in Grenada?
Yeah, well, certainly. In fact, I think I can just refer to, I think it was about 3 years ago. 3 years ago, the CARICOM leaders sat in Trinidad, and they actually looked at crime, including organized crime and trafficking, especially in small arms that contribute to the crime levels in the region, as a health problem. The leaders of all the Caribbean countries were sitting there, and they were speaking of crime, organized crime, including trafficking and illicit trafficking, illicit activities as well, and the work of the cartels and so in the region as a health problem and as a social welfare problem. So yeah, it's extremely important. It's high level. Our countries depend a great deal on fishing, and part of this problem that we face and we see as narco trafficking includes that the fisher folk of the Caribbean do not have an easy life on the open seas, even in countries' territorial waters, because of the interception with these elements and their control. When they intercede with us. It means that you're talking about whole families and livelihoods that are now living under threat because they have been hijacked or persuaded by force on the open seas. I mean, a fisherman in his boat and he's fishing, and then he's just pried upon by these people. They give him these things. He has to, and then he is now a target even when he's back ashore at home, as his family is. So it is a very important question that we do pay attention and should pay more attention to. Now, there's one thing that I probably should I should hasten to say. There is a misconception that the Caribbean people, including CARICOM, have not been, and leaders have not been very cooperative. And I don't think that is entirely true. The Caribbean countries, a lot of the countries have no, especially the Anglophone ones, no armies. The ones that have armies have remained integrated. That's why you found them among the SHIELD named countries recently. But our law enforcement and our Coast Guard, marine monitoring entities have been collaborating under the regional security system and working with the Southcom's maneuvers and so on have been taking place for years. So it's not that there is not that cooperation. Right. It's not that there is not that contribution. If you put it on scale, financially it would be smaller because these are smaller economies. But in terms of cooperation, it's there. And the integration of the Southcom operations for security in the region, including fighting narco trafficking, etc., of Caribbean law enforcement, and whether it's Army, is long-standing, and I believe it is really deep. Of course, this would be not so much in the public, but I mean, I just want to very quickly say that there is that level of cooperation, and our charities are indeed participating. Yeah. Again, with the exceptions, we know where they are.
Yeah, I would say, again, I think there is that cooperation. I'm not trying to create that message as or not, but it's very fickle in certain senses, right? Especially with hot button issues, right? Haiti being the perfect example, right? And how different countries are contributing in different ways. Different countries have differing opinions on how to deal with the Haiti situation. And those in closer proximity are having to, I'll give you an example. I was in Jamaica recently, and we're talking to the chief of defense. And you look at Haitian migration being their #1 security concern. Similar things in Bahamas, right? Yet, you don't have what seems to be a clear and united messaging on behalf of CARICOM states as to how to get Haiti towards a more democratic state, how to combat the gangs, how to move towards integrating, although I know the historical issues associated with Dominican Republic, but integrating Dominican Republic more closely into the larger environment of dealing with the Haiti crisis. Those are the issues, those historical issues, those tenuous issues that often take the attention away or create seams of mistrust among states that ultimately hinder the potential that the Caribbean does have. Because I do believe if Caribbean nations are able to work closer together and deal with the things privately on the side and say, publicly we need to stand united, you're going to see the Caribbean be much better off in the long run towards it. They're hard problems. Haiti is probably the hardest of all problems. But the narrative has to be a little bit different, and that's a messaging, a trust thing, and something that I think the Caribbean has not been as successful in doing.
Yeah. Again, if we stay on Haiti for a moment, again, I don't think there is any place in the Caribbean where the sentiment is not positive towards the solution in Haiti.
Yeah.
Of course, the resources available in the smaller countries is much less, and the gang situation that CARICOM has been able to put up a political presence through the Eminent Persons Group that has done quite a lot of work there. But of course, that situation is so challenging. The Eminent Persons Group could only do so much in terms of the facilitation. And CARICOM has done as much as it could do in that way. But if I can also just say that now that we have a more consensus or united approach on the international scale, all of CARICOM was there in the UN supporting, and at the UN Security Council doors, supporting the direction. But now we have that, it means we also have a way in which we can not only fund, but resource the Caribbean's continued support for Haiti. Because as you know, most Caribbean countries now have quite a heavy presence of Haitian migrated to the countries, and it's very difficult to accommodate more. So I would just quickly say that, that's an easy ground for cooperation.
Yeah, I'll tell you, working with the State Department as the UN Security Resolution to form the GSF was occurring. And there was, I'm not going to say the stakes, my blood pressure is going to get really high on here, but there was a particular Caribbean nation that almost compromised a good portion of that ability to create the GSF and transition from the MSS. But you're right, you're talking about a resource-constrained environment, and countries can contribute. And this is where I think the burden sharing, as we started the conversation, President Rosenberg, really hits, because small nations, while they might not have the resources or the personnel to contribute towards national security missions like Haiti, you do have votes in these multilateral institutions, and you have pronounced voices that can kind of come out in support of regional efforts towards solving issues like Haiti.
Well, and I was curious about that, because your point earlier was there's got to be actions, and there's got to be deeds, and then later you're coming back and you're talking about narratives.
Yeah.
So in some respects, is it because, let's say, smaller states may not be able to burden share in a resource sense or in a direct policy sense, but they can burden share in a, this word is, to me, very important these days in a post-truth era, in a context of where truth isn't so important, it's the narrative that matters.
Yes.
So, I mean, I'm not trying to say that there's a contradiction between truth and narratives, but my point is that...
Yeah, I wouldn't say truth doesn't matter. I think the truth being that speaking truth to power on public settings, using your platform that you have, matters. It's less so truth. It's maintaining the truth and saying the truth as loud as you can to say Haiti is excuse my language, a shit show. And there are things that we need to do as a community, not saying Grenada is going to do it alone, but Grenada coming out and shouting, Haiti is a shit show. The international community is to come out doing that, as opposed to just being quiet in the room. I think that's important. And again, that's not a Grenada thing. Grenada's been a leader on discussing the Haiti issue. So it's not Grenada specifically.
I know, because what we're looking for in Haiti is really a solution for a return to full democracy, to proper national governance, and the proper attention to the resources that's there for the interests and the benefit of the people. And hopefully, at this iteration, it would be possible to get the gang situation under control and allow the governance environment to improve.
So earlier in this conversation, there was mention of people, and the implication was people matter. So my question is, will the people of Grenada be better off now, given our refocusing on the region, than they were before?
Probably it's good to take a quick example here, and a very current one. I think it was yesterday, the State Department, the U.S. authorities, spoke about the establishment of a disaster response hub here in Florida. That's something concrete. That is something specific. Mm-hmm. It signals recognition of the fact that every year, at least one or two of the countries get hit by a hurricane, and economically, even socially, gets pushed back a decade or two. Infrastructure gets destroyed, and it's time to agriculture, source of food security as well as export revenue, get destroyed. Just that we have in it an example of what meaning would be taken as positive from the words that says we are now refocusing on. That will say, I'm not only thinking about military power, mm-hmm. I'm thinking about regional and hemispheric growth and development. I believe that is a good example for me to use to answer this question. I think if that is the approach that continues, it means that we will not just be focusing on whether a non-US vessel is going into my port. We'll be focusing on the support that is required for the upgrade of my port. It will be received. The guidance and the engineering expenses, which I cannot put for myself, which has to do with the integrity of the waterway for the deep harbor ships to really come through and to allow that trade we're speaking about to pass through, including the trade from US entities and from nearshoring opportunities, that will be part of the narrative of the refocus. If that happens, we will not only be better off, you will see us smiling all the way, all the way to the bank.
Thank you. That was very artful. And let me give Randy Pestana the last word, please.
No, what I would say, again, I know I've been a little critical of the Caribbean in this session, and it's not intentional. It's because I believe in the potential of the region, right? The Caribbean likes to call it the zone of peace, and I agree with that. I would also say it's the zone of opportunity. I think not just for the United States, but for private sector investment, for external European powers to be able to support the Caribbean and the growth of the region. And it's one of those things that I think if we treat it delicately, we got to get the security situation under wraps, but also looking at all these other threats that are facing, the digital threats, yes. The environmental threats. Mm-hmm. We're in Miami, the hurricane season's coming, yeah. Right? All these things matter, but if we can get it right and we can develop the ability not just to absorb the capacity, but also sustain the resources and security cooperation that's going out to the region, again, I really see the Caribbean as a zone of opportunity. So I'll end with that.
Well, thank you to both of our panelists. Appreciate your approaches and your sincerity. This has been a great way to end the morning. I know we have a lunch and we'll resume shortly. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please join me in providing our speakers another round of applause. We will now break for lunch. We are serving lunch in the faculty club, and members of our team are available to assist you in any matters that you may require. We ask that you please return by 1:30 so that we may continue our conference programming. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, we are just about ready to kick off. If you can please take your seats. Please take your seats. All right. So good afternoon. Hopefully that was a good lunch, good networking, good opportunity to meet some friends and discuss further. One thing I do want to remark, there's going to be some slight changes to the agenda. Fortunately, we have a U.S. ambassador to the OAS, Ambassador Rizzuto, going to be hopping on stage here in a little bit. So there's going to be some minor modifications to the agenda. Don't worry, we're still going to stay on time and leave on time as expected. Also, if you've noticed outside, we have some great partners around tables showcasing technology, showcasing some of the best of what FIU partnerships have to offer. One of those organizations is the Miami Strategic Intelligence. They have a book launch coming up here at 2:45 p.m. in the Graham Center, room 150. For those of you that have seen the publications out on the table, grab those orange bags. Make sure you're talking to them. But at 2:45, they will be having a session for those interested in GC 245 for the Miami Strategic Intelligence book launch with Dr. Marrero. So highly encourage you to check that out if available to do so. But without much further ado, we want to get to our next panel as part of the Hemispheric Security Conference. And here to introduce that panel is one of our superstars at the Gordon Institute, Miss Maya.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, and I hope you're ready for the second part of today, day 2. Hope you're not so sleepy. That's why we didn't go with a heavy lunch. My name is Maya Havertong. I'm a PhD candidate here at FIU's International Crime and Justice Program. I'm focusing my research on the operations, expansion, and use of violence by transnational criminal organizations like Tren de Aragua. And if you were here last year, I was on the Tren de Aragua panel, so I'm happy to be back again. And I'm also a graduate research assistant here at FIU's Gordon Institute. So without further ado, I'm pleased to introduce the next panel, The Business of Crime, the Economic Engines of Illicit Networks. This panel is moderated by Dr. Jose Miguel Cruz. Not only is he the director of the Kimberly Green School of Latin American and Caribbean Center, he's also an associate professor under the Criminology and Criminal Justice Department, and he's a part of my dissertation committee. And Dr. Cruz is known for his work on transnational crime, gangs, violence, and governance in Latin America, specifically Central America. With over hundreds of scholarly reviewed articles and multiple books, please allow me to welcome the next panel and Dr. Cruz. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Very happy to be here. Thank you to the Jack Gordon Institute for Public Policy for giving us this opportunity to moderate this panel. And before I start, I just wanted to give a big shout out to our MC, Randy Pestana. Randy Pestana was my research assistant around 10, 12 years ago at the Latin American Caribbean Center. And so happy and proud to see him, now Director of National Security at the Gordon Institute, and also after a successful tenure in the federal government. So I think he's gone. So also very honored to be moderating this panel. We're missing one of our panelists, Ana Glenda Tager, but happy to be here with Stephen Dudley and Eduardo Vergara. And we're going to be basically talking about the business of crime, the economic engines of illicit network. Usually, we talk a lot about the implications of criminal groups, right, or the consequences. Now we're going to look at the sort of the causes, engines, what makes these groups basically proliferate in our region, as has been discussed largely throughout these conferences. One of the main problems in Latin America is criminal violence, right? And the rise of criminal organizations that in the last 10, 15 years are becoming increasingly powerful. So we're gonna delve into that in this panel. And the whole idea in this discussion is to move beyond the idea that organized crime is this isolated activity, right? That criminals and criminal groups are just these separate groups, separate from sometimes from the society or even from the state, and they just basically produce all these violence sort of separate from the society. Rather, I think we need to see organized crime as part of a larger trend, a larger dynamic that involves our societies. So to start with, I'm gonna start with a general question for our panelists. So when we talk about the business of crime, what do you think are the main economic engines that allow illicit networks to grow, adapt, and survive in Latin America and the Caribbean today? Especially since, as President Chinchilla said earlier this morning, the problem of crime is not a recent problem. We have been dealing with that for many years. So at this point, however, and with this idea that they have seemed to grow, they have grown in the last 10 years, 15 years, what are the main economic engines that allow these networks to grow, adapt, and thrive in Latin America? Stephen, we'll go with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jose Miguel, and thank you, FIU, for the invitation and the opportunity to speak to you all today. I guess I would start with the place where everybody thinks I'm going to start, which is drugs, but maybe not the drugs you think about initially. I know that for a lot of us, we still think of the United States, for example, as a cocaine-consuming country, and it is. And it has fluctuated a little bit, gone down, gone up, but there is a drug that actually supersedes it in a major way, and I think one that we need to keep a better eye on, and that's methamphetamine. The reality is that the United States is a methamphetamine-consuming country. By some estimates, double the number of methamphetamine users than cocaine users here. And in the other spaces that we are monitoring, Oceania and Asia, Europe, of course, cocaine use is going up, but so is methamphetamine use. And so this is sort of the major driver of what we've seen in criminal activity. When we think about, for example, the Jalisco cartel, that's a methamphetamine producing cartel. I mean, that was their source of revenue. That was their source of power. And this gets us to another point, which is the idea of synthetic drugs. And again, they're sort of traditional organic-based drugs are what capture our imagination, but the reality is that we're now in a world in which there are two parallel markets. And one of those markets are these traditional organic-based drugs, but of course the synthetic drugs are the ones that are surging right now. The one that, of course, is in the headlines is fentanyl, but even that is one of many, a wide array of drugs. And what we're moving towards are these kind of two parallel markets, and a world in which the barriers to entry to get into synthetic drugs and produce different types of synthetic drugs is so low that you're looking at, or you're going to be looking at, a sort of menu. And if you are a drug user, you're going to be able to go into certain spaces where we're talking about a club or a street corner, and you're going to have a menu of sorts. And you're already seeing that with the menu of not just fentanyl, but other variations of fentanyl. Nitazene is probably the most prominent amongst those. And then within nitazene, you have 5 different types of nitazenes, all of this being synthetic-based. Synthetic-based is different in many ways and presents many more challenges for law enforcement, the most important of which is that the foundation is the global chemical industry. We're not talking about small farmers in 3 different countries that are subject to the times of year and weather patterns and things of that sort. We're talking about the global chemical industry being the source of the raw materials for these particular drugs. So this is a whole new challenge that I think we have to prepare ourselves for. The second thing is, of course, that there are new large criminal economies, the most important of which in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean is mining, and in particular illegal mining, gold mining in particular. And in those spaces, the criminal groups are initially sort of taxing all these different levels. So the lowest level is the sort of informal mining area. Then the mid-levels, maybe the transporters, and now they're getting into the sort of commercialization or the actual distribution and selling of these raw materials that are coming out of that. So this is gold and other materials themselves. This is, in some spaces, competing with or has superseded already drug trafficking revenues. And then the third area that I would highlight are these areas that are kind of low barriers of entry criminal economies. And these have emerged because of the evolution of these large criminal organizations and these fights that these large organizations are having. And what happens is these large organizations they bring in allies. They bring in low-level allies very often. So small-level gangs or other types of criminal groups that will form part, short-term alliances. And what will happen is they'll beef them up. They give them infrastructure. They give them access to weapons. They give them know-how and training. And then when the state, which it very often does, goes in and dismantles the top layers and maybe some of the bottom layers, these groups atomize. And what's left for them are these low barrier of entry criminal economies. We're talking about extortion. We're talking about drug peddling. Those kind. That's why you're seeing a proliferation of extortion across the region, because you have this process of building out these alliances, building up this infrastructure, and then dismantling it. And then what's left there are these atomized pieces who are entering into these low barrier of entry criminal economies. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Eduardo, I'll go with the same question for you, but I will add something. I would like to hear your opinion on that. Marcelo Berman published a book called More Money, More Crime, in which he argues that part of the increase of violence and criminal violence in Latin America is because Latin America went through, in the early 2000s, went through a period of economic growth. And that economic growth basically also fueled criminal organization and crime. So I just want to have your intake on that too.
Well, thank you. First of all, I want to thank FIU for this great conference, also the Atlantic Council that they've been pushing for these common efforts and joint results. So I'm going to try to answer your question without touching much of what Steve said, so we don't go over some of the same ideas. But I think that while we have to look into economic drivers and the impact of having more resources and how that could
result on a larger power when it comes to organized crime or more illicit activities. I think that, I mean, we could agree with that, but at the same time, there are a lot of other socioeconomic factors that could be even more powerful. When we look at our region and we realize that it is not only about drugs, as Steve said, and which it is a very crucial and a very important part, but it's also about how certain countries have been driving more demand within a region. So markets are, for a long time, drug markets were looking into Australia, Southeast Asia, North America, Europe, but all of a sudden we started to have countries that were large enough to drive demand.
Mm-hmm.
And transactions costs were different, distances were different, but also, and at the same time, we see that in many countries, especially younger populations, kids and adolescents, have been showing very clear changes regarding the perception of risk when it comes to use drugs. And when the perception of risk goes down, you're also talking from a criminal perspective of a market opportunity, right? So I would say that that is one factor. Another factor is family ties, and how we've seen that when someone is born within a family that has been participating in crime, be it organized crime or less organized crime, the chances that that person will actually pick up and continue that business are certainly real, and in a lot of cases are very high. We also have the case of institutions. One way or another, what we've seen in criminal organizations that they're organized, they have the capacity to join forces and unify to recruit other smaller organizations or even win over other smaller organizations in different countries. But at the same time, we see that in different countries how institutions and systems are becoming weaker. And even in some cases, there's evidence that show how decentralized governments have a weaker and smaller capacity to confront larger organizations because they have less power. So what I'm trying to say is that I think that it goes way beyond having or not resources, but in certain crimes like extortions or kidnapping, certainly having the possibility of executing a crime that it will give you more returns and more money could make that executing that crime more not only profitable but attractive. So certainly, and Steve mentioned something that I think that it deserves another panel or another question, but about illicit markets and illicit activities that are happening within legal activities, such as illegal mining. And I think that right now, illegal mining, specifically on the Amazonian region and well, in many different countries or region, with the experience of Colombia and many other countries, is certainly something that we have to focus on. Because these are economic drivers that are central and crucial for national economies. These are areas of work and development that have been present and taking place for many, many years, but all of a sudden, or starting a few years ago, we've seen how they are attractive for criminal organizations. So all this, the state structure, all the public structure, or even the private structure that was ready to manage those activities on the legal form, on the legal environment, suddenly have this challenge. So I think Marcelo Bergman is amazing. I've known him for many years. I've read his books, and he's a great guy. But I cannot perhaps simplify the explanation of illegal activity and illegal economies only on the fact that more resources are available. But I think that in our region specifically, it goes way and way deeper than that.
Thank you, Eduardo. We're going to, with Ana Glenda, and we're going to switch to Spanish, if okay with all in the panel. Y la pregunta que tengo para comenzar es, ¿cuáles son los motores que producen que el crimen organizado se expanda, crezca y se mantenga en América Latina?
Muy buenas tardes y bueno, primero que nada, muchas gracias por la invitación a este panel y encontrarme con viejos amigos. Así que creo que para hablar de expansión del crimen organizado en América Latina, lo primero que hay que pensar muy bien es de qué contexto específico estamos hablando. Porque aunque muchas veces generalizamos para todos los países como que fueran lo mismo, la situación dependiendo de cada contexto es distinta, sobre todo no solo por el hecho de cómo operan cada una de las redes, sino sobre todo cómo funcionan los estados, cómo funcionan las entidades de gobierno, de justicia, los niveles de impunidad de cada país, porque esos son los elementos que van a determinar el nivel de operaciones que van a tener estas bandas en cada uno de los países. Si hablo, por ejemplo, en el caso concreto de Guatemala, yo puedo decir que han cambiado las estructuras criminales en los últimos años. Son estructuras organizativas más flexibles, con énfasis en compartimentación y redundancia operacional. Hay asociación estratégica con muchos funcionarios públicos, sobre todo el sistema de justicia, lo cual hace que la situación sea más compleja. Luego hay diversificación hacia múltiples mercados ilícitos como la extorsión, el tráfico de personas, el tráfico de armas, la extracción ilegal de recursos. Y creo que hay ciertos datos interesantes cuando hablamos de economías ilícitas y de cómo funcionan. En el caso de Guatemala, el PIB de Guatemala tiene flujos económicos comparables con tráficos ilícitos, especialmente en los casos de las extorsiones. Entonces, claro, esto es impresionante si uno lo ve de esa manera, porque realmente el nivel de impacto que puede tener es otro. Luego creo que es importante también definir que la estructura corporativa del crimen tiene toda una cadena de suministros. Y en esa cadena tenemos desde la producción, el transporte, la distribución, el lavado de dinero, y dependiendo de cada momento y cada especialización y cada área, así va a afectar. Incluso nosotros lo podemos ver en el caso del país, dependiendo el territorio específico del país, así va a operar de una manera en comparación con otro. Porque dependiendo si el alcalde es un narcoalcalde, que lo llevaron por la misma política con apoyos del narcotráfico en su momento, pues lógicamente lo que va a operar en esa área es diferente de lo que va a operar en otra. O si es un área de paso que puede ser más estratégica, o si es un área de frontera con México, donde va a tener otro tipo de relaciones con los cárteles de la droga, eso va a ser una gran diferencia dependiendo de cada lugar. Entonces, creo que lo que hay que tratar de analizar siempre es la complejidad que existe de todo lo que es la criminalidad y cuáles son todas las etapas que tiene, porque podemos hablar del gran crimen hablando cuando pensamos en tráfico de drogas, tráfico de personas, pero claro, cuando hablamos de extorsiones, que es la que le afecta a cada gente en lo particular y en lo común, estamos hablando de pandillas juveniles, pero no quiere decir que sean desconectados unos de los otros. Muchas veces unos operan para los otros, como dijiste tú anteriormente, hay una relación en donde son utilizados para, no solo para proveerles armas, para proveerles drogas, sino también muchas veces para que hagan sicariato. Entonces, todo ese tipo de elementos es importante tenerlos en consideración.
Gracias, Ana Glenda. Steven, Ana Glenda mencionó algo que me parece importante y ella apuntó que en cierto modo, en el caso guatemalteco, las organizaciones han venido cambiando, ¿cierto? Organizaciones de crimen organizado, grupos de crimen organizado han venido cambiando. hay en realidad muy poca gente que sepa tanto sobre lo que ha sucedido en los últimos 20 años como vos, Inside Crime, por todo el trabajo que han hecho a lo largo de la región. ¿Cómo caracterizas un poco ese cambio, o si ha habido cambio de modelo de crimen organizado en la región en los últimos 20 años?
Bueno, creo que sí ha cambiado mucho, un poco por lo que yo decía antes, esa contratación a nivel local de esos grupos y la creación de esos grupos variados con partes distintas, con alianzas distintas, con una fuerza distinta. Entonces, cuando se atomiza, pues lo que deja en el camino son muchos grupos, los grupitos que tienen un poder fuerte. Pero lo otro es en cuanto a las redes. Nosotros hablamos de organizaciones, nosotros incluso ahí en Inside Crime somos culpables igual porque poner nombre es una forma de organizar cómo pensamos en estos grupos, pero también es una falacia, porque estos grupos y los miembros, ¿no?, entre comillas, de estos grupos, a veces no son miembros, no se levantan en la mañana y no ponen uniformes, así no funciona. Nosotros nos encontramos, por ejemplo, ahí investigando toda la cadena de suministro de fentanilo y la producción de fentanilo. Hablamos con productores que están produciendo fentanilo de una manera ilícita y ahí encontramos unos productores que ellos bien trabajaban dentro de un lugar que era dominio de los chapitos, pero realmente si cada mañana se levantaba y hablaban con el jefe de los chapitos, ¿sí?, para saber cuánto hay que producir hoy, nunca, jamás. Ellos eran autosostenibles. ¿Qué es lo que hacían? Pues ellos conseguían su propio equipo, conseguían a través de sus contactos sus propios precursores, o sea, toda material básica para poder producir el fentanilo, conseguían su lugar donde operar. Obviamente tenían una relación con los chapitos. La relación se basaba básicamente en dos cosas: la protección de las fuerzas estatales y de otros grupos rivales, y tener un cliente a quien vender el fentanilo que estaban produciendo. Eso era su relación que tenían ahí con el cartel, pero no eran miembros del cartel. O sea, así no existe. Entonces, existen esas redes que se han establecido porque ahora son grupos globales, o sea, y participan en una economía global, se han organizado tal cual como las mismas empresas globales, ¿no?, con contratación, subcontratación, etcétera, etcétera. Y entonces, eso es lo de dificultar. Entonces, desmantelas una parte de la organización y, claro, es fácil reemplazar esa parte de la organización. Un nodo, pues, desaparece, pues, aparece otro nodo. Entonces, ese es el reto grande que tienen los estados, sobre todo cuando estamos hablando de esas cadenas de suministro que funcionan básicamente como la economía global.
Eduardo, sin duda, crimen organizado es un problema de seguridad, ¿cierto? Y la violencia criminal ha sido un problema de seguridad en la región por muchos años. Yo recuerdo, yo asistí a una de las primeras conferencias organizadas por el BID, 1996 o 98, o quizás 94, en Río de Janeiro.
Tenías como 15 años.
Estaba muy joven, estaba un niño. Enrique Iglesias abrió esa conferencia básicamente para decir que la violencia que empezaba a despuntar en América Latina en ese momento era un problema de desarrollo, ¿no? Estoy hablando de esto de casi 30 años, ¿no? Y aún estamos aquí todavía hablando de eso, pero quisiera oír un poco tu opinión. Frente a los cambios que ha sufrido incluso las expresiones de violencia criminal y de crimen organizado y de redes, ¿cómo podemos seguir concibiendo esto como un problema de desarrollo?
A ver, yo te diría que esa reflexión
sigue más vigente que nunca. No hay seguridad, al menos sostenible, sin desarrollo, y no hay desarrollo que pueda ser sostenible sin seguridad. La seguridad se torna, o más bien siempre ha sido así, además como un derecho paraguas, que habilita el ejercicio de otros derechos y otras actividades, pero también otras provisiones de servicios públicos. Es muy difícil garantizar salud sin seguridad, es muy difícil garantizar la educación, ya sea desde la educación más básica hasta a la superior, sin seguridad, y para qué hablar de la inversión privada, que me voy a referir a ello en un segundo más, pero también las obras públicas, etc. Entonces, ese es el corazón de la razón por la que el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo ha tomado la seguridad como uno de sus ejes centrales. Esa es la razón principal por la que nuestro presidente tomó la decisión de que el Banco Interamericano sea, además, la única banca multilateral que tiene una división dedicada 100% a la seguridad. Esa es la razón por la que el banco ha impulsado la Alianza por la Seguridad, la Justicia y el Desarrollo, que reúne a 23 países y 16 instituciones, y esa es también la razón por la que nuestras operaciones del año 2025 al año 2024 no solo casi se triplicaron, y en nuestra proyección para el 2026 casi se van a nuevamente triplicar. Entonces, ese es el paraguas del porqué. Y solo me quiero focalizar en dos elementos que me parecen claves de analizar acá y que creo también que da para reflexiones mucho más profundas, poniendo el desarrollo al centro. Y lo primero es el tremendo y profundo desafío que tenemos a nivel institucional y particularmente en los sistemas de justicia criminal y seguridad. Y es, en simple, la capacidad que los sistemas de justicia criminal tienen para responder. Se habla mucho de acceso a la justicia, se ha hablado por muchos años de acceso a la justicia en nuestra región. Pero no se trata solo de acceder a la justicia, sino que la justicia y sus instituciones y sus sistemas tengan la capacidad de responder y responder a tiempo. Porque una respuesta tardía, muchos argumentan incluso que no es justicia. Entonces, ¿por qué es importante? Porque el sistema de justicia criminal es el corazón de la credibilidad del Estado. Y ahí es donde se juega gran parte de la legitimidad que los Estados tienen y deben construir para poder gobernar. Entonces, cuando la legitimidad del Estado está en cuestión y es lo que se erosiona, es también el Estado el que se transforma en un actor con mayor vulnerabilidad, particularmente frente a la criminalidad organizada. Pero en paralelo a los sistemas de justicia criminal, particularmente, y hablando desde lo público, hay otro factor que tiene que ver en cuánto nos cuesta todo esto.
Así es.
Un reciente estudio del banco nos permite mostrar en cómo el crimen y la inseguridad a nuestra región, América Latina y el Caribe, le cuesta 3.4 puntos del Producto Interno Bruto. De ese 3,4, si lo desagregamos, 0,7, o sea, ni siquiera un punto del PIB, es un impacto directo del capital humano. Y un impacto directo del capital humano particularmente significa la pérdida de vidas o personas que no pueden contribuir por producto de la criminalidad y la inseguridad. Un punto del Producto Interno Bruto es el costo de lo público, o sea, lo que gastan los estados en seguridad. Y 1,3 o 1,4 es el costo privado. Lo que el sector privado y la familia le hace la inversión privada desde una persona que pone una cámara en su casa y la compra con su bolsillo para poder prevenir y vigilar lo que está pasando afuera, hasta lo que gastan las grandes empresas, estoy hablando de minería, lo que sea. En una región donde el promedio de guardias de seguridad privada por cada policía en la calle es aproximadamente 4. Y en algunos estados, en algunas regiones de países, eso llega al 7. O sea, el impacto y la magnitud de la seguridad privada instalada comparada con la fuerza pública es bastante grande.
en uno de los mercados que ustedes saben que además crece y que dicho sea de paso se ha transformado también en una línea de trabajo que estamos impulsando como el banco. Entonces, ¿por qué les digo esto? Porque esto es lo que genera un impacto en las instituciones, en el Estado, pero también en el bolsillo de todos. E impacta en la capacidad de endeudamiento, impacta en la credibilidad económica, impacta en la capacidad que tiene una persona de tomar una decisión si emprende comercialmente o no, entre comillas, por, ¿no es cierto?, amenazas como las extorsiones, etcétera, 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 miedo a la inversión extranjera y todo lo que todos sabemos. Tiene, además, un impacto en la capacidad en la que el Estado, por medio de sus acciones, comunica su capacidad. Entonces, al final del día, son factores que determinan el por qué este es un asunto y una problemática de desarrollo. Porque afecta a todos, porque afecta a lo público como lo privado, porque tiene que ver con la legitimidad y fortaleza de las instituciones, pero también con la necesidad de mayor coordinación, eficiencia en el gasto y una capacidad de que la inversión y la política de seguridad, y lo mencionábamos en una reunión previa que tuvimos, sea una política del Estado, que trascienda administraciones y que nos permita fortalecer de manera permanente esa capacidad y que no esté siendo dependiendo de administraciones o cambios, sino que tengamos una línea base gruesa, conjunta, por eso la Alianza por la Seguridad, pero que tenga esa capacidad de fortalecerte. Entonces, raya para la suma, muy visionario, más vigente que nunca el vínculo entre seguridad y desarrollo, y es el eje y la razón por la que nosotros como banco estamos trabajando en materias de seguridad.
Gracias, Eduardo. Ana Glenda, vos tocaste, y creo que todos han tocado en cierto modo, la importancia de las instituciones y del Estado, ¿verdad? Sin embargo, en muchos de los casos que vemos en América Latina, parte del problema ciertamente no solo es que las instituciones no hacen su trabajo o no responden adecuadamente, sino que también en muchos casos algunas instituciones están profundamente comprometidas o profundamente involucradas en los negocios de crimen organizado o personas vinculadas a esas instituciones. En Guatemala se ha discutido mucho sobre la presencia de lo que se ha dado en llamar poderes ocultos, por ejemplo, vinculados al Estado, y eso ha hecho más difícil el combate del crimen. Y así en varios otros países en la región. ¿Qué puede hacer, qué debe hacer el gobierno, qué pueden hacer los gobiernos precisamente para poder limpiar ese involucramiento y ganar o reganar legitimidad frente a los ciudadanos en el tema de seguridad?
Tal vez voy a empezar dando el contexto concreto de Guatemala muy rápido, porque creo que de ahí nos puede servir como un ejemplo de un caso extremo en el que los niveles de impunidad son tan altos que afectan directamente en ese funcionamiento del país en su conjunto. En el caso de Guatemala, lo que nosotros venimos encontrando es una serie de gobiernos que durante muchos años estuvieron pues, estructurando un sistema que es un sistema en el que encontramos altos niveles de corrupción y mucha permeabilidad de varios grupos interesados que, como yo decía antes en la pregunta anterior, de alguna manera están ligados con la política. Entonces, al estar ligados con la política, no solo a través de las alcaldías, sino también a veces a través de las diputaciones, de jueces, en el mismo Ministerio Público, y eso ha ido haciendo un sistema de impunidad que lo que da es la impresión al ciudadano de que no me están respondiendo ante las situaciones a las que yo me estoy exponiendo, por un lado. Pero por otro lado, también esa misma situación lo que genera es que el crimen sienta que puede campear perfectamente sin ningún tipo de freno y sin ningún tipo de preocupación, ¿no? Entonces, eso lo que hace es que, aunque uno en determinado momento, por ejemplo, quiera decir voy a fortalecer la policía y que la policía pueda detener personas que están haciendo extorsión o que están haciendo robos o que están en trata de personas o que están en tráfico de droga, claro, ¿cómo? Si yo voy a agarrar a esa persona y la voy a llevar a los tribunales y en los tribunales hay la capacidad para pagar lo suficiente y que la dejen libre, pues lógicamente ahí ya perdimos, porque entonces más adelante cuando la persona está libre, lo que va a venir es contra el policía que pudo haber hecho bien su trabajo. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que empieza a suceder? Policías también involucrados en ese tipo de situaciones para hacerse la vista gorda, o policías que pueden tener miedo de hacer las cosas bien. O sea, en el país hemos llegado en algunos momentos a tener gente que hace comentarios en los cuales dice, bueno, ¿y yo para qué me voy a exponer ante la criminalidad y me voy a exponer ante una situación? Prefiero pasar tranquilo, desapercibido, y si encima gano de la situación, tú porque eres tonto y quieres ir en contra de eso y hacer una lucha contra esto, ¿no? Entonces, también creo que no hay a veces la visión de la relación existente entre la corrupción y la impunidad, porque en la medida en la que el sistema es corrupto, es muy fácil poder llegar y comprar a ese funcionario público de turno para que ese funcionario nos permita hacer lo que queremos. Y a veces para muchos ha sido mucho más fácil pues que eso se fortalezca, porque eso de tener que negociar con alguno o tener que sentarte a ver cómo vas a cumplir con ciertas normas o tener que seguir la ley como está escrita, pues eso hace que la situación sea muy compleja, ¿no? Entonces, este tipo de situaciones van afectando de alguna manera y van corroyendo hasta un nivel tan profundo que para nosotros ahorita la buena noticia es que el próximo domingo, si todo sigue bien, vamos a tener cambio de fiscal general, porque de lo contrario, con una fiscalía que no responde a los intereses de la población y que tiene una serie de denuncias en los últimos 8 años sin resolver, y que la mayoría de la población se queja de los niveles de impunidad porque para ellos descartar los casos ha sido una forma de ser eficientes, pues lógicamente con una fiscalía de ese tipo es muy difícil que se pueda combatir al crimen. No depende solamente de una entidad del Estado, y por eso creo que el comentario anterior de la coordinación interinstitucional es sumamente importante, porque solo esa coordinación real entre distintas entidades del Estado va a poder permitir poder llegar a niveles de eficiencia en donde se le pueda responder a la población. Ahora, el problema nos encontramos cuando en la población muchos de ellos ya han aprendido a vivir en ese sistema, desde los niveles más comunitarios en algunos casos, en donde es más fácil con el alcalde de turno, con el grupo que puede estar controlando el área, porque hay quizá en Guatemala eso es menos, pero lo vi muchísimo en Colombia, áreas que estaban completamente controladas por grupos. Y esas áreas controladas por los grupos les tenían hasta el reglamento de qué se podía y qué no se podía hacer. Una vez en un barrio a mí me dijeron, tenía una señora problemas de que el esposo le estaba, pues la golpeaba y le hacía violencia contra ella, y la señora dijo, bueno, ya me fui a quejar con el líder del barrio. Y con el líder la cosa ya está bien. Desde entonces mi marido ya no me hace ningún tipo, nada malo, ya todo está resuelto. Porque lógicamente estos grupos empiezan a constituirse en los encargados de definir la vida normal de la población. Entonces, cuando uno tiene esas situaciones, lo primero que se necesita es la presencia estatal, pero no la presencia estatal de la fuerza, sino la presencia estatal en todos los sentidos, desde los órganos de justicia, el acceso a trabajos que puedan ser lícitos, porque casi siempre estos lo que facilitan es el trabajo ilícito. Y si yo no tengo otra opción de trabajo, pues paro cayendo en esto. Entonces, viéndolo desde ese nivel hasta un nivel alto en el que uno puede tener políticos que descubrieron que si estaban trabajando con el Estado y que empezaban a tener pues todo lo de la contratación pública a un nivel alto, haciéndolo de una manera en la que a ellos les permite hacer lavado de dinero, pues empiezan a presionar para tener el acceso a través de constructoras. Y eso es bastante común en varios lugares, lo puedo decir en el caso de mi país, en donde hay una presión para que la construcción, por ejemplo, carreteras o la construcción de cosas o de contrataciones del Estado, se haga a través de empresas, que son empresas que le pertenecen muchas veces a políticos o a este tipo de grupos, que lo que les interesa al final no es hacer la obra y no es ganar de la obra, es, por supuesto que pueden ganar, pero sobre todo es lavar dinero. Entonces, cuando uno tiene toda esa cadena, es muy difícil, porque no es de que yo voy a ir contra el malo y aquí están los buenos, y voy a defender a los buenos de los malos. Es que ya se hace una etapa de grises en las que ya no sabemos quién es el malo y quién es el bueno, y en donde todo se entrelaza. Y ahí es más complejo poder hacer una operación para definir qué es posible en materia de decisiones políticas y de cómo se tiene que ir manejando, porque llega muchas veces a tenerse tanto control del Estado que tienen la capacidad hasta de poder dar golpes de Estado o poder tener incidencias desde el nivel internacional en muchas de las acciones. Entonces, estas cosas hacen que la situación muchas veces sea más compleja de verla desde una perspectiva puramente de que reforma el sector seguridad al estilo como se analizaba anteriormente. No, esto es un tema de Estado de Derecho, de democracia y de cómo tenemos que transformar nuestras sociedades, desde el que está hasta más perdido en su comunidad, hasta los que están manejando desde la política. Y tal vez dar un último dato que es muy curioso para el caso de mi país, y es que si vemos el tema de estadísticas criminales, es muy interesante analizar que las áreas donde hay mayor población indígena son las áreas que aparecen con niveles de homicidios más bajos. ¿Por qué razón? Por el tema de esa integridad comunitaria que hace que ellos trabajen de manera coordinada, que tengan sus propias autoridades que no son formalmente aceptadas en el Estado, pero que les permiten a ellos coordinarse de tal manera que les dan unas capacidades resilientes diferentes del resto de la población. Entonces, creo que eso también es interesante para tomarlo en consideración.
Muchas gracias, Ana Glenda. Tengo como 5 o 10 preguntas más, pero Randy no me permitiría, ¿sí? Porque nos hemos agotado el tiempo y eso es un tema que podríamos hablar todo el resto de la tarde. Así es que lamentablemente tenemos que detenernos aquí. Quiero agradecerles a todos ustedes por su atención y acompáñenme a agradecer a este excelente panel por su intervención esta tarde.
Another round of applause for this incredible panel. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Claudia Chimendia, and I'm a research coordinator with FIU's Jack D. Gordon Institute for Public Policy. As research coordinator, I have had the privilege of managing the development of the China influence in Latin America and the Caribbean dashboard that you saw earlier today. The next fireside chat with Ambassador to the Organization of American States, Leandro Rizzuto Jr., will talk about securing Americas through the international cooperation. This is especially important in understanding U.S.-Latin America relations because of the shift in regional geopolitical dynamics, the need for a unified response to shared security threats, and the importance of fostering resilient, transparent partnerships. This fireside chat will be moderated by Adrienne Ross, Senior Advisor on U.S. Foreign Policy and Global Affairs. She has served as the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Strategic Communications at the U.S. Department of State, as well as Senior Advisor to the Department's Bureau of Western Hemisphere Affairs. So please join me in welcoming our distinguished guests. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Ambassador, it's so nice to see you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And President Trump has called our next guest a true patriot. and one of the most talented businessmen he's ever met, which is quite a compliment coming from President Trump. Today, Leandro Rizzuto joins us in his official role as U.S. Ambassador to the Organization of American States, a post he was sworn into last fall. The ambassador built a decades-long career at the Conair Corporation, where he began in the warehouse operations, rising to Senior Vice President of Global Professional Units. He also served in the previous Trump administration as U.S. Consul General in Bermuda. It's a nice post if you can get it. Originally a Northerner, Ambassador Leandro now calls Florida home, not too far from here. And today I'm thrilled to welcome him to Florida International University's HSC stage. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Thank you. It's an honor and a pleasure to be with you and this fabulous audience, and also this incredible campus. My first time here, and I have to say I'm incredibly impressed. The breadth and the scope of what takes place at this university and on this campus, it's really a gem for the state, but also both the hemisphere and the world.
Sir, your career has spanned an incredible trajectory. You started in the warehouse of your family's business, you shot up to great things running Conair Corporation. Can you talk a little bit about your choice to enter domestic politics? Why did you choose to do that, and how has all this hard work that you've done previously influenced your public diplomacy and your politics when you're representing the U.S. government?
Sure. I think it's hopefully a good message for the student body here, as well as your guest. I spent my life in the industrial sector, working in a family business, and having the opportunity to travel the world many times over. The days were long, the weeks were never ending, and the travel, it was always the number one day of the year that I had the most anxiety was always January 1st.
Why was that?
Because I had so many commitments throughout the year that I had this calendar that was pre-populated at a level of minimum 80%. So on January 1st, when I look at my calendar, 80% of the year was already taken up.
Oh my gosh.
And it was commitments all over the world. Our business was very much influenced by trade shows and conventions that took place around the world. So quite often, maybe it's only 1 or 2 times per year for that particular country. So I couldn't miss it. It was too important to that country to not attend and see the customers or the suppliers or various relations that we were developing. So everyone is important. So like I said, the full year became populated. But for me, although it was in fact anxiety, it was never work. My life was driven by passion. Literally from the age of 5 years old, my dad would bring me into the office, the warehouse, and our business started in the family basement. My grandfather invented a wire hair roller that became the start of our company. And I remember as a little kid, literally 5 years old, sitting at a table in the factory, putting rollers together with these older women. And I loved it. And from that workstation, going throughout the warehouse and repair department and engineering department and marketing department and taking on sales and manufacturing operations, it was always passion and never particularly viewed as work, although certainly at times somewhat exhausting.
So you were busy, but not necessarily in a rat race. You were enjoying what you were doing.
Absolutely. Like I said, it was a passion, and that really is a messaging for everyone in the room, because you should pursue a path and a career of love. Whatever that might be fixated on it. Do not dilute your efforts in 10 different directions. Make yourself an expert, certainly in one to begin, and later in life, if you want to branch out, that's fine. But pick a pathway and become an expert in that pathway.
Well, let's talk a little bit then about your switch to politics, and how did Was there a moment in the warehouse that you thought, oh my gosh, why we need this? This isn't happening?
So for 50 plus years, there was no politics. We didn't actually even recognize ourselves as Republicans or Democrats. The family was never involved in campaigns or anything like that. And I guess it was also different eras and a different world. But at a point in time in my life, which was 2016, I had this ability to step away from the business. And at that time, it was when President Trump came down the golden staircase, as we so much recall. To me, it wasn't about him. But what I noticed in someone that was never involved in politics, I saw this guy on a stage and 16 other guys taking, dirty shots at him. And everybody was taking shots at this one particular guy. And I thought about it, and I was like, this is interesting because we gave all these different politicians a chance to be presidents, and you can measure the jobs they did. We came off the most recent president prior to Trump, and lackluster results. So I had a particular opinion, which was, I don't really care what party he is. He's a Republican, he's a Democrat. He's a businessman. I want to see a businessman have an opportunity to do the job, because generally business people are results-oriented, they're solution-focused, and they're driven that way. And I reached out actually to the family, and I said, I want to help this guy become, your dad become president. I actually met the president several times prior, but it was different circles. It's not really that we had any significant personal relationship.
So you saw businessman to a businessman, and now you're serving at the OAS, but you previously served in Bermuda as the U.S. General Counsel. So let's fast forward a little bit and talk about how your experience in Bermuda has shaped what you're doing now at the OAS.
So I think it's very poignant to talk about Bermuda and business alike, because when I arrived to Bermuda, it was during COVID. And there were all types of issues going on in Bermuda and the world. Mm-hmm. And when I arrived there, I'm not the type that sits on a beach and drinks pina coladas. You'll never see, if you saw me do that once or twice a year, I do it just to be polite to my wife, but that'll only be for about 10 minutes. So I get to Bermuda, and immediately I start meeting with the various political leaders in the country, the business leaders in the community, and the cultural people in the community. And I'm going around the country, which is not a very big country, by the way, but so for the first couple of weeks, in each of those meetings, whether it was political, cultural, business, I kept hearing this message, which was, when are we going to get mail? When are we going to get the mail restored to Bermuda? So what I learned was American Airlines had the contract to deliver mail to the country, and then it was taken over, from the countryside locally, but it was their job to deliver it by air to the country. And because of COVID, they stopped flying their passenger flights, so they just stopped delivering the mail. And prior to myself arriving to Bermuda, there was somebody, a career person in that post, that then got moved out of country to another location. I get there and I hear this message for 2 weeks, and I go back to my staff. I said, what's going on? And they said, oh, American Airlines, this and that. I said, okay, get Washington on the phone. This is unacceptable. So we get the Postmaster General on the phone, we get State Department on the phone, we get everybody we need to on the phone, and I point out to them, I said, Delta is flying. I said, I don't need to read the American Airline contract. I could tell you right now, they're in default. It's literally months and months that they haven't delivered the mail. It really must have been an act of God, besides my own tenacity, because somehow, start to finish, in a 3-week period, we get an announcement from the post office, Master, that mail is being restored to Bermuda. They signed a deal with Delta. And unbeknownst to me when I started this process, there was 13 other countries that they also stopped delivering mail to American. So the postmaster signed a contract with Delta for these 14 countries. And this is the life lesson. You don't have to accept no. You don't have to accept complacency. And you don't have to accept barriers that are put in front of you. Because I said no, and this is unacceptable, and pushed as much as I had to push to make sure that the result was achieved, it happened. Like I said, I consider it miraculous in government when you could do anything in 3 weeks. But the part of the story I'd just like to conclude with, shortly after this announcement, and remember, and it's during the COVID days, there was a local nurse that used to do my testing. Anytime you went in and out of the country, you had to do a pre-test, an arrival test, a 3-day test, a 7-day test, a 4th. They were pretty extreme with that testing. The nurse who we became friendly with comes to me and was thanking me profusely and telling me, you have no idea what you did. I said, I did my job. What do you mean, I have no idea? So the nurse told me, you need to understand how important the mail is to the people in Bermuda. A local resident actually died waiting for their medicine in that mail.
It's incredible.
So again, my take on it was I did my job and I was incredibly happy to make the people happy. And that's what happens when you bring a business acumen, perhaps sometimes to government and a political post, because you're going to approach problem solving in a results-oriented way. And you could be perhaps also a visionary and see solutions that the person before me never picked up the phone and called Washington and said unacceptable.
Correct. But you are at the OAS now, which it has lots of different issues that need problem solving. So talk a little bit about what that problem solving attitude you are using, how you're using it at the OAS, and what is the role of the OAS right now when we're talking about so many issues that are impacting the hemisphere so significantly.
So let me start with going back to the pina colada.
Okay.
So for the last 8 years, bumping into the president at different events in different circles, he incredibly kindly, whenever he would see me, no less than a dozen times, he said to me, unprovoked, anywhere you want to go, it's yours. He knew I liked the diplomatic route and basically was telling me whatever post you want to go to, you have first choice. And I don't drink pina coladas, especially now my diet. I try to avoid sugar and carbs. So I did my research. I really didn't know much about OAS, but once I researched and learned about OAS, I knew this was the place for me. Mm-hmm. So what is OAS? Does the room, raise your hand if you know what OAS is. All right, I'm impressed. Far more than normal.
You're in a very
far more than normal.
OAS
because
crowd.
I will try to, perhaps conjure a little, laugh amongst you, which when I was nominated by the president to be the U.S. Ambassador Permanent Representative to the Organization of American States, I received calls from my lifetime of travel from all over the world. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. All the calls from my American friends went like this. Congratulations. What is that?
Well, this is a pretty international crowd. So.
Well, I'm very impressed and very happy about that. But I knew literally from my first day, part of my job is branding OAS and letting the American taxpayer know what they're paying for. Now let me talk about a little bit why I chose this pathway and wanted to go to OAS as opposed to drinking the pina colada somewhere. OAS, I humbly refer to as the UN of the Western Hemisphere. It's every country from Canada to Argentina and the entire Caribbean. There's 35 countries in our Western Hemisphere. There's 3 in a suspended state, but hopefully with things that are going on not for long, Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua. The OAS as an organization was formed in its current capacity in 1948. But actually, the roots of OAS go back to 1826. And Simon Bolivar, who called the Congress of Panama, had a meeting in 1826 with the intention of bringing the nations together. And the United States was actually one of those nations. Interestingly enough, Simon Bolivar it should be iconic and ironic today because he gave Venezuela its freedom back in his day.
Well, he was known as
liberated,
the liberator
yeah,
of, yes,
so
of course.
Incredible history and connection to OAS and what's going on in the world today. So I arrive at OAS, and literally on my first day, I'm engaging with 32 ambassadors of the hemisphere, but there's an additional component which is quite complementary to OAS. There's literally 75 permanent observers, most of them independent nations, but you even have EU as the body, in addition to most of the Western European countries. And you even have the Holy See, the Vatican, as a permanent observer.
And China.
And China, which was actually one of the questions, when you go through the confirmation process through the United States Senate, both sides have this job to beat up the candidates. And rightfully so. They should want to make certain the person that they're going to confirm is competent to do the job. So one of the questions both sides enthusiastically, challenged me on, what are you going to do about China as an observant member of the OAS?
Right. It's a popular question in Washington.
I said, well, that's actually a pretty easy question. They're like taken back. Why do you think it's easy? I said, are you aware that currently there's no language and criteria defining what an observant member is? So basically any country could become an observant member if they choose to.
Right.
So I said, if you're telling me that China shouldn't be an observant member because they're communist, then we should create criteria that observant members could only be democratic nations. And then we initiate a campaign, because everything is done by vote there. The United States has 1 vote amongst currently 32. So sometimes, simple resolutions, you need 18 votes to change the charter. You need 22 currently. So that's the process. And we approach that process by taking like-minded nations, coalescing, our thoughts and positions, and then reaching out to the other nations. And quite often, 70, 80, 90, 100% of these nations vote together. It's tremendously important to recognize that, as well as impressive, because at the UN, it's 30% or less, which was another question the Senate got much enjoyment directing to me, both sides, again, the majority, minority. And they said, are you aware that the United States pays 49% of the total budget of OAS? I said, oh, okay. What are you going to do about it, Mr. Rizzuto? I said, well, again, that's easy.
Okay, but
I said, number one, I'll find out what is the correct percentage that it should be. I said, but understand something. You're paying $50 million for the sovereignty and democracy and the relationships that we have solidifying the hemisphere, versus 14 billion that you pay at the UN. I said, that 50 million, whether the percentage is too high or too low, is the best investment you have in the United States. I can tell you that hands down. So I went through the Senate pretty well. Actually, in the Democratic side, the committee who interviews you first, he ended the questioning.
Yeah.
He turned to his boss. He said, I got no more questions. I like this guy.
Okay, well, let's go back to China. Where are you in the non-resident observation status? Are you rewriting the language? Where does that stand now?
So we started the process. It's not an overnight process, but it's one of many initiatives that we've started since I arrived. And I do believe we will be successful. What we have here that we should actually very much treasure is the nations in this hemisphere overall are very like-minded. And that's how we could win as a hemisphere and as a country within the hemisphere. Taking advantage, we generally share the same views and the same values.
Well, sir, we don't have a lot of time left, unfortunately, but let's talk really quickly about some of the initiatives that you're looking forward to over the next several months at the OAS. For instance, we've got elections coming up in Colombia. I think Brazil's holding elections later this year. And then the big question mark is, where does Venezuela fall? And how are you supporting Venezuela in the process towards democracy from the OAS?
Sure. So elections first. And OAS has many components. The organization itself has been built on 4 pillars, which is sovereignty, democracy, human rights, and development. Development being trade, commerce. Within OAS, we have a treasured component, which is election observation. And it's treated as a separate body to preserve its own integrity. And this group goes country by country. It's on the way to Colombia to participate in election observation there, as well as methodology. They contribute quite well in that capacity as well.
It's a significant portion of what the OAS is working.
But what's most important to point to in respect to the OAS election observation team, totally respected throughout the hemisphere, tremendous integrity that they've earned. It's not, you're not given integrity, you earn integrity. They have that throughout the hemisphere, so even when you have countries that sometimes are diabolically, maybe not on the same page, OAS is welcomed. OAS will play a role in Venezuela, OAS will play a role in Haiti, and hopefully will also soon be in Cuba.
And do you have any insight into when we might be able to see more stability, a more exact date in Venezuela in terms of elections?
So I cannot directly speak to that on a peripheral level. I could say it's probably going to be early next year. I hope that'll be. There's a very defined transition process that they're trying to accomplish, such as the political prisoners in Venezuela. Because if we overreacted in trying to, fast track certain aspects in Venezuela, you very well could have put the political prisoners' lives at risk. So there was approximately 1,000, maybe it was a little bit more, but already we got about 50% released. And that is one of our priorities, making sure every life is saved and every one of those prisoners are released. And I believe they're doing, I would like them all to be released already, but I believe we're doing a pretty good job in that capacity as the United States and our pressure, on the Venezuelan government.
Last question, and then we'll wrap up. Looking forward, what do you see the relevancy of the OAS continuing to be beyond your tenure? Do you see the OAS holding up for the long term? Do we need to make some more adjustments in the short term to make that happen?
I like to leave every place I visit better than when I arrived. And I believe and hope that it'll be left so much better that, yes, it will have a vibrant future. Literally, the day I arrived, I took, as Kennedy took the food pyramid and flipped it upside down, I took the whole model of OAS and said we have to flip it upside down. So just quickly to leave with, we have those 4 pillars. 99% of the resources and the spending were on 3 pillars, and less than 1% was on development and trade. And I pointed out, literally my first day there, I said, that's what pays the electric bill. That's what pays the salaries. That's what pays for the projects.
Right.
So at the minimum, we need it to be equally distributed to 25%. But if you want to talk about the legacy, shifting to development and that impact in this hemisphere has a direct correlation to all the conversations we've had on this stage thus far on China and our concerns, because there's no greater tool or weapon you could use with your anxiety over China than the creation of jobs. If you want to be more important than the guy with the checkbook, the completely open and ended checkbook, be the guy that employs the people. Be the guy that gives the people prosperity, allows an individual to feed their family, to be part of their community with pride, to hold their head up. That will make the difference, and that'll be the legacy I hope to very much contribute to.
Well, Mr. Ambassador, you've given us many things to think about today. Thank you so much for your time and all your insights.
Very welcome. Glad to be here. So I have a little gift for you.
Oh,
this
my
is
goodness,
my
thank
ambassador
you.
coin.
Oh, excellent.
So,
we need to go have the pina colada, right? And I pay?
well, I drink tequila.
Okay.
I told you I avoid the sugar. But thank you.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Buenas tardes, todo el mundo. My name is Sofia Martí Corena, and I am a senior here at FIU, double majoring in criminal justice and psychology. And I am also with FIU's Jack D. Gordon Institute's Intelligence Community Center for Academic Excellence. I am a scholar in the analysis track. And my research here in this fellowship focuses on how MS-13 is leveraging encrypted telecommunications to bolster their human trafficking pipeline in the Western Hemisphere. So it is my absolute honor to introduce the next panel, moderated by Dr. Inga Trothig. Dr. Trothig is an assistant research professor at the Jack D. Gordon Institute for Public Policy. She is a security studies scholar and has received her PhD from the Department of War Studies at King's College London. I'd also like to introduce the speakers of this panel. Gil Guerra, he is with the Niskanen Center? The Scannon Center, thank you. And Adam Isaacson, he is with the Washington Office on Latin America, as well as Dr. Betilde Munoz Pogastian. She is a senior advisor to the Secretary General of the OAS. So this discussion will examine the growing concerns of irregular migration and its implications for effective policy responses in the Western Hemisphere. It also highlights the emerging and significant national security challenges for the United States. I look forward to this panel, and let's give a warm round of applause to our distinguished guests. Thank you.
Well, this is wonderful. Thank you so much. Our students are extremely well prepared and take a lot of work off our plates, because I was prepared to introduce the panelists, and now this has already taken off my plate, and I don't need to pronounce the various different names of our esteemed speakers. So we can dive right into the topic. I'm completely objective and unbiased sitting on this panel, but I do think it's one of the most important topics we're tackling these days. And I want to ask one question to all three of you, and your answers are going to set the scene and form the baseline for the rest of the conversation. And that is, from your perspective, what is the biggest national security threat coming or stemming from irregular migration in 2026, so very current? Dr. Betilde Munoz Pogastian.
Thank you, Inga, and thank you, FIU and the Gordon Institute, for the invitation to contribute to this discussion. Hopefully a very interesting one, connecting security, migration, and the added element of human security, human rights, which is something that I have a mandate and I've been working on at the OAS for a long time. I also am very happy to be back to my alma mater. I did my PhD here at FIU with Dr. Gamara, who I hope is also around here, Dr. Arraraz and Dr. Power, so it's awesome, awesome. I have very good friends here, and thanks for the invitation. So I think the question you asked is very helpful to set the stage for the conversation we're going to have, and I think I have to start by saying something perhaps more general about migration trends in the Americas, right? And two key characteristics that are very helpful to understand some of the questions we're going to discuss. Number one, that migration nowadays is not really an isolated or let's say an isolated event, something temporary. Now we see that migration is actually structural characteristics of the region. We are seeing unprecedented levels of intra-regional migration. Just to quote some data from the International Organization for Migration, there's around 300 million international migrants globally, and our region captures 26% of those 300 million migrants. So it's not small numbers, and it's also ongoing, like permanently happening. And the second element that I wanted to also start by saying is that what we are observed with these migration trends in the region is that we see mixed movements or combination of migrants who do so for economic reasons, asylum seekers, refugees. We have an important element or phenomenon of internally displaced populations. And this is important to know because we're talking about different legal statuses, different protection needs, but all using usually the same routes of trajectories, let's say, or routes of migration. And all of those putting pressures on countries and thinking of migration as a multidimensional phenomenon, countries of origin, transit, destination, but also, and you know, as we see with recent policies in the region, countries of return migration, which is also a whole set of challenges that come. So if you ask me what is the biggest hemispheric challenge, I would say is managing this complexity of migration systems in the region and in a context of uneven institutional capacities within countries and between countries, you know, and of course this is a multinational phenomenon, and with the added element, which has been the center of the discussions here at the conference, sophisticated transnational dynamics that we're seeing, right? And then I'm sure we're going to go in depth on that, but let me very briefly touch on these three elements. On the issue of human rights or human security, what we see is that people are on the move, all these mixed flows, where protection is very limited. This is very high-risk situations where, you know, they're subject to violence, exploitation, extortion, human trafficking, right? And again, these are not incidental risks that happen to happen around the route, but are inherently part of migrating irregularly. The second is the institutional dimension. As I mentioned, you know, this is putting a lot of pressures in all participating states, and states are expected to manage borders, absorb the arrival of these populations, process asylum claims, provide documentation, work on receiving communities. So these demands are happening all at once and in different depths. So this is already challenging in regular migration dynamics, but when movements are mixed, they're sustained over time and continue to happen, this is more challenging. And the third element, the increasing role of international organized crime. You know, this has been, I was here all day and I've been hearing how capable they are of adapting quickly to responding, you know, to changes or pressures that may come from security forces in the different states. They operate across borders, they use technology, and really what we're seeing is that this has become a business. You know, moving people throughout the region is becoming a business. Some data from UNODC confirms that migrant smuggling is around a $6 billion business for this criminal network. So if we talk about challenges, the challenge is not migration itself, but this complexity added with uneven capacities and the increase of transnational crime activities. So just to close, 3 ideas that I wanted to start with for the conversation from the OES perspective is the need to think of these processes as from a multidimensional perspective, which I think has also been a common denominator in all of the discussions, where regional cooperation takes an important role facilitating exchange of information, facilitating the coordination of responses, and also thinking of innovative solutions to provide legal pathways to migrants. And we can talk about later about some good experiences of regional cooperation that are happening in the region. The second thing, the vulnerability, and think of vulnerability of migrants, irregular migrants, not as a human rights issue only, but also as a security strategy. And I hope we can talk about that a little bit more. And then finally, to understand that, or let's just say that we have to recognize a policy paradox, and the panel is about policy responses, that restrictive migration policies, when not accompanied by legal alternatives, legal pathways, do not necessarily stop migration because the root causes continue to be there. But what happens is these restrictive policies which may be needed, but they have the potential to create less secure routes and associated security risks.
Okay, thank you so much. So I think it has become clear already how complex the whole situation is in 2026 and in this hemisphere. We have junior scholars who work on some of the things you mentioned, encrypted technologies and how those are exploited. Definitely JGI, the Jack Gordon Institute, is on that. But for our panelists, Adam, maybe you can go next. Sure. Answering the same question, but I know you're also an expert in mapping migration patterns. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's something you can already tie in. But if you want to give the general answer to what's the biggest national security challenge regarding regular migration, please.
Let's give it a go. The biggest security challenge with migration, let me just start out by saying it's not an invasion, right? A lot of official statements lately have justified cracking down on protection-seeking migrants by saying that the United States faces an invasion. I think that's a pretty deep philosophical difference. Many of us do not see families, unaccompanied children, people coming to seek work as invaders. However, when you do have large moments of migration, like we did during the Obama and the first Trump administration, during the Biden administration, yes, it's hard to know who's coming. And you could have people who want to do harm mixed in with that population. And that, of course, is a security problem, but not an invasion. In fact, it's more of a consequence of a lack of coordination between countries and a lack of adequate management of processing and adjudication of migrants when they arrive at the United States. So nowadays, I would actually put in first place on the list of security issues organized crime. Organized crime throughout the region has really played a huge role they've really taken over along much of the migration route. It's almost impossible to make your way to the United States or another destination without having to make pretty large payments to organized crime, and if you don't, you face great danger. That also is a consequence of a lack of cooperation between states. It's a consequence of a lack, or I should say a widespread impunity for state actors that cooperate with organized crime along the way. How many cases have you ever seen of prosecutions of state officials in any country who have colluded with coyotes and other people who are smuggling migrants? And it's become so lucrative that it really rivals, doesn't exceed, but rivals narco-trafficking and illicit mining on the list of top income streams for organized crime in the region. A lot of the same cartels, a lot of the same roots. Kidnapping has become an enormous human rights issue too. The ransom kidnappings that really go on without being properly investigated in far too many cases at all. It is a top human rights issue in the region. Now, there is less migration now when we talk about current trends. Right now, we are seeing the fewest migrants coming to the US-Mexico border out of any year since the mid-1960s. And that is because there is no such thing as protection-seeking migration right now. There's no such thing as asylum because a January 20th, 2025 presidential proclamation suspended the right to asylum. That has been overturned at the appellate court level, but it remains in place as it continues to go through litigation. That plus, I think, People have smartphones. They see the same news we do. They know that there is a climate of fear for many in the undocumented migrant population here in the United States, and they don't want to face that when they come here. So what we've seen is a drop to almost zero in protection-seeking migration, which had been the majority of the migrant population during the last several years.
Okay, thank you. So Gil, now you're the third of our esteemed panelists and need to add something to this regarding the question of biggest national security challenge regarding irregular migration. Is there something that you would like to add, or you want to move on to the next question?
Sure, I'll add a little bit, and I'll talk about my area of expertise, which is extra-hemispheric migration and the role that technology plays in this a little bit. First of all, thank you very much to you for doing this. Thank you also to Batola, and also to Adam, whose work has been really formative on my career so far and is first rates, even if our perspectives oftentimes differ, as I'm sure will become apparent throughout the course of this panel. The thing that I see really as being one of the main challenges going forward is the fact that I think a lot of the ways that we have understood migration to work, a lot of the schemas that we have about how we respond to migration, I think are quickly becoming outdated. You referenced, for example, roots causes, and that has been the dominant theory of both why people migrate and also how we respond to it. I think that one of the things that is very challenging about this particular time period and the kind of migration that I have seen and studied is that due to the changes in technology and how people process and access information. If you think about the development of social media technology over the past few decades, it started out being very text-based. You had MySpace, you had Twitter early on where people could see and read things, which is not very inspiring if you're, for example, if you're trying to picture what life is like in another country and you read a report about it. So you don't have that good of an example of what life there's actually like. And then in the mid-2010s, you saw a change in social media technology to being more picture-based. So you had Instagram, you had Facebook. All of a sudden, if you can see photos of life in our country, that makes you think, okay, well, maybe I do want to move there. The big change that coincided with the spike during the Biden years, during the border crisis then, was a change towards short-form video technology. Because now all of a sudden, if you can see what life is like in our country in a short-form video, that inspires a lot more mimetic desire. Because then all of a sudden you can think, oh, well, I saw a video of a guy who I tangentially sort of knew, who's now living in the United States as an asylum seeker. His life seems pretty good because he's posting videos only of the good parts of it. So on the one hand, it inspires more migration from countries that we otherwise had not seen that much migration from. So middle-income countries with middle-class population that had access to technology and enough money to actually make the journey, because these journeys are expensive, anywhere from $20,000 to $50,000 in some cases. We saw massive increases from China, from Russia, from India, from Turkey, for example, and those short-form video technology also allowed people to stay ahead of different interception points, because now all of a sudden, it's basically almost like a how-to on TikToks on how to actually get through the Darien Gap, for example. So the thing that we are now on the cusp of is what artificial intelligence does to that, and what the revolution in artificial intelligence is going to actually do. Every single time we've seen these changes, I think it's taken border security apparatuses across the region of time to catch up. There's always an offense-defense advantage. And I think that we are yet to see, really, because of the suppressed period we're currently in, how artificial intelligence is actually going to help migrants come here, how it's going to help smugglers, for example, also be more effective. As an early sign of this, one of the things I was looking at in preparation for this panel was the difference in the interception rates between Mexico's INM and U.S. Customs and Border Protection at the border. Historically speaking, throughout most of the border crisis that we had in the past year, the ratio was about 2 to 1. So for every one encounter that the Mexican INM had, the Border Patrol had about 2 encounters. Even though numbers have gone down, that ratio is now 8 to 1. So for every 1 encounter that Mexico has, we now have 8 encounters. That indicates to me that people are actually, even though the numbers are suppressed, you can argue there are some demographic things. Also, there are some other factors that could explain this, but that indicates to me that people who are still coming are actually getting more effective at actually evading Mexican enforcement in the first place, which could be a sign of things to come if indeed the current situation is not tenable.
Okay, I've been nodding along to a lot of what you said because some of my work also looks at how technologies are exploited for malevolent reasons, and unfortunately that is sometimes very dark. I do want to emphasize that a lot of technologies, I mean social media companies, but also AI, it's developing, and when there is really good public-private partnership and cooperation, then actually we can rein in some of the harmful uses, but there are plenty of them out there, so we really need to be on top of it. Okay, we've touched on a lot, organized crime, technology. I want to go back to something that has come up a couple of times, like it needs cooperation, better organization, better working together. So maybe back to you, Batilde. Based on like what we've said so far, how can receiving and transit countries be best supported with public policies to address migration flows?
Excellent question, and I would think, one of the things I always say that there's, and those who are trying to understand migration patterns, there's a tension between protecting national security and protecting the rights of people on the move. And every country, resolves that tension the best way they can based on, of course, the social pact. But what we propose at the OAS is that, again, as I said earlier, protecting the rights of the migrants, ensuring that there are ways for them to have incentives to migrate regularly is also part of a good national security strategy. Now, there's many benefits for receiving countries in terms of knowing who is coming to the country. You were saying that amongst families and children, there's some other elements that people who come that have other intentions and definitely can represent a national security risk. But if you create channels, you create asylum systems, you create possibilities of knowing who is coming into the country, you are able to separate those and give protections to those who legitimately need protection. There's also the element of ensuring that people who have an intention to move do not rely and depend on smugglers to be able to do this, but can do this on their own accord and using legal pathways. And then the importance of generating social inclusion policies when they arrive. I always say that our capacity as countries to take advantage of migration is directly proportional to the policies that we develop. So in that regard, I just wanted to mention, as you were asking, Inga, the importance of exchanging lessons learned and providing platforms for countries to exchange. We have very good examples in the region in terms of the regional cooperation on migration. Of course, I will talk about the OAS, the Organization of American States, is the host of the Committee on Migratory Affairs, where officials and other policymakers meet and discuss whatever practices are working in terms of handling migration and other forms of responses. There's Proceso de Quito process that was also an emergence of the as a response, let's say, to the increasing migrants from Venezuela throughout the region. And I have to say that was kind of a point of inflection in terms of creating more innovative ways to respond to migration. And I'm referring to the Venezuelan migration system, right? We're talking about over 8 million people who had to leave the country. And what this did is force the countries of the region to create responses that could be able to manage the arrivals. We have very interesting experiences in terms of legal pathways. They were practiced, of course, during the height of the Venezuelan migration system. Colombia, that hosts the highest number of Venezuelans outside of Venezuela, developed a transitory regime or a temporary protected status in order to allow them to stay in the country and work and be able to contribute. But other countries of the region did that too. And at some point, we had a very nice rhythm of cooperation happening amongst countries of the region.
Yes.
Around the Summit of the Americas, there was also an interesting proposal in order to take the best and really promote the learning amongst the countries in terms of what they were implementing. The other element that I would also ask is in terms of institutional coordination, because we're talking about the migrants who arrive and have different needs in terms of health, access to jobs, access to schooling, right? And there was very interesting responses happening in the region, and again, uneven within countries, uneven amongst countries, but a lot of interesting experiences happening that could definitely be part, and hopefully they will continue to be part of regional conversations.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to give it to you because you've already been eager to confirm. Is there something you want to add? I was also thinking,
what this looks like.
We've already mentioned this. I think many of you like the current drop, like the sharp drop in arrivals at the US-Mexico border, right? That we had over, I don't know, last year. So maybe you can talk about that. Is that actually a success in terms of migration policy? Is that part of cooperation? Is that like unilateral policy, but successful unilateral border policy? Maybe you just explain it to us.
Sure. I mean, I think a lot of people in both parties here in the United States think that when there are fewer migrants, fewer protection-seeking migrants showing up, that is a success. And certainly it seems like the polls reflect that attitude as well. But is fewer people coming to seek protection a success, especially if those people needed it? Now, looking at data from our immigration court system, during the Biden administration, about 50% of asylum cases that made it through the court system, tens of thousands of people a year, were granted asylum or protection, which meant that those immigration judges thought, according to their stringent guidelines, that if those people were sent back to their country of origin, there was a very good chance they could have been killed. So the fact that we're blocking those people is not necessarily a success. The question is more, are a lot of migrants coming to seek protection, or are a lot of migrants coming to seek protection, or more than coming to seek protection, than we have put in place the capacity to adjudicate, to manage the cases, and to process? Does it automatically become chaos? And that, if you phrase the question that way, is it just more than we put in place the infrastructure to handle? Then the question is, the answer to that really is, well, why haven't we put in place the infrastructure to handle that, especially at a moment in the 2010s and since of the Haiti earthquake, Cuba doing away with exit visas, the big spike in gang activity and homicide rates in the Northern Triangle of Central America, the collapse of Venezuela, the pandemic. Of course you would need more capacity. And what that capacity would largely do, a lot of that is adjudicating, so that you wouldn't have these 5-year backlogs of people admitted with an asylum case that hasn't been tried before, tried at all, given a work permit. They're taking videos, sending them back home looking, hey man, I'm here with a work permit and my court date isn't even until 2031, look at me. Some of those cases are very valid, as I said, but some of them are not, and that backlog becomes its own draw. Why didn't the United States invest more? The Biden administration started to, but really didn't do this aggressively. Invest more in processing coordinators, in case managers, in asylum officers, and of course in immigration judges. It would have cost a tiny fraction of what just went through in the Big Beautiful Bill Act to build walls and detention centers, a tiny fraction, but it wasn't done. And that's largely a question of political will. It would not have required a fundamental change in the law. If I can just say one thing on cooperation, because it comes from that. If there is a country that's blocking protection-seeking migration, and there is another country that is developing their asylum system or their protection system, like Colombia has done, like to some extent Mexico and Costa Rica have done. If there's a country that is blocking or detaining and deporting like crazy, and then there's another country that is registering people and has well-funded integration programs. If there's a country, which country is going to get the larger burden? And which country is almost going to be rewarded by not having to even invest in handling that shock? And there are going to be shocks. Yes, the numbers are down now, but the climate's changing. There's natural disasters. There could be new social breakdowns or large economic crises. We're going to see more migratory waves, some of it protection seeking and some of it otherwise, and countries are going to have to sort it out. But the countries that aren't cooperating almost come out ahead under the current regime, and we need to change that. I think the Los Angeles declaration process that happened under the Biden administration was an important step toward that coordination. It was slow. It was obviously abandoned in January of 2025. But it was at least a move toward that cooperation. But it depended heavily on U.S. assistance, mainly through Population, Refugees, and Migration, and through USAID, two bureaus or agencies that barely exist anymore.
Can I react very briefly? We were going to be technical secretariat.
That's right, you were.
Yes,
Yeah.
to that process. But I just wanted to take the point on political will. I mean, everything that you're explaining is really a matter of political will, and I wanted to use the example of Costa Rica. We at the OAS developed Costa Rica is a country that, welcomes and is willing to establish all the processes in order to respond respectfully and with dignity to the arrival of migrants and refugees. They reached out to the OAS because they had a backlog also of around 7 years in terms of processing asylum applications. A statistic that, we're talking about people, human stories behind those, that backlog. But the number or the time in terms of processing increased after the 2018 crisis in Nicaragua that caused around, hundreds of Nicaraguans moving, putting additional pressures on the asylum system in Costa Rica. So, they realized, they did the numbers, it's 7 years that it takes us in order for us to adjudicate a case. What can we do? And, with international cooperation, also learning from other countries that had interesting exercises in terms of asylum recognition and processing of these cases, they established a digital platform in order to facilitate the submission of supporting documentation, as well as processing all the different steps in order to get to the adjudication of the case. And this is already helping respond in a more timely manner to the requests from these asylum seekers.
Yeah, this is exactly what we need, concrete examples, and I think that you line out. Thank you. Gil, I want you to maybe piggyback off what Adam said, but take a bit of a bigger picture in terms of how durable do you think the current decline in border encounters is, and what does this decline force us to reconsider about long-standing assumptions in immigration policy?
Sure. Just to sort of respond, I suppose, first, or maybe I'll talk about the durability first. I think that it is correct that this is all a matter of political will. There was a breaking story today here in Florida, for example, of the latest detention camp, which may shut down due to costs, which some of you may have seen. So I think it's a problem that both sides have as far as how far they'll take their priorities. I think one of the real challenges with asylum is the fact that it is, for all intents and purposes, it's become a humanitarian pathway that is being used to process a population that I would argue is pretty clearly motivated by economic reasons and rationales. The 50% number that Adam cited, for example, of cases that actually get to court comes from cases that were stronger because they actually made it to the courts in the first place. If you look at the overall rates, I think that there's now widespread consensus, even among people on the left, like the Center for American Progress, that a lot of the people coming to seek asylum, and you can have sympathy for them. I certainly have tremendous sympathy for the people coming from Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Haiti, and so on. But the fact remains that the explosion that we saw was because it was primarily people who were taking advantage of the humanitarian system, whose goals were overwhelmingly to come here. Yes, they may have been fleeing hardships in their home countries, but fundamentally the goal for why would you come to the United States instead of, say, stopping in Mexico, stopping in any of the other countries that you passed through the way here, was because there's greater economic opportunity here. And on the one hand, you can't begrudge people for that. But this question of whether or not having lower numbers at the border is actually a sign of a better border policy, I mean, I would argue that it is. Even if you were to take the extreme view that 100% of the people coming to the border are actually genuine asylum seekers, the southern border is not where we should be adjudicating our global humanitarian obligations. There are other ways that we can do this. There are better ways that we can do this. This is what, in many cases, the refugee processing system was for. I think this is, there's constantly this push and pull, I think, between the right and the left in this country, where people on the right want there to be, lower numbers first, you build capacity, and then you kind of wait. People on the left, I think, tend to have more of an inclination towards wanting people to, be able to come and claim asylum regardless of it. But I think that really what it comes down to is how you actually address that particular population. And one of the things I think has made asylum so controversial, has caused it to lose a lot of its popular support, is the fact that people understand, increasingly in both parties, that the way that it has been used historically has been abused. And I think that any kind of notion that a border that has, say, 10,000 encounters a month is somehow less secure or less effective than a border that has 100,000 average encounters per month is one that I don't agree with.
Mm-hmm. Maybe Adam concretely.
Very, very, very quickly. Two things.
Después.
Yeah, no, this is really important.
On the 50% number, you're right. My ears perked up in 2023 in the appropriations hearing when Senator Lindsey Graham asked Alejandro Mayorkas, then the Secretary of DHS, counting all the cases about how many do actually end up with grants of asylum. And Mayorkas said 25%, which is far lower, but that's not a needle in a haystack. That's still a lot of people who could die if we sent them back, and that's an argument for more adjudication capacity. I also agree with you, though, that asylum is a terrible way to handle protection seeking or any other migration. It requires people to run this whole gauntlet of organized crime, get across Mexico and somehow set foot on US soil. Asylum is like basically refugee status, but you're not invited to a refugee program. You have to stand on US soil, and that's super dangerous, and it doesn't make sense. It's more a reflection. So we've got two problems here. One, we have immigration laws that haven't been changed since 1990, really, in terms of who gets to apply and how the process works, which has made asylum like the only way in for so many people who have no other way to qualify. And then, of course, we just have no way. If we can't change those laws, and we're deadlocked right now, there's asylum sitting there as one way, and then we didn't bother to invest in the adjudication capacity. So two political will problems.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to just react to what was said. You were saying how the left and the right see the issue, and I understand. I mean, this is part of the dynamics of everyday politics in any country of the region. Mm-hmm. But of course, from the standpoint of the OAS, we want to just go to the principles, how to protect those who need protection, and how do we create systems that allow, in the best way possible, reconciliar, is that the conciliate all of the demands that a political system has. So I just wanted to point that out. And earlier during the day we were discussing the issue of communication, right? And I can't remember if it was the first or the second panel. And I wanted to bring the case of Canada and how interesting. In the case of Canada, we see that communities, Canadians themselves, organize in order to receive asylum, or those who have been granted asylum, and make them part of their communities. We were in a big discussion maybe a couple of years ago, and to me at least it was very interesting to see like a good synergies happening between government, academia, and the media, right? In the sense that academia is constantly documenting and finding evidence where Canadians can see the benefits of having these asylum seekers be part of their communities and contribute with businesses and so many different things. And this is used by government, by the government, and also in coordination with the media to change the narratives about migration. No? And then I connected all back to the dichotomy between the left and the right and the issue of migration. When we have information, when we have evidence, when we're effective in communicating the contributions and the benefits of migrants and refugees, we have a different conversation, hopefully more elevated conversation regarding policies.
Mm-hmm. And what I hear from what you're saying is a really proactive approach, right? Yes. So I want to push you a bit more, like why is a purely restrictive policy towards managing migration, etc., not the right response? Maybe.
Yeah, very briefly, just to say, and it's been kind of like what we've been saying. Restrictive policies, in a way, treat let's use a health analogy, the symptoms of the issue, right? The manifestation of the issue, but we need to address why people move. As long as these issues continue, we're going to have to continue seeing people migrating throughout the region. This is going to continue happening. So how do we work from a multidimensional approach with countries of origin and then all the rest, but also countries of origin especially? And I'll talk about the case of the biggest migration system in the region, which is the Venezuelan migration system. If you are able, I'm not saying that it's going to be magical and automatic, but you have to address the reasons why people are moving in the case of Venezuela as well as the others. And in the sense that I'm not saying that the countries should not exercise border control and policies at the borders, and that have to be restricted, that have to involve security forces, right, in terms of managing this, but it's insufficient. We need the other element, how to address root causes, how to provide asylum to those who need it, Once they're in, how do we integrate them into the communities? How do we talk about it? What evidence do we use in order to again, change the narrative so that this is positive for the country that is receiving?
So I see the clock is ticking, which is unfortunate. So I'm going to ask the last question to all three of you, and this is really your moment where you can also get in something that you think I've missed in asking and that you just want everyone's attention to be on. But my question, the last one for the panel, would be like, which emerging trends in irregular migration most deserve policymakers' attention right now? Gil.
Sure. Well, I'll start by just throwing out another kind of polemical point, perhaps, to my two colleagues here on my left. If you look at the things that have actually managed to change and decrease border encounter numbers, and I'm talking towards the United States, obviously there's been redirection around the region. If you chronologically go through, you can look at the things that have actually made a difference have been the election of Raul Molino in Panama, who had much more of an enforcement style policy towards the Darien. The outgoing president of Mexico, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, in January of 2024, redirecting millions of dollars towards migrant flights, migrant budgets. You can look at the executive order that former President Biden put in force in July 2024, restricting Islam at the border. And you could also look at, obviously, the policies put forth by the Trump administration in January of 2025. You may not like any of those policies, but so far, the only things that we've seen that actually meaningfully and quickly decrease border encounter numbers have been enforcement. One of the things that I think is a challenge for the root causes framework generally is that, one, the time horizon that it operates in is too long to actually have any kind of immediate significant impact in the way that, say, enforcement is able to actually do. Two, I think that, as I mentioned, a lot of the things that are actually driving people to move cannot be solved by the kinds of root causes, giving aid style of approach. I think it's arguable whether or not you can actually solve some of these problems just by giving aid or by having bilateral cooperation. I like both of those things. I think they're both well and good. But the fact of the matter is, one of the reasons that many people move here is also because they have a family member here. I don't know how much money it would take for you to never live or see your family again, for example, but if you already have a family member in the US, you can't really, root causes fix that and give people enough money to actually replace that. And the last thing I would say is, I think that because that enforcement policy is actually managed to have some sort of effect, I think that it also is a challenge for this kind of approach, which has comparatively doesn't have as concrete results, however noble its fundamental causes may be. Quickly on what kind of trends you mentioned, I would refer back to my initial comments, which are that I think extra-hemispheric migration is growing at a very rapid pace. It's actually been very resilient. If you look at the number of extra-hemispheric migrants, in 2021, it was at about 7%. Throughout most of the border crisis, it was about 11%. Currently, as a share, it's actually gone up. It's now currently around 15 or 16%, depending on how you measure it at the southern border, for example. I think that's a trend that's going to continue to grow. And a problem that we're going to have is that our system, as Adam mentioned, was created in 1990. The way that we have thought about border protections throughout most of the recent period is one that was really designed to deal with single Mexican men who were traveling for economic purposes on a seasonal basis. And the question of how we adapt that system to one where all of a sudden you have people coming from all over the world where they can't easily be returned, repatriated from where they are, I think that makes a challenge of, okay, well, even if 25% of them genuinely have humanitarian concerns, what do you do with the 75% who are actually much more difficult to return in the event that they lose their asylum appeals? I think that's a long-term challenge that we also have to face.
And then, of course, you wanted to say technology is very important to watch as well. Adam.
In terms of trends, I can do this in 1 minute. I have my eye on the sending countries. What's going to happen? Because I know I just said that, yes, there's going to be a big increase in migration eventually again, but for a few years, it's very likely that migration is going to be at the near halt that it has been at lately. What does that mean for countries that are super dangerous, have a lot of crime and insecurity, or are repressive? In the past, people who were fleeing danger could leave. People who were unemployed or poor could leave. People who were dissidents could leave. That actually was a boon for the state in those countries because they didn't have to bother to govern their country and they didn't have to democratize. Now, all those would-be dissidents and fleeing people and poor people and unemployed people are going to stay. But there's more, right? Because we're entering a period of mass deportation. The numbers are only starting to go up. The numbers right now are mostly people who spent years in the United States now and not recent border crossers, people with fewer roots, unemployed, homeless, being added to the population of these countries that already have these social problems at the same time. At the same time as that, we're starting to see it in the data, and we may see it more. As there are fewer migrants here, there will be less remittances, which will deal another economic blow to these countries. So no safety valve, more unemployed people, less remittances, that's a pressure cooker. And we could see some, what in Spanish we say, estallidos sociales, resulting from this around the region.
Agree.
Okay, but,
I subscribe to what was said. I would maybe add three. First one that I would say, in terms of trends, the feminization of migration, because what we're seeing, we used to see more men traveling and then the women joining, and what we're seeing in recent times is women pretty much migrating at the same rate as men, 50-50 participation in migration processes, with the specific vulnerabilities and nuances in terms of migrating in these awful routes as a woman. We know that 70-some% of victims of human trafficking are women and children. So, it requires different policy responses on the part of transit countries as well as destination countries. The second issue that I would add to what was excellently said, you already mentioned, is the extra continental or extra regional migration. From people from all other continents, and the particular demands that requires. We were talking about sometimes the absence of consular services, servicios consulares, the fact that maybe these countries, transit as well as destination countries, don't have the languages to process the request of these people. And then sometimes, as you were saying at the beginning of your remarks, the incapacity of countries knowing who they are and what intentions really they have as they come to the country. So that would be the second one, extra-regional migration. And the last one, again, tying it to what you just recently said, the absence of very well-polished return migration policies. And now we're talking about countries that receive migrants that go back either voluntarily or involuntarily due to deportation proceedings. We have a couple of countries like Mexico, El Salvador, that have developed very interesting policies of return migration, how to receive them in the country, how to connect them to jobs, how to give a birth certificate to the kids who were born in another country, how to teach these kids, if they're teenagers, the language of the country that they're from. All, these are details, but this have to be part of return migration policies, and we are not very developed in the region in terms of that, except for the cases that I mentioned. So I would add those three.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think my German side of the family would be proud. We ended almost perfectly on time. Big thank you to our panel.
Thank you. Well done.
Please let's join in another applause for our members here in the panel. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pablo Valareso. I recently graduated from the master's program of Global Affairs and Security here at FAU. I'm also a fellow in the Jack D. Gordon Institute, Institute for Community Center for Academic Excellence in the Intelligence track. My research focuses on Ecuador transnational crime organizations and their influence in corporate security in the Western Hemisphere, also in Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, and how it creates vertical integration in the host countries and undermine U.S. geopolitical influence. We'll be closing today our panel. Last but not least, we have this final plenary, which is the operationalizing strategies against organized crime, lessons from Colombia and Ecuador. As we know, the Western Hemisphere is confronting a convergence of threats in growth of transnational crime organization and the strategic competitors that exploit gaps in governance. This plenary will be moderated by Janina Kogan. She's the director of the Taeda Foundation, an organization dedicated to promoting sustainable development, innovation, and social progress. Mr. Kogan also leads the foundation's training and corporational programs in strategic areas and brings prior experience from the Argentinian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where she coordinated high-level multilateral engagements. Please join me with a round of applause welcoming this distinguished guest.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias por compartir con nosotros el último panel. Vamos a tratar de trabajar con la energía para que estemos todos online conectados con este tema tan interesante y con estos panelistas de lujo. Muchísimas gracias por compartir y muchísimas gracias a la Florida International University por permitir que TAEDA sea coanfitrión en esta maravillosa conferencia de seguridad hemisférica. Y quisiera empezar presentando a nuestros speakers de lujo, que son realmente actores relevantes del ecosistema y de la política de la región y específicamente de Ecuador y Colombia. Así que les presento al general Alberto Mejía. Él es excomandante de las Fuerzas Armadas de Colombia. También se encuentra con nosotros el embajador Pinzón, que es exministro de Defensa de Colombia y también embajador de Colombia ante Naciones Unidas, y María Paula Romo, que fue ministra del Interior de Ecuador y actualmente es directora de los programas de liderazgo aquí mismo en la Florida International University. Un aplauso para ellos para comenzar el panel. Bueno, la primera pregunta y comentario con lo que quería empezar es si yo les dijera innovación, modernización, profesionalismo, todos quisiéramos esas cualidades, ¿no? Pero ¿quién las tiene? Hoy en día las tiene el crimen organizado y muchas veces pareciera que los estados quedan en desventaja o que van atrás de lo que el general dice son multidelitos, ¿no? ¿De qué se trata este concepto?
Bueno, un saludo muy especial, agradecimiento a FIU, a TAEDA y a mis compañeros de panel. Estoy aquí con mi ex jefe, entonces es un privilegio. Quiero en primera medida decirles que pues, las fuerzas militares de Colombia, de la mano de los Estados Unidos, han tenido un proceso de muchos años de realmente avanzar en la construcción de capacidades que nosotros llamamos distintivas y han sido creadas con tal proceso serio de planeación y de articulación con los Estados Unidos que ni siquiera este gobierno ha sido capaz de destruirlas como ha querido. Esas capacidades las hemos nosotros llevado en la lucha contra el crimen organizado transnacional y especialmente me voy a referir a la frontera con el Ecuador. Y allí pues hemos sufrido todo un proceso. Lo primero que quiero decirles a ustedes es que el concepto que tuvimos hace unos años de unas guerrillas como las FARC haciendo presencia allí para obtener unos resultados de cocaína y poder crecer en sus planes, digamos que eso ya no es igual y no existe. Por eso las doctrinas del pasado, las estrategias del pasado, las recetas del pasado no aplican para lo que se está viviendo hoy, que es una especie de lo que llamo, y muchos académicos llaman, no solamente el crimen transnacional, sino con el método, con las técnicas del multicrimen. El multicrimen son estos actores que tienen la capacidad no solamente de obtener recursos a través de la coca y la cocaína, sino que esos recursos lo invierten, como pasa en la frontera con el Ecuador, en minería ilegal, lo invierten en actividades de migración ilegal, de lavado de activos y de todos los negocios que puedan enriquecer el portafolio de estos grupos. Esta frontera, y como el tema pues es Colombia-Ecuador, es una frontera que es muy compleja, 586 kilómetros, y básicamente 4 teatros diferentes de operación. Un teatro marítimo, en donde el principal articulador allí son los carteles mexicanos, y los colombianos y los ecuatorianos, digamos, están en una segunda línea en el movimiento de la droga y en la logística de ese aspecto para que eso funcione. Otro teatro en los límites del departamento de Nariño, Río Mira, que es un teatro selvático de tierras bajas, de ríos, pero repleto en cultivos y en laboratorios. en donde principalmente estructuras de las disidencias de FARC y algunos comandos de frontera hacen allí una presencia muy fuerte para pasar en la parte de arriba en un clima totalmente diferente en la región andina, donde inicia el macizo colombiano de la gran cordillera de los Andes. Allí hay otro tipo de ambiente en donde hay unas combinaciones híbridas, en donde hay una gran presencia de contrabando, una gran presencia de actores semiurbanos, de gangs, etcétera, que hacen eso muy difícil, y un cuarto teatro vuelve a caer hacia el este de Amazonía colombiana, departamento del Putumayo, en donde especialmente los comandos de frontera actúan allí. Entonces, es un teatro que tiene diferentes geografías, diferentes climas y poblaciones, y por ello llama a la articulación de Colombia y Ecuador. Hemos tenido por años un problema político muy complejo y tiene que ver que si en Colombia hay un gobierno de derecha y en Ecuador hay un gobierno de izquierda, pues no se entienden y no articulan nada para que allí funcione una operación de seguridad combinada. Y viceversa, si hay un gobierno de derecha en el Ecuador y ahora un gobierno de izquierda en Colombia, pues tampoco hay cooperación. Entonces, al final del día, sufren las fuerzas de seguridad y, por supuesto, es la tierra prometida para el crimen organizado transnacional y el multicrimen. Voy a parar ahí, pero realmente quiero decirles, allí hay un mundo de oportunidades para la coordinación, para la sinergia interinstitucional y para que dos países hermanos puedan cooperar para hacer la vida más difícil al multicrimen y para poder llevar el Estado de los dos lados de la frontera a esta área rural, normalmente alejada del progreso, de las posibilidades, y que hoy en día pues presenta un gran reto para los dos estados y por supuesto está causando un gran daño en nuestro querido hermano país del Ecuador.
Bien, embajador, usted conoce también la situación en Colombia. ¿Qué pudiera agregar sobre Colombia específicamente y cómo se podría cerrar esta brecha de competitividad entre el crimen organizado y los estados?
Janina, muchas gracias. Un placer estar aquí contigo y también encantado de compartir contigo, ministra Romo. Un honor verte. Y por supuesto con el Mejía, amigo de la vida, colega con quien trabajamos siempre muy bien. Estamos en tiempos muy complejos en América Latina y yo sí creo que es bueno que nos pongamos en situación y en particular en esta área de la región andina. Y yo no dejaría solamente el tema de Ecuador y Colombia, sino integraría la discusión el tema de Venezuela, integraría ciertamente el tema del Perú y por qué no, como esto está irradiando sobre países como Brasil, Argentina, Chile, mismo Paraguay, Uruguay, ciertamente la proyección sobre Centroamérica y el Caribe. ¿Qué quiero decir con esto? Hoy estamos ante la mayor producción de cocaína en la historia en que tengamos registro. No es de los últimos 2 años, es de los últimos 4, desde que tenemos registro, posiblemente en 25 o 30 años. Y esto está teniendo un impacto que ha permitido que todas las economías ilegales y todas las estructuras de crimen organizado hayan progresado y se hayan fortalecido en todo el continente. Hoy estamos ante un reto estratégico, en donde el crimen organizado se convierte en sus múltiples formas en un contendiente de la democracia, de la estabilidad y del futuro de nuestras naciones. Si eso fuera poco, América Latina tiene, y en particular Colombia, Ecuador y Venezuela, somos naturalmente ricos en minerales críticos, cosa que sería muy interesante en este contexto geopolítico en el que estamos. Tenemos oro, tenemos cobre, algunos de los países tienen litio, en fin, níquel, etc. Pero muchos de estos minerales están siendo aprovechados es por organizaciones criminales que tienen además una tarea dual entre el narcotráfico y la minería ilícita en particular de oro y otros minerales pesados. Y esto está teniendo además un efecto sobre las sociedades, porque ya no solo existe lo que en otro tiempo llamábamos control territorial de un grupo armado, ahora hay algo que se caracteriza por ser un control social del territorio, es decir, hacen presencia en el territorio, pero desde adentro dominan las comunidades y definen su destino, y definen quién puede estar allí y quién no. La consecuencia de esto es más grave aún, porque entonces lo que ha empezado a ocurrir es que ya hay un reto al poder de los estados y al ejercicio mismo de la democracia. Puesto de otra manera, están compitiendo por los gobiernos locales, regionales e incluso nacionales. Permítanme referirme a mi país. La llegada del presidente Petro al poder en Colombia, lo digo con mucha franqueza, no es un hecho simplemente aislado o de un cambio político en Colombia donde aparecieron los vientos para generar una nueva realidad. No es así. Aquí las economías criminales tomaron partido en las regiones en donde están, garantizaron el voto por ese sector, particularmente en el Pacífico colombiano, en el oriente colombiano, en el sur del país, y adicionalmente los recursos criminales que allí se producen han venido a financiar esta situación en la política. Cuando pienso en el presente, estamos en procesos electorales. No olvidemos, en Ecuador, el narcotráfico asesinó a un candidato presidencial que iba a ganar las elecciones. Pero les quiero contar, en Colombia, hoy, muy seguramente, quien sería el candidato a ser presidente de la República sería Miguel Uribe, que fue asesinado hace menos de un año, precisamente por esa misma realidad y esas estructuras. ¿Qué es lo que quiero dejar como señal clara para entender el reto? Hoy estamos frente a algo que yo me atrevería a describir en cierto sentido como un neonarcocomunismo, donde los viejos grupos de la izquierda radical se vistieron de ropas distintas, se presentan ahora como grupos ambientalistas, como grupos de progresismo social, pero están íntimamente ligadas con unas nuevas formas criminales que son más complejas y que, como bien describió el general Mejía, representan una lógica de multicriminalidad. El reto de América Latina es muy grave, pero al mismo tiempo es la oportunidad. Fíjese que donde está el problema también está la oportunidad. Hay que entender que el problema que hoy enfrentamos no se puede tratar simplemente con el uso de las Fuerzas Armadas. Eso sería ideal, que uno pudiera decir, simplemente usemos las Fuerzas Armadas para que vayan y combatan a unos criminales y eliminamos el problema. No es así. Aquí hay un contexto social que hay que atender, hay un contexto político, hay un contexto judicial y no hay duda, hay que hacer uso de la fuerza de forma decisiva. Cierro esta intervención con mi natural frustración frente a lo que fue Colombia. Colombia, yo lo digo con mucho orgullo y me alegra que aquí haya soldados como usted, general, y otros que sé que están aquí, y también soldados americanos que contribuyeron al esfuerzo y al pensamiento de lo que ocurrió en Colombia. En Colombia realmente avanzamos para derrotar amenazas armadas. En Colombia realmente avanzamos para crear un contexto que dé la oportunidad que políticas sociales se pudieran implementar y el país se pudiera desarrollar y hubiéramos avanzado de forma definitiva. No lo hicimos. Se le concedió al crimen organizado, con ropaje político, todo tipo de oportunidades y ventajas, quizá con la esperanza de que eso iba a arreglar los problemas. Y la realidad es que hoy estamos, y esa lección debe aprenderse de Colombia, peor que nunca. Estamos ante un gran reto. Sé que suena enfático. También en la siguiente intervención les puedo decir, también hay esperanza. Pero si uno no entiende el problema y la complejidad del problema en el que está, no puede resolverlo. Si piensa que simplemente es un asunto, como decíamos en las películas de policías y ladrones. No, es mucho más complejo que esto y quisiera dejar ese mensaje. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Bueno, María Paula, con tu experiencia, tu conocimiento, ¿cómo es la situación en Ecuador?
Hola Janina, buenas tardes y un placer compartir el panel con mis colegas esta tarde. En el Ecuador, lamentablemente, no tenemos buenas noticias. La situación de seguridad en el Ecuador se ha descompuesto, yo siempre lo digo, a una velocidad y a una profundidad que realmente debería convertirlo en caso de estudio. Yo tuve la responsabilidad de ser ministra de Gobierno hace más o menos 5 años. El último mes de mi gestión, nuestra tasa de homicidios era 7, 6, 8,
Por 100.000.
7 por cada 100.000 habitantes, 7 muertes violentas por cada 100.000 habitantes. Era la segunda mejor de la región y estaba más o menos en 1/3 del promedio de América Latina. Para ese momento, el promedio de América Latina era 18 asesinatos por cada 100.000 habitantes. 4 años después, la tasa en el Ecuador era 47 por cada 100.000 habitantes, mientras el promedio en América Latina era 22. Y hoy la tasa es 51 por cada 100.000 habitantes. En más o menos 6 años, el Ecuador se ha convertido en uno de los países más violentos del mundo. Entonces, creo que hay muchas lecciones que aprender efectivamente, porque también eso es lo que tenemos que analizar. Una de esas lecciones es que la situación se descompone muy rápido, que ninguna medida debe dejar de discutirse, que no podemos minimizar las consecuencias de malas decisiones y que nada de lo que pasa en el vecindario nos es ajeno. Porque uno de los factores, de los muchos factores, y si me permites ahora quiero pasar revista rápidamente de algunas de las cosas más delicadas, pero uno de los factores que ha provocado esta descomposición es precisamente lo que pasa en Colombia. Los procesos de paz en Colombia, digo entre comillas, han tenido un correlato en el tema de seguridad en el Ecuador, y este último periodo de la llamada paz total ha sido para nosotros impunidad.
Así le decimos, impunidad total.
Bueno, eso ha sido un abandono del Estado de las fronteras del Ecuador. Entonces, eso sin duda tiene repercusiones, por supuesto que tiene repercusiones. Y ahí habría que sumar una larga lista, porque sería una equivocación pensar que todo este escenario se explica solamente por lo que está pasando en Colombia. Pero, ¿qué más ha pasado? Pues efectivamente la situación geográfica del Ecuador nos pone en una situación de extrema exposición. Entre Colombia y Perú, los dos mayores productores de cocaína del mundo, y además un pequeño país, con unas costas de muy fácil acceso, en donde ustedes pueden dibujar casi una línea recta por el mar para llegar a México, con una economía dolarizada, lo que facilita muchísimo todo el tema relacionado al lavado de activos, a la dificultad de control que en otros países el cambio de divisas impone. Es ya una situación, ¿no es cierto?, que crea condiciones favorables. Pero si a eso le sumamos que desde el 2008 hasta el 2018, el país adoptó una política de no visas, de no requerir visas para los nacionales de ningún país del mundo. Una propuesta que hace poco se replicó en Colombia. Por supuesto, nosotros dimos marcha atrás de esto, pero una vez que das marcha atrás y tienes instalado al cartel de los Balcanes con algunas de sus cabezas nacionalizadas, no es lo mismo que no equivocarse al tomar la política. Entonces, 10 años de una política de cero control migratorio convirtieron al Ecuador en una puerta de entrada para grandes organizaciones criminales, no solamente para ciertos sujetos aislados, sino para verdaderas organizaciones criminales y carteles que ya eran grandes competidores en otros lugares del mundo. Y uno podría seguir con la lista. El precio del oro, porque efectivamente el precio del oro ha llevado a muchas organizaciones criminales que actúan como verdaderas industrias a maximizar sus ingresos movilizándose hacia ese sector y además aprovechando las redes que ya tienen, los contactos que ya tienen, las operaciones que tienen montadas en la región. Lo decían antes el general, el ministro, que muchas de las organizaciones que hace unos años, ni siquiera una década en América Latina, la discusión sobre seguridad era una discusión básicamente sobre narcotráfico y grandes redes de narcotráfico, y todo lo demás era menor, en una escala muy distinta. Hoy no es así, muchas de estas organizaciones se han diversificado, están en otros negocios, el tema de la minería ilegal es uno de los principales, pero el tráfico de personas, el tráfico de especies y el cibercrimen inclusive, y además estas organizaciones han expandido su control del territorio, también lo decía el ministro, y lo han expandido a través de entregar y de delegar el control del territorio a organizaciones menores que mantienen su día a día financiero extorsionando a la población. y las pequeñas extorsiones se han convertido en una verdadera amenaza ya de pequeño nivel para casi cualquier actividad económica, cualquier actividad vital en nuestros países. Entonces, la situación es tremendamente, la situación es tremendamente compleja. A eso podríamos sumarle, por supuesto, malas decisiones institucionales. Yo creo que también hay que decirlo, en el Ecuador hay otros factores internos que nos han llevado a este punto. Y termino con esto, esta primera intervención, la impunidad, la debilidad de nuestras instituciones, porque la lucha contra el crimen se da en todos los países, en todos los momentos, en todas las regiones, y nunca es un problema acabado. Pero las instituciones funcionan para detenerlo, para enfrentarlo, para movilizarse de sector cuando es necesario. Cuando las instituciones no funcionan, cuando tienen una gran debilidad, cuando han sido cooptadas sin consecuencias, que yo creo que es también un asunto central, al menos para el Ecuador, pero que puede discutirse en varios otros países de América Latina, esta impunidad y la cooptación estatal por parte de las organizaciones criminales es uno de los problemas más complejos de superar y está hoy en policía, en Fuerzas Armadas, en la judicatura y, por supuesto, haciendo más complejo el trabajo de quienes lo hacen con vocación, con apego a la ley y con integridad.
Bueno, les propongo que vamos a hacer una ronda más de preguntas a cada uno y después tengo preparada una pregunta para los tres para que la vayan pensando, para que se vayan preparando. General, usted lideró una operación llamada Fuerza Tarea Hércules y quisiera saber cómo fue su experiencia, cuáles son las lecciones aprendidas como para poder mitigar este flagelo, ¿no?, del crimen organizado.
Básicamente, en los análisis que hacemos nosotros para identificar cuáles son las áreas más críticas de Colombia y cómo llevar una solución diferencial a esos teatros de operaciones, pues nosotros evaluamos que en este sur occidente de Colombia debíamos constituir una fuerza de tarea conjunta que articulara todos los esfuerzos, no solamente de las fuerzas militares, sino también de la policía, de la fiscalía y de todos los organismos para enfrentar estas amenazas en el sur del país. Allí se nos había fortalecido muchísimo el narcotráfico y se había convertido en el área más grande de narcotráfico de Colombia, entre otras cosas como un resultado de efecto de derrame del éxito con Plan Colombia de la erradicación al otro lado de la cordillera, en el Guaviare, en el Caquetá, en el Putumayo, y esta gente entonces se había venido acá a la frontera con el Ecuador. Para nosotros era la herramienta de la aspersión, y Juan Carlos fue uno de los arquitectos de esto, era demasiado vital porque nos permitía ser muy efectivos en erradicar la coca, pero al mismo tiempo estar lejos de ese contacto y ese choque con la población civil. Entonces preferíamos estar alejados y simplemente asperjar estos curtidos. Pero como la pregunta aquí se basa en experiencias, lecciones aprendidas desde el punto de vista operacional, pues yo he querido traer como una historia de vida de lo que allí pasó cuando en Colombia son asesinados 3 periodistas ecuatorianos muy distinguidos y pues esto crea un problema binacional gravísimo. Ecuador no acostumbrado a eso, Colombia tristemente acostumbrada a todas estas tragedias, e inmediatamente viajamos al Ecuador con el presidente, con el ministro de Defensa, a hablar con el presidente Lenín Moreno, y comprendimos y allí vimos pues cómo el país recibía con inmenso dolor esta tragedia, y entonces la orden fue: creen todas las fortalezas a nivel operacional y de coordinación entre las fuerzas militares de Colombia y las fuerzas militares de Ecuador. Nosotros inmediatamente tomamos esto como orden de máxima prioridad, empezamos a tener múltiples reuniones en Ecuador y en Colombia con el mando institucional de los dos países, y las propuestas en la frontera pasaban primero por comprender las amenazas de lado y lado. En ese momento, señora ministra, una de mis impresiones fue un poquito de que había como una negación al problema, y decían, no, el cáncer es Colombia y aquí no pasa nada. O sea, el incendio es allá, pero aquí ese incendio no nos afecta. Entonces, digamos, de alguna manera, eso empezó como a hacerlo uno entender que no entendíamos de lado y lado, tal vez ellos menos, que para los bandidos estas líneas fronterizas no significan nada, absolutamente nada. Empezamos a proponer entonces la creación de centros de fusión de inteligencia binacionales, de bases de patrulla binacionales. Es un ejemplo muy táctico, pero con Panamá creamos en la frontera bases en las que, como una naranja, la mitad eran de colombianos y la mitad de panameños, y entre todos hacíamos patrullas, movimientos, usaban nuestros helicópteros, etcétera. Allí propusimos la misma solución. No, que no tenemos las mismas comunicaciones, radios colombianos prestados para hacer esto, que no tenemos el mismo entrenamiento. Nosotros, orgullosos de las capacidades distintivas que hemos adquirido con los Estados Unidos, vamos allá y fuimos a Esmeralda, llevamos varios C-130 Hércules con instructores nuestros para hacer todo este cambio, todo este intercambio, y pues absolutamente emocionados de poder ayudar, de poder contribuir. Pero al mismo tiempo empezamos a ver cómo, por ejemplo, fue el director de la policía a visitarnos en Tumaco, fuimos con él a mirar las áreas más críticas, a destruir unos laboratorios, etcétera, y cuando regresó a Ecuador, después de dar unas declaraciones en los medios, retirado de ipso de la institución, nos parecía como raro porque estábamos en medio de un ejercicio que requería una gran cohesión. Y así se propusieron una cantidad de iniciativas al punto de que, por ejemplo, llegaron tropas ecuatorianas a estar en contacto, en combate con fuerzas de FARC colombianas dentro de Ecuador, y enviamos helicópteros de ataque para apoyar a esas patrullas, y entonces no se les permitió el paso en el espacio aéreo ecuatoriano porque violábamos el espacio aéreo, pero lo que queríamos era protegerlas de la acción de las FARC en el Ecuador. Entonces empezaron a presentarse todo este tipo de inconvenientes que básicamente demostraron lo siguiente. Uno, esos esfuerzos que se hacen al nivel operacional y táctico no funcionan si no hay una sombrilla político-estratégica que se crea con anticipación, que se crea la arquitectura necesaria para que eso funcione, con las unidades para que eso se dé, con los protocolos previamente establecidos para que podamos sacar ese esfuerzo adelante. Y básicamente, pues ahí es donde uno se da cuenta que la conducción política de los estados pues tiene la palabra en el momento en que sus fuerzas deben estar allá en el territorio para coordinar y para hacer que las cosas pasen. Hoy la relación allí en esa frontera es una relación tensa, una relación en la que Ecuador señala a Colombia de falta de presencia y de acción en la frontera, y al mismo tiempo Colombia se queja de otros temas, especialmente en temas que tienen que ver con el comercio. Pero como decía en mi primera intervención, gana siempre, cuando esto pasa, el crimen organizado transnacional. Lo mismo pasa en la frontera con Perú, lo mismo pasa en la frontera con el Brasil, donde se firman acuerdos de entendimiento entre los países para la protección de la Amazonía, etcétera, de la lucha contra la minería ilegal, pero no pasan de ser acciones de buena voluntad, escritos, fotografía, PowerPoint, pero nada en la realidad. Y ustedes se pueden imaginar cómo hoy en la frontera con Venezuela, pues después de la acción espectacular de los Estados Unidos contra Maduro, realmente el sistema y el régimen sigue igual. Por lo tanto, las disidencias de las FARC, el ELN colombiano, el Clan del Golfo colombiano, siguen allí presentes controlando el narcotráfico, la minería, los minerales raros, etcétera, y nada de esto ha pasado. Por lo tanto, el llamado es a que tomemos algunas lecciones de estas que he mencionado, miremos más en profundidad. FIU es el tanque de pensamiento perfecto para mirar eso, pero realmente si los países no se unen y cada país hace su batalla solo, no vamos a lograr realmente golpear a estos grupos, echarlos para atrás y proteger la democracia como queremos.
Bueno, en ese sentido, embajador, seguramente tiene para agregar, y especialmente con lo que decía anteriormente, ¿no? Cómo la crisis puede convertirse en oportunidad. Usted hablaba de cierta esperanza, a ver si podemos comentar un poco sobre ese tema. Y a la vez, ¿cuál es la vinculación y la cooperación posible con Estados Unidos? Que era algo que mencionaban también.
El día lunes tuve la oportunidad de estar un par de horas con el presidente Noboa en Quito, conversando con él. Y al final, escuchándolo, me encontré como con dos sentimientos. Lo primero, uno muy positivo, tiene como jefe de Estado la voluntad de proteger a su país. Y esa es la primera condición que uno espera de un gobernante, que quiera proteger a su propia gente, que no sean otras agendas las que se impongan, y eso me parece acertado. Pero lo otro que me llamó la atención y me pareció interesante fue su aproximación frente a la necesidad de crear todo un plan mucho más estratégico y más integral. Entonces, por ejemplo, en la relación entre Colombia y Ecuador, el tema no simplemente es un tema de grupos armados, hay varios temas allí en común. El primero, la energía. Si creamos planes conjuntos en materia de energía en la región, pero ciertamente en esa frontera, las probabilidades de tener una relación más estable son más altas. Segundo, una discusión sobre el uso de minerales que ambos compartimos, por lo menos en la cuenca en general, oro, cobre, el llamado cobalto pesado, coltan, entre otras cosas. Y si nos imaginamos planes para hacer uso de esto incluso con Venezuela, la verdad vamos a poder incluso regionalmente tener un nivel de influencia que permite generar unos ingresos grandes y que permiten que además esto se le inyecte en desarrollo y en oportunidad a nuestras sociedades, a nuestras comunidades. 3, la cuenca del Pacífico, el mar. Allí hay una de las grandes riquezas que tiene nuestros países y en general América Latina. ¿Cómo proyectar un uso efectivo de la protección de la flora y fauna marina? Porque tenemos riesgo, por ejemplo, de la pesca china, entre otras cosas, de la incapacidad que tenemos para garantizar esto, pero al mismo tiempo hacer uso de esas riquezas para bien del desarrollo económico y social de nuestras regiones. ¿Dónde veo esperanza? Comencé por el presidente Noboa porque lo veo claro en sus intenciones. Venezuela. Yo entiendo que el gobierno de los Estados Unidos ha tomado una decisión histórica que, para hablarlo de manera directa, comparto en su totalidad, en el sentido de haber sacado un individuo que era un usurpador del poder, que esencialmente estaba conectado con el crimen organizado, que ha sido un protector del terrorismo internacional, incluyendo el efecto que esto ha tenido sobre Colombia. Y ahora estamos en una fase de transición. ¿Por qué soy optimista? Porque considero que esa fase de transición debe concluir en una elección que lleve a un gobierno que tenga la idea de reconstruir a Venezuela. Y esa Venezuela reconstruida pasa también por hacer un esfuerzo muy grande en seguridad, pero también un esfuerzo muy grande en aprovechar oportunidades de desarrollo en el contexto geopolítico. Y eso me lleva finalmente a mi país, a Colombia. Nosotros estamos en los próximos 45 días más tensos que yo recuerde en mi tiempo. Colombia tiene una oportunidad de definirse. Si llega el gobierno que pretende dar continuidad y que tiene afinidad directa con lo que fue el grupo armado FARC, será una muy mala noticia para Colombia. Y estaremos en un problema muy grave y, en lugar de ser un factor de solución, será Colombia un factor de deterioro. Pero tenemos esperanza. Hay una candidata que incluso puede llevar a que ocurra un hecho histórico en Colombia, y es que tengamos por primera vez una mujer presidenta de la República. Honestamente el país lo necesita, Necesitamos la mano firme de las mujeres, pero también el corazón y el amor que proyectan a los hijos de Colombia. Creo que si la presidenta Paloma Valencia llega al poder, llega a gobernar Colombia, va a ser muy interesante porque va a tener la posibilidad de trabajar en una estrategia integral en materia de seguridad, en el fondo como hemos descrito acá, pero en un contexto en donde va a poder trabajar muy bien con Ecuador, va a poder contribuir a esa proyección de cambio en Venezuela y volveremos al curso lógico de la historia. A mí me cuesta hoy, se los digo con prudencia pero con franqueza, cuando los años que tuve el honor de ejercer cargos en representación de nuestro país, como viceministro, como ministro en funciones delegataria, como embajador, 2 veces, Colombia era el centro de influencia y de proyección de todo lo que se hacía de manera positiva en la relación Estados Unidos y el continente. Y hoy ver que aquí en Miami se hizo la reunión del Escudo de las Américas, que en otro tiempo habríamos sido nosotros quienes la convocaríamos, quienes habríamos ayudado, simplemente ni siquiera participamos, no estábamos ni invitados. Les aseguro que si hay un gobierno de Paloma Valencia, Colombia va a tener una participación directa en el Escudo de las Américas, pero vamos a trabajar de forma intensa, sin duda, para destruir las amenazas que opongan resistencia armada, porque hay que hacerlo para proteger nuestros pueblos. Pero por el otro lado, con un contexto de comprensión del desarrollo económico, social y político que es necesario hacer de manera sostenida. Yo terminaré esta línea simplemente diciendo lo que más temo, se lo decía ahora a la ministra de Seguridad argentina, es que si yo miro la historia y me paro en el año 2012, 13, y alguien me dice, el futuro de Colombia va a ser este, yo digo, eso es la gran mentira, eso no va a pasar, nunca nos va a pasar. Nosotros ya hicimos lo correcto, vamos a estar bien y vamos a avanzar. Y esa mala apuesta que habría hecho en ese momento, porque la habría perdido totalmente, tal vez la transmito para que sea una lección para todos. Si no hacemos políticas sostenibles, sostenidas, más allá de los tiempos de gobierno, y negando a ciertas estructuras políticas que puedan conectar con el crimen organizado, no importa cuánto haya avanzado uno se puede devolver y puede estar mal o peor que cuando comenzó. Esa es la preocupación que yo tengo hoy frente a Colombia y debe ser la gran lección. Alguien me diría, pero usted participó de todo eso. Sí, y lamento mucho aquello que no pudimos impedir. Me alegra lo que hicimos bien, pero nunca más nos puede volver a pasar, por lo menos usemos esto como lección.
Bueno, aprovecho que hemos hablado del pasado, ya han contestado también la pregunta que tenía para el final, que tiene que ver con el presente y con el futuro. María Paula, ¿qué puedes agregar sobre el pasado, el presente, el futuro de Ecuador como para ir cerrando el panel?
Gracias, Yanina. Y voy a empezar con el pasado, retomando la historia del general, sobre un momento efectivamente traumático para el Ecuador, el secuestro y posterior ejecución de los periodistas del Comercio. Un momento que fue conmovedor, realmente muy duro para el Ecuador. En buena parte por lo que usted decía ahora mismo, general, porque estábamos en negación. Y creo que de ahí hay que sacar una lección muy importante, porque los debates sobre seguridad deben ser los debates más honestos y descarnados posibles. Son muy malos debates para la política, porque muchas veces cuando uno dice, mira, lo que se puede hacer en este tiempo es bajar la tasa a la mitad, qué sé yo, y uno discute con un candidato que dice la vamos a llevar a 0, va a desaparecer el crimen. O cuando uno pretende discutir que este es un problema integral, mientras hay candidatos haciendo campañas pretendiendo que la seguridad se resuelve con imágenes de TikTok. Es imposible tener un debate serio sobre lo que una política de seguridad exige. Y políticas de seguridad, sobre todo si pretendemos que tengan algo de duración, incluyen reformas del sector justicia, sistemas de integridad dentro de las Fuerzas Armadas, discusiones sobre extinción de activos, una discusión que no es atractiva, que no sirve para hacer campaña ni para ganar elecciones, que al contrario destruye carreras políticas, la discusión sobre seguridad, pero eso es lo que se requiere y esto es lo que tenemos que asumir. Y es una discusión que está tan conectada porque la realidad está tan conectada. Y regreso a la historia sobre el secuestro y ejecución de los periodistas. Efectivamente, ese momento en el que yo no era todavía ministra, que fue un momento conmovedor para el Ecuador, fue un punto de inflexión y creo que se logró profundizar la cooperación con Colombia porque además fue una coincidencia importante de afinidad entre gobiernos. El gobierno del presidente Lenín Moreno en el Ecuador, el gobierno del presidente Duque en ese momento en Colombia, y la cooperación entre nuestras policías tiene una larga tradición y yo coincido en que ese fue un momento en donde se profundizó. Meses después, en Colombia, fue detenido y las Fuerzas Armadas colombianas le dieron de baja al responsable que se atribuyó ese secuestro y esa ejecución, alias Guacho. Y una de las cosas que encontramos es que tenía cédulas de ambos países.
María Paula, para cerrar,
enseguida.
¿Quisieras hacer un último comentario como para ir cerrando el panel?
Sí. Tenía cédulas de los dos países, era ecuatoriano y colombiano. Así de conectadas están nuestras relaciones y también nuestro destino. Y luego, general, y usted seguramente lo sabe, pero para quienes están aquí, alias Guacho fue enterrado en una isla, en un río, entre los dos países, porque su influencia criminal está a ambos lados de la frontera. Eso es lo que enfrentamos. Quiero mirar con optimismo, pero también con la mayor dosis posible de realidad. No es fácil, no se va a resolver pronto. Liderazgos enfocados en comunicación, campaña y sensación alrededor de la seguridad no lo van a lograr y necesitamos un debate muy profundo sobre esto y ojalá hacerlo posible juntos.
Bueno, gracias a los tres. Esto es lo que necesitamos, más diálogo, más intercambio de información, de conocimiento, de experiencias, y la de ustedes es muy valiosa, así que muchísimas gracias. Y esto es lo que hacemos posible con la FIU y TAEDA, de encontrarnos, conversar y seguro sacar buenas soluciones para el futuro. Así que muchas gracias a todos.
What an excellent way to end day 2. So one more round of applause for this fantastic panel. A couple logistical notes. Please you're welcome to take a picture. A couple logistical notes. One, if you have your headsets for interpretation, make sure you send that back to the back table in the foyer. If not, they have your ID. They will start a credit card on your behalf. So make sure you're taking that back. Tomorrow morning at 8:30, we're kicking off with breakfast before 8:55, starting promptly. We have 7 ambassadors here tomorrow for great discussions looking at diplomacy across the region. So thank you again for a great day 2 and look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you.
Your hand in mine, a memory that feels divine. You and I, with no regret, each day a sun that never sets. Barefoot hearts on golden sand. This is where it all began. Endless days, no need to chase, just your smile.